Stay tuned, part 2 starting now.
Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Charles Larson's inside story of television murder. Someone's death. Starring George Kennedy, Joyce Bulifant, and Robert Reed. In Elliot Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by
Ford Motor Company, Quaker State Motor Oil, and the makers of V8 Juice. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
As a producer of TV murder mysteries, Nils Frederick Blixen is cognizant of a formula. It goes something like this. A murder is committed and someone innocent accused. The viewer is introduced to several suspects and fed a steady diet of red herrings. One by one, the suspects are eliminated through lack of motive or a substantiated alibi. Finally, the real killer is exposed, and everyone lives happily ever after until next week. But Nils Frederick Blixen has found himself in the middle of a mystery he's been unable to predict, let alone solve. 3 murders, a host of suspects, a jumble of clues, but no killer. If it were only a bad script, only make-believe. But it's not. It's all too terrifying and real. But somehow, from his working experience, Nils Frederick Blixen knows somewhere in his mind that the simple truth is right in front of him. The only question is, can he recognize it before it's too late? The conclusion of someone's death follows after this word.
Young I may be, but still I'm a man. Just turned 18 and I'll do what I can. Find me a place where I can be me. Get ready for life, be free and the sea. Oh, where do I go from here? Oh, where do I go from here? I'm finished with school, but what lies ahead? Don't wanna get trapped, wanna feel free instead. All over the world, there's so much to do. The call of the sea, don't you hear it too? Oh, where do I go from here? Oh, where do I go from here?
What about the new Navy? You'll get your chance at success, learn an exciting job, and see the world. Call toll-free 800-841-8000 or see your Navy recruiter. Be someone special in the new Navy.
I know where I'm going from here.
Mary McGrath murdered, victim number 3. In the bedroom of her small home, the police found a partially packed red and black suitcase, a round-trip airplane ticket to Chicago, and 10 $20 traveler's checks, but no murder weapon. By 1:30 in the afternoon, the authorities had finished their examination of the house and grounds, and the body had been removed to the morgue. Detectives continued to question residents along both sides of Willow Way, a steep, pretty street on the Glendale edge of Montrose, just off of Highway 2, the main route to La Cañada. When I met Ames at the morgue, he was fit to be tied.
She was dead when my men checked the place yesterday, but none of them bothered to look in the kitchen window. I'm going to hold a few seminars on comprehensive investigation. All right, Mr. Blixen?
Yes. Yes, that's Mary. It's senseless. It's absolutely senseless. My mind really fights this. I know she's dead. I just can't accept it. This was a woman who didn't have an enemy in the world. I'd like to get some air.
Oh, feel better?
No. Yeah, good, thanks. Tell me, Sergeant, had Mary been sexually attacked or robbed?
No.
I don't understand it.
Well, she was shot with a .22. Same gun that killed Gladstone.
What? Well, then, that clears Red.
Is that so? Why?
Well, she's in custody, that's why.
Oh, different fingers could pull the same trigger at different times, couldn't they? In any case, she's still being held on a double charge. It wasn't a .22 that killed Heidi.
No, it wasn't. And that's got to be one of the weakest points of your case against her.
Oh, really?
Since when has an axe been a woman's weapon?
Oh, since about Lizzie Borden.
Oh, my God. Haven't you ever shaken hands with Red? I doubt if she could lift an axe, much less...
Look, Mr. Blixen, we don't know that an axe was used in the Ellis case. It was an axe-like weapon. That could be pruning shears or a hatchet or a small hand hoe. Now, I'll be honest with you. Heidi Ellis died of shock and loss of blood. The wounds themselves weren't deep. A woman might easily have made them, even a weak woman. Incidentally, your attorney, Mr. Schreiber, is in the building. He said he'd drive you home if you needed a lift.
Yes, home, please. And thank you.
Yeah.
I could scarcely breathe. Hand hoe. Where had I seen a hand hoe recently? I was barely aware of getting into the car with Wade Schreiber. Homebound traffic had begun to clog the freeways. Wade wanted to take the surface streets. I said anything was okay with me. Anything.
You look beat, Nils.
It's been one of those days. Listen, did you ever see Peter Lorre in M?
What's Peter Lorre have to do with anything?
M was the story of a child molester.
Well,
Heidi was a child.
you think somebody was trying to...
Heidi told me that she'd seen Dan Gladstone about a week before his death. She'd left school in the middle of the afternoon, not feeling well. And Gladstone, she wouldn't tell me what he wanted or what he did. But it was clear from her attitude that something strange had happened.
Well, Gladstone has a record, but molesting children wasn't part of it.
Well, there's always a first time. Now, if Gladstone did try something funny, what have we got?
Well, we've got a new case, a motive for murder on Heidi's part. Especially if Gladstone tried it a second time. Heidi may have thought first of blackmail and changed her mind. Yes, but who killed Heidi then? Who would want to kill Mary? Where does her death fit in all this?
I don't know. Wade, I'm lost. Red was innocent, I knew it. But there were 3 people dead. What were we missing?
Hello, this is Hugh Downs. Recently, I participated in a Ford LTD fuel economy run from Phoenix to Los Angeles, where the average for 5 cars was 18.8 miles per gallon, with standard 351 V8 engines. The high was 20.3, and I averaged 19.7. My first reaction was surprise, because I think you'll agree the numbers sound a little high. So I'd like to stress that gas mileage depends on many factors. Things like total weight, maintenance, road and driving conditions, and you might not get the same results. But probably most important of all are your personal driving habits, how you behave when you drive. And one of the things we did in the test was to make a point of never exceeding 50 miles an hour. I think all of us who participated would agree that driving reasonably is a very modest price to pay for something else you can get from a Ford LTD. The good feeling of riding in a solid, well-made automobile.
The quiet riding Ford. The closer you look, the better we look.
We'll return to our story in a moment.
Provide for their college the safe and easy way. It's sure with payroll savings. Yeah, join that plan today. So always remember, it's a proud way to save. Take stock in America. Buy U.S. savings bonds.
Heidi Ruth Ellis, age 14 years, 1 month, and 6 days, was buried in Hollywood's Robindale Cemetery on Thursday, the 7th of June at 11:15 in the morning. It had begun to drizzle shortly before 9, but the cemetery officials had prudently erected a canvas canopy over the small open grave during the night, and both the ground and the mourners remained dry. I recognized the pallbearers, Bobby Leeds and Renee Ortiz, solemn, still not speaking. Fred Hayworth in an ancient black suit and pearl gray cowboy hat. Preston Andrade, the only man beside Wade Schreiber who wept openly, and Phil Waters. Surprisingly, only 2 women were present, Boom Boom Hayworth looking like an ill gypsy, and a stout, pleasant-faced lady in a hooded raincoat who reminded me vaguely of Mary. As the young priest's comfortless voice droned on, I became aware that Wade Schreiber had left my side. I eased backward onto the wet grass and ascended the slope to join him.
Oh, how sweet of you to come, Sherry. In fact, you're just the man we want to see. We need advice.
Of course, Boom Boom. Anything I can do.
You see, Phil lost his job at the drugstore. So I thought, Sherry, with all the musicians the studio needs, perhaps you could put in a good word, no?
Oh. Why don't you have him come out to the studio? I'll send him to Derek Kirk, the head of music.
Oh, fine. This afternoon, Phil can drive us.
All right. This afternoon. Say 5 o'clock.
We'll be there. Merci bien, Sherry.
Wait. Who is that lady just getting into her car? The one who stood with you at the services?
The lady? Oh, that is Miss Tufeld, Etta.
Is she a neighbor? I don't believe I've...
No. She's the nurse, the school nurse. Miss Etta Tufeld. Lovely. Au revoir, chérie. Au revoir.
It was past 2 by the time I got to the studio. To fulfill the obligation to Phil and Boom Boom, I made a call to the music department, and I set up the appointment. Then I just went out, and I walked a lot.
Mr. Blixen? Niels?
Oh, hello, Tibbet. Thanks again for your good work on those comic books.
Yeah, well, I sure hope it helps you. Well, say, you produce mysteries. Surely you have an idea who done it. I don't mean to be frivolous.
As a matter of fact, Tibbet, I have the oddest feeling I've known the answer all along, that someone told it to me, but I couldn't translate it.
As though you sort of peeked at the back of the book, and then there was the solution. Only you had to read the whole thing to be sure.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Someone said something, or did something, and it was all wrong. But I can't remember the circumstance.
Well, perhaps you're trying too hard.
Probably.
What were we just talking about? The funeral?
Uh-huh.
What does the word funeral suggest to you?
Hillsides.
And hillsides?
It was as though a camera shutter had clicked in my mind. There was the hill and the headstones, and Schreiber under his wide black umbrella. And down the hill, dry beneath the canvas canopy, were Boom Boom and Miss Tufeld and the priest. Let's see. Phil and Andrade, Hayworth and Renee, and there was Bobby. And as suddenly as that, I had it. As clearly as a subliminal flash held too long, certain and complete and shadowless, I knew the killer. Sickened, I closed my eyes and thought, no, my God, no.
Just when you need it more than ever, you can find it more places than ever. That's Quaker State Motor Oil. Why do you need it more? Because if you're using your car less, that engine just isn't getting the exercise it needs. But Quaker State's quality protection is tailor-made to handle deposits that build up in an underworked engine. Now that you need it more, it's available more places. Nice to know.
Quaker State your car to keep it running, yeah.
Hey, what you got there? It looks like tomato juice.
It's V8.
What you got there?
It's V8.
Looks like tomato juice.
It's V8.
Try it. Wow, it sure doesn't taste like tomato juice.
Mm-hmm. It tastes like V8.
Natural blend of 8 garden vegetables. V8 cocktail vegetable juice. V8.
The Zero Hour continues after this.
जी हाँ, ये खानदानी मंसूबा बंदी का मरकज है.
Mais oui, c'est le centre de planning familial.
Yes, this is the family planning center.
There are family planning centers in more than 100 countries today. The women who come to these centers can't afford to go to private doctors, but they want to plan their children, when they're going to have them, and how many they're going to have. The trouble is, there aren't enough centers. Just in the United States, there are nearly 5 million women who have no way of getting modern family planning help. And that's nothing compared with the world problem. Some countries don't have enough family planning centers. Some don't have any at all. This year, again, many women will have babies not because they want to, but because they have no choice. Sad for them. Sad for the world. With family planning help, these women too will have babies only when they choose. So that all the people of the world may have this freedom of choice, support Planned Parenthood.
I didn't know whether I said goodbye to Tibbet or not. I raced back to my office, told the substitute secretary to get a hold of Wade Schreiber and tell him to get right over. It was about Miss Redfern. And I wanted the phone number of a Miss Etta Tufeld, school nurse at Hollywood High. Then I got hold of a studio transportation man I'd known for years, and I had him drive me out Highway 2 through Glendale to La Cañada. After that, on the way back, I stopped at a phone booth on the road, called Sergeant Ames, and told him what was up. At 5:40, when I got back to my office, there was a message on the desk that Schreiber had received the call, and Miss Tufeld's phone number was there.
Hello?
Miss Tufeld, this is Nils Frederick Blixen. You probably don't know my name.
Oh, indeed I do, Mr. Blixen. You were at the cemetery today. Mrs. Hayworth pointed you out to me.
Miss Tufeld, I need some information about Heidi Ellis's movements last May 15th. Now, that was a school day, a Tuesday. Heidi told me she'd reported sick to you and that you'd sent her home.
Tuesday, yes. Yes, I remember. I certainly did send her home.
At about what time? Do you recall?
Yes. That would have been about 1:30.
I thanked her. I made one more phone call to a drugstore. I asked one more question and hung up. And then just sat there, idly moving a herd of ceramic hippos around my desk. Then I involuntarily got up, walked to the door, and opened it. In my outer office, Boom and Fred, still in their funeral finery, were on the couch reading the trade papers while their nephew Phil stood braced sadly against the hall jamb like an abandoned dress dummy. They had come by to report on Phil's job interview with the music department. I invited them in and scrounged up soft drinks without ice.
Mon chéri, you are fidgety. Why is this?
Miss Redfern's going to be released. She's innocent.
Oh, the police suspect someone else then?
They do now.
Of which murder?
Of all three. The same person committed all three.
And you know who it is?
I know. You see, the thing that threw everybody off was that Gladstone was killed first. That was a mistake. Heidi was the threat.
Sherry, the little girl.
Think back to the 15th of May. Heidi got sick, came home from school. Nobody was home, right? Then Heidi said Dan Gladstone came by. But she didn't tell anyone about a third person who was at the house that afternoon, a child molester.
No.
Gladstone was in the back somewhere, probably near the garage. He may have heard Heidi call out. In any event, he came around front and possibly saw what was going on. It's a sure thing the molester saw him and ran.
Heidi knew the man?
She knew him. And she knew how to make him bleed. She'd seen the effect of one anonymous letter on Red and Gladstone, so she decided to send another. She cut out an article about a fictional child molester called M and mailed it. When the man got the letter, he assumed Gladstone had sent it. It wasn't hard to get Gladstone up on the hill and kill him. Just leave a message with his landlady that Red wanted to meet him in their favorite spot, something like that. And then a gun, one shot, and M was safe. Except a day later, Another anonymous letter arrived. And this one asked for $300 a month for life. And he knew it was Heidi he had to kill. He called her. He probably told her he wanted to discuss terms. She unlocked the door and she let him in.
Oh, but to kill her with an axe?
Oh, no, he didn't. He probably used a pair of pruning shears or a small handhold, like the one you were using in the roses, Boom Boom.
But Dan Gladstone must have seen the other car when he goes up to Ruby Drive. Didn't he notice?
It was the kind of a car that no one ever suspects. Driven by someone everybody talks to and nobody notices. The scene in my outer office, except for Wade Schreiber thumbing through a magazine, might have been a replay of an earlier scene. There were Detectives Ames and Griswold talking by the files, and there was the Sunset cab driver on the couch, flipping his cap absently between his knees.
Hi, Mr. Blixen. Take your time. I'm a little early.
Wade, if the police withdraw their charges against Red tonight, can she be released immediately?
It's in the works, Mr. Blixen.
You found the proof then, Sergeant?
One of my men just phoned. Found the bloody pants, the shirt, and the gun.
The gun? You found the gun that killed Gladstone?
Yep, and Mary McGrath.
Oh? Where?
In your garage. And Firestone tires on your cab.
Hey, what is this, a joke? All Sunset cabs use Firestones.
You're under arrest, Mr. Bartholomew. You have the right to remain silent and the right to consult an attorney. If you...
Hey, wait a minute. What is this, some kind of gag? Tell him it's a gag, Mr. Blixen.
It's no gag, Jack. I drove out to Glendale this afternoon, up Highway 2 to Montrose, and I found the Japanese nursery you used to work in. The owner told me you went to jail for a year for child molesting. That's why you lost your job there. On Tuesday, May 15th, you answered a call for a cab at Hollywood High, placed by the school nurse. It's on the record. You drove Heidi Ellis home, you walked her to the house, and you attacked her. The next time you saw Heidi, you killed her, last Monday at around 6 o'clock. They'll probably find the shears or whatever you used stuck away in your gardening equipment.
6 o'clock? Mr. Blixen, you're my witness. I was here at 6 to pick you up.
No. You got to the studio at 6:15, Jack.
Baloney. I got here at 6.
6:15. At 6 o'clock, it hadn't started raining yet.
I know it. And that's why I'm sure I'm in the clear.
Remember when the cat ran under your car? That's what really started unwinding this thing for me. I went to a funeral this morning, and a canopy over the grave had kept the ground dry. Your cab should have kept your parking place dry, but it was wet. You got there after the rain had started, after 6:15. You killed Dan Gladstone when you thought he was blackmailing you about the attack on Heidi. Then you had to kill Heidi when you discovered it was she, not Dan, who had sent the letter. And to cover it all up, you had to kill Mary McGrath. Well, it was all put together. I was in a bar with Schreiber having a much-needed double on the rocks. I could see him in the phone booth talking fast and furious. And when he hung up, there was a smile on his face.
Well, you're reinstated with the network. Incidentally, I didn't quite get the cabbie's explanation about why he killed Mary McGrath.
Well, it's very simple now that I understand it. He had just killed Heidi, and he needed an alibi, so he enlisted Mary's help. He told her Heidi was in the cab, waiting, some kind of surprise for her grandfather. And it would help if Mary would tell Ellis she just phoned when he came into the office. He knew he'd have to kill Mary later. The problem was, when Ellis told Mary to call Heidi back, Mary played that pretty well, keeping him from talking. She made one mistake. I should have caught it then. She tapped the receiver bar several times, supposedly to attract Heidi's attention.
And that's a mistake?
You do that, and if you've placed the call, at least here in Southern California, you cut the connection as surely as if you'd severed the line. That was his alibi. I should have recognized it a long time back. Joanna Redfern was released from custody the 8th of June. She was back to work 3 days later. The studio calmed down, and so did I, except for one thing. When Red came sweeping into my office, as usual, she knocked over an ashtray and she bumped her knee on the sofa. She threw her arms around my neck. She kissed me on the forehead, on the nose, on the mouth, and on both eyes.
Oh, good grief, I love you. Did I ever tell you that?
Will you marry me, Red?
No.
We can go. No. Who is it, then? Wade?
I love Wade, but it's certainly not Wade. I'm not going to marry anybody.
You can't love both of us and not marry anybody. That's absolutely ridiculous.
Why? I don't see why I can't love 1,000 people. I do. I will. I'm still young. Bye, darling, and thanks for saving my life.
A kiss on my forehead, and she swept out of the room, still as inaccessible as an alpine flower. I sat down and I took all the little ceramic hippos on my desk and arranged them into a broken heart. But I was smiling with love at my age.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
There's a disease in business today we might call spiritual schizophrenia. You see it in individuals who apply one code of conduct in their personal affairs and a quite different one in business or government. The belief seems to be that we are less responsible as individuals when we make business decisions, that business has a different code. When you think about it, that doesn't make sense. Profits are not the only gauge of business success. Business doesn't change the priority of values. We are born to the community of man first. The others are secondary allegiances. Make your personal morality work where you work and see the difference. The community of man, God's club. Be an active member. This message has been brought to you by Religion and American Life in cooperation with this station.
Sometimes a 24-hour pass can pass very slowly. Very, very slowly indeed. With no place to go, nothing much to do. The answer for millions of servicemen and women around the world has been the USO. For over 30 years, a place to come in, read, write letters home, listen to music, dance, have a hamburger and a shake. Most of all, a place to feel welcome. But there might not always be a USO, even though there are still 2 million servicemen and women who need it more than ever. There might not be a USO because there's not enough money to go around. USO gets no government funds. It depends entirely on your gifts to the United Fund, Community Chest, or local USO campaign. So please give. Our work isn't done. That concludes this week's production of The Zero Hour. Charles Larson's Someone's Death. Next week, we'll begin another exciting dramatization of a tale of mystery and suspense. We'll tell our story in 5 days, at the same time Monday through Friday. So on Monday, rest your eyes and listen here to The Zero Hour.
Today's episode brought to you in part by Ford Motor Company, Quaker State Motor Oil, and V8 Juice. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
You have been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater, heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in Monday, and once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to The Zero Hour.
This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/c/GAR.
Subscribe for more videos.
Roma Wines present Suspense. Roma Wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. Salute.
Your health, senor.
Roma Wines toast the world. The wine for your table is Roma Wine, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
The Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California, welcomes you again to this weekly half hour of suspense. Tonight from Hollywood, Roma Wines bring you a star, Mr. Herbert Marshall. Mr. Marshall is with us to play in Nicholas Blake's powerful story of vengeance and retribution. The beast must die. But before we raise the curtain on tonight's tale of suspense, here is a message from Roma Wines.
In Havana, Cuba, one gathering place of fashionable people is the charming Pan American Club. A dinner party is in progress, and the Cuban host has risen to return a compliment which has just been paid him by a guest from the United States. Lifting his glass, he says, "Thank you, my friend. Thank you also for telling us about the perfect climate and soil of California, from which we import these supremely delightful Roma wines. Now we can understand how such perfection is possible, such magnificent quality as we enjoy in Roma wines. You will agree it is a tremendous tribute when other countries find Roma wines so superior they import them as rare and expensive delicacies. Such international esteem can only mean that Roma wines are truly magnificent in quality. But remember, you here in the United States can enjoy these distinguished wines at almost unbelievably low cost. For you pay no high import duties, no expensive shipping costs. You enjoy the unique combination which makes Roma wine so superlatively fine, the combination of California's perfect soil and climate, and age-old wine-making skill, plus Roma's modern quality controls, for only pennies a glass. Discover the delightful flavor and goodness which have made Roma wines America's largest selling wines. Ask for ROMA, Roma Wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
And now, with The Beast Must Die, and with the performance of Herbert Marshall as Felix Lane, who wrote a diary of death, we again hope to keep you in suspense.
I am going to kill a man. I don't know his name. I don't know where he lives. I have no idea what he looks like. But I'm going to find him and kill him.
Well, Mr. Lane?
I wrote those words, if that's what you're asking, Inspector. And I meant them.
Apparently you did. Whatever possessed you to write such a document?
Vanity, for one thing, I suppose. A record for posterity of the perfect crime. As you know, I'm a writer by profession. I think more clearly on paper. By keeping this diary, I was able to plan my murder step by step. Details, little things that happened in the course of a day which might so easily have been forgotten or overlooked, were written down in this diary, where I could refer back to them and make use of them if need be.
But you found out that a real-life murder could not be carried out so easily as the murders you wrote about in your detective novels, eh, Mr. Lane?
I wouldn't go so far as to say that, Inspector. In fact, except for the ending, I think this diary is quite the best murder story I've ever written.
And quite the most incriminating document I've ever known a prospective murderer to leave lying around.
Incriminating? In a way, I suppose. In another way, this diary might turn out to be my best defense.
How do you figure that, Mr. Lane?
Well, supposing I read some parts of it aloud to you and let you decide for yourself.
Very well, Mr. Lane. Fire away.
That was my first entry. June 18th. Yes, I'm going to kill a man. It takes great singleness of purpose to commit a murder. But if ever for a moment I stray from that purpose, I've only to think of Ronnie. Ronnie was my son. One evening, 2 weeks ago, he was crossing the road outside our house. He had gone into the village to buy some candy. For him, it could have been only a paralyzing blaze of headlights around the corner, a moment's nightmare, and then the impact turning everything to darkness forever. His body was hurled into the ditch. He was dead at once. The motorist who killed Ronnie did not stop. The police have failed to trace him. They say he must have been going 50 around that blind corner from a child's body to have been thrown and injured as it was. The man who drove that car, he is the man I have got to find and kill. June 25th. I found my first clue today. My mind was on Ronnie. I was driving toward a neighboring town. The hills around were green. The boxwood hedges, still damp from last night's rain, translucent like giant chunks of emerald. Suddenly, the front wheels of my car hit into a great puddle. A sheet of water splashed up over the front of the windshield and drenched me from the side. I pulled up at the far side of the water splash. I got out, cursing myself for my preoccupation, and began mopping away at the windshield. A man leaning over a farm gate addressed me.
Whoa. Looks like you got a proper shower bath, mister.
Yes.
Been pestering the county for months to repair that hole. People always driving into it, splashing themselves all over. Funniest thing of all, though, was about a fortnight ago when a chap tried to use it to get a free car wash.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It was my wife's birthday, to be exact. About 8 o'clock, we was on our way to Cheltenham to see the picture show. Just coming out of the gate, this chap driving one of those low-slung sports jobs hits the water splash.
You don't say.
Ah. And then the fella says something to the girl he's driving with. What do you suppose they do? They back up and run through the splash again. And then again. They did it 4 times.
8 o'clock. Your wife's birthday, it wouldn't be June 3rd, would it?
All right, yeah. But how'd you know?
Oh, well, you see, a friend of mine was celebrating that night. He was driving toward
Severnbridge. That's where this fella and his lady friend were going. I remember his lady friend says, George, ask the man whether you turn to the right or to the left at the next fork.
George, yes, that's right. That's my pal's name. And, Severnbridge, yes. Yes. The way he drives ought to have brought him here by just around 8 o'clock. He didn't have a crumpled right front fender, did he?
Oh, that he did. And that bloke was your friend. He sure is a proper nut. Well, peculiar, at least.
Yes. Yes, he is peculiar.
Driving through that water splash all over again and again. 4 times he does it. He wasn't laughing either. Didn't seem like a joke somehow. Looks like he's trying to get a free car wash. Funny way I'd say to get the mud off.
Yes.
Maybe it was tar, though, huh?
Yes. Or blood. July 12th. At Severnbridge. Have talked to any number of the town's people, and I've met a number of Georges. But not one of them have owned or driven a low-slung sports job. Not like the one I've been looking for anyway. It may be that I have to start all over again on some other tack. I was returning to the inn this afternoon when I noticed a car parked on the side of the road up ahead. A girl with bright hair was working the rear wheel, and a small lad beside her was doing his best to help. I pulled up beside them. It was a long, low-slung sports job. I say, can I help?
Well, what do you think, Phil? Oh, yes, sir. Yes, if you would lend a hand. I'm afraid we're not quite heavy enough to weight the jack handle down for another turn.
Now, here, fella, let me have a go at it. I say, the paint doesn't seem quite to match on the right front fender.
The fender? Oh, Dad had a new fender put on a while back. It got bunged up or something.
I can't tell you how awfully nice it is of you to help us out.
Not at all. By the way, I wonder if you and Phil here wouldn't stop for tea with me at the inn afterwards. It's not far, you know.
We're expected at home, sir. Perhaps you could come along with us. What do you do, sir?
Why, I'm a writer, Phil.
Oh, you really must come to see us. It's Gables on Devon Road, my brother-in-law's place. The name's Rattery. We'll give you a ring tomorrow and set a date. Sis will love meeting a real author, and so will George.
Did you say your brother-in-law's name is George? July 16th. I've met him. I've spent an evening talking to him. George Rattery.
So you're a friend of Lena's, eh? Storybook detective. A writer. Easy enough to write about a dead body, but I'd like to see an author that had guts enough to look at one.
I had been more than a little afraid that George might turn out to be a sympathetic character. That need not concern me any longer. I shall have no compunction at all about putting his light out. It appears that George is the half-owner of a garage down in town. A man by the name of Carfax is the other partner. A garage. That would explain how the damaged fender got itself fixed without the police knowing. Oh, how can a beast like George have a fine young son like Phil? This afternoon, I was rounding the corner of the tea house in the Rattery's garden when I heard voices. It was Lena and George. I stopped in my tracks and eavesdropped shamelessly.
It's a neat rig you're wearing today, Lena. Is that for Felix Lane's benefit?
Oh, save your compliments for that Carfax woman.
Jealous.
Don't make me laugh. But someday you're going to find out that business partner of yours isn't as mild as he looks. I wonder what he'd say if he knew that his wife was...
Shut up, will you? And since when did you get so high and mighty? It wasn't so long ago that you yourself were glad enough to...
If you ever open your mouth about any of that, I swear I'll kill you.
Talking big now, aren't we, Miss Snow White?
Just try something and you'll find out. Remember, there are quite a few people who might like to know about that poor kid you ran down last June. If it weren't for Violet and Phil, I'd...
Stop that kind of talk. You hear? Just remember you were with me that night.
August 5th. Had a look around the Rattery Carfax garage this afternoon. Told George it might come in useful as material in my book. All at once I heard a shot, and there stood George blazing away over the plot in back with a rifle. I went up to him.
There. That's another one of the pests out of the way. We've tried everything. Traps, poisons, rat hunts. We can't keep them down.
That's a nice rifle.
Yeah. Gave it to Phil when he came back from school in Switzerland. Much too good for him. Here, I'd like to have a go at him.
I raised the rifle and sighted. George's back was to me. By shifting a few inches to the right, the bullet should enter the base of the brain. Who could prove that George hadn't suddenly stepped in my way? My finger tightened on the trigger.
I say, George, I can't find that new tin of rat poison. Phil was spreading some out in the dump yesterday. I wonder where he put it. Oh, hello there, Lane.
Hello, Carfax.
Hey, watch out where you're pointing that gun. We wouldn't want anything to happen to the senior partner, eh? Not very funny.
I am now a guest in the house of the man I am going to kill. Violet, Phil's mother, suggested that I come and stay with them for a fortnight and help Phil in odd hours with his Latin. George, much to my surprise, joined in heartily with the idea. I wonder why. I must watch him very closely because of what happened last night. We were having coffee in the drawing room after dinner when the conversation took a most extraordinary turn. They were talking about Violet's new rose bushes.
I suppose they'll be very nice, but I can't for the life of me see why you went to all that trouble.
Well, the old ones weren't doing very well. They were still alive, weren't they, Mother? Oh, yes, dear, but I'm not one to keep something going when it's only half alive.
Oh, I'm glad you're talking about rose bushes. I should hate to think you felt that way about people.
Of course not. But, on the other hand, I do think if a person were incurably ill that they ought to... Well, that is, they
ought to have the right to ask their doctor to put them out of their misery. Don't you think so, Felix? Speaking of doctors reminds me, George, don't forget your tonic. Doctor said after every meal.
Tonic. Oh, pass it here. Yeah. Foul stuff, bitter as gall, poison.
That won't kill you, George.
Felix, would you really be in favor of doing away with all unfortunates?
Well, what about your incurable social pest? The person who makes life miserable for everyone else around him. I think a person would be justified in killing someone like that.
I do think you're all getting a little morbid.
The kind of a person I describe has no right to life. Of course, that's to say I would if I could do it without running my neck into a noose. Now, in my book, I'm working on a very pretty murder. Quite my masterpiece, I think.
Well, he's darn close about it. Locked doors, sealed lips, and all that. Of course, he says he's writing a thriller, but we've no proof, have we? I think you ought to show us the manuscript, Felix. Don't you, Lena?
I can't. I'm sorry. I hate anyone to see an unfinished manuscript of mine. I'm funny that way.
Oh, Felix, please, get it and read some of it. Come on, don't be a spoil sport.
I'll go and get it myself and read it out loud if the blushing author is too coy. By heaven, I'll go upstairs and fetch it now.
You'll do nothing of the sort. I've read it. I will not have people snooping about among my manuscripts. That was close. After all, there is no book but this diary. I must keep it well hidden in my room. At last, I have my plan. It took a great deal of subtle taunting and persuasion, but it came off at last. George is going sailing with me this afternoon, and he can't swim. Drowning is very painful, they say, in the early stages. That's good, I'm glad. George's lungs bursting, the top of his head shrieking with pain, his hands scrabbling vainly to thrust against the giant weight of the water. But if I cannot kill George today on the open sea, with the wind in my favor and myself the undisputed master of the situation, if I fail today, then I will know that it is not my destiny to be a murderer, and I will make no further attempt on the life of George Rattery. And that, Inspector Blunt, is the last entry in my diary.
But you and George did go sailing, didn't you?
Yes, it was after lunch on the same day. We walked down to the docks together. George, as you can imagine, was rather clumsy about a boat, but it was only a few minutes after he clambered aboard that we were out in the main water, sailing free. George had his feet braced against the centerboard case and his hands gripped the gunwale. A squall was coming up.
It's getting very close, isn't it?
There'll be plenty of room, George. Power vessels have to give way to sailing vessels, you know.
Give way? How do you think about that size is going to give way to a crate like this? Hey there, what are you up to? Look out, I tell you, you can't. What if you ran into us? I'll bloody well hang on to your leg until we're both drowned. What are you doing? What?
A bit close, but perfectly safe.
Oh, perfectly safe. That barge didn't miss us by a yard.
The same thing happened the other day when I was out with Phil. He didn't lose his nerve.
Oh, he didn't, eh?
By the way, you better not stand up in the boat again. That's one thing that's not safe.
Very well, my friend. But I shouldn't try any of those funny tricks you've been planning.
Tricks? What tricks?
You know what I mean, you filthy sneak. I searched your room just before lunch, and I found your diary. Yes, I posted that precious diary of yours up to my solicitor just before I came out here. Posted it, mind you, just before we went sailing. So you see, it'll be most unfortunate for you if you let me drown. Well, what's the matter? Lost your lying tongue, have you? I ought to break your jaw for you. I've a good mind to hand over your diary to the police.
Don't be silly. You know perfectly well you won't do anything of the kind. And for the very good reason that you don't want the police to haul you in on a charge of manslaughter for killing my son.
Well, you can't prove I ran over your son.
Aren't you forgetting that Lena was with you that night? The police will get a confession out of her in no time.
Why, you If ever I see you again after today, you slug, I'll bash you into a jelly.
Oh, shut up, George. I guess we've both been a little too clever. It looks like a stalemate. Stormed off the minute we landed. I came straight here to the inn.
Yes, I know.
Perhaps it's just as well I didn't succeed. Going back to writing detective stories after committing the perfect crime would be like going back to playing with tin soldiers after winning the Battle of Waterloo.
You seem to be awfully sure of your alibi.
Well, after all, there's no crime in planning a murder, is there? Providing nobody's hurt?
Unfortunately, somebody has been hurt.
What do you mean? What are you trying to tell me?
George Rattery died yesterday evening of the effects of strychnine poisoning.
George dead. Strychnine poisoning. All my planning, all my high and tragic purpose, and the beast ends by taking his own life. Poison. I remember now. He used to talk about suicide quite a lot. But I thought he only did it because the subject was so upsetting to his wife. I never dreamed. How did he take it?
With his tonic. But it couldn't possibly have been suicide, Mr. Lane.
But who? What else could it have been?
It could have been murder. Unfortunately, we have no evidence except this diary of yours.
But the bottle, the tonic.
George Rattery died almost instantly after taking his tonic at dinner. But before the doctor arrived, that bottle disappeared.
Well, any suspects?
Every person closely associated with George Rattery had enough motive to murder him. But you had the strongest motive. After all, George Rattery did kill your son.
Am I under arrest?
Not officially as yet. But naturally, I posted a guard outside your room. In the meantime...
But, man, you can't go in there. He told us.
Officer, let me by. I tell you, I've got to see Inspector Blunt. Please, Mother. I say it's no good. Be quiet, Phil. Why couldn't you stayed at home? Officer, let me by. I must see.
Now, let them come in, officer. Good afternoon, Mrs. Rattery. Phil?
Hello, Phil.
Hello, Felix. Please. Please, I can't stand it any longer. They're accusing Felix here of murdering my husband. He had nothing to do with it. Said she doesn't know what she's saying. For heaven's sake, Phil, will you be quiet? It was I who killed George. He treated me very badly. He was unspeakable to Phil. There was another woman. Oh, I can't go on.
Are you trying to tell me, Mrs. Rattery, that you gave your husband poison?
Yes. Mother. I tell you, I poisoned him.
Where did you get the poison, Mrs. Rattery?
I bought it at that chemist shop.
What chemist shop?
The one on Abbey Lane, near the corner of High Towers. That's it.
Uh-huh. What became of the bottle of tonic after your husband's death?
I broke it. I buried it.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Rattery. The police have checked. You didn't buy any poison at the chemist's.
Mother, I told you it was no good. Sir, Mother is trying to save me. It was I, sir. I killed him.
What? Phil, you don't.
Don't believe him. Don't believe him. He's just a foolish child. He doesn't know what he's saying.
Go on, Phil.
Well, you see, sir, I left a note. I was running away, but Mother found the note before I quite got out the door. Oh, boys get such strange ideas. He couldn't have done it. He's just a boy. You know he couldn't. You see, sir, when they accused Felix here, I couldn't stand it any longer. That's why I wrote you the note that Mother found at first. She said if she confessed that they wouldn't do much to her. The police would understand. Felix, make them believe me. I can prove I did it.
Now, go on, Phil. You say you can prove it. What do you mean?
I have it here in my pocket, sir. I've had it hid ever since. So see, here it is. It's still half full. It's Dad's bottle of tonic.
Phil, where did you get that?
I took it off the buffet after the doctor said Dad was dead.
But this is very serious, Phil. You know that.
He's lying. He couldn't have. He's just a little boy.
Please, all of you, I have a favor to ask. Let me talk to Phil alone for a few minutes. Won't hurt anything. I think I may be able to help solve this whole thing. Phil didn't do it. Violet's right.
Yes, but the bottle...
Just give Phil and me 10 minutes alone.
Very well. We'll wait outside. 10 minutes, mind you, Phil. No more.
Come here, Phil.
I'm a murderer, Felix.
You are not a murderer, Phil. No one could ever tell me that.
I left a note.
We've gone all over that.
I killed him. He beat Mother. I killed him, I tell you.
Stop that, Phil. I know better.
They thought you did it, Felix. I heard them talking about your diary. You wanted to kill him. You said so in your diary.
Maybe I did, but...
They'd hang you, Felix.
So that's why you wrote the note and pretended you did it?
Yes, I saw you in the pantry with Dad's bottle of tonic before you went for the sale with him.
You saw me? Oh, I'm sorry, Phil. Sorry you saw me. Naturally, you jumped to the conclusion that I... Oh, poor little man. Oh, there's nothing for you to worry about now, Phil.
You mean they're not going to hang you, Felix?
They're not going to hang me.
You won't let them do anything to you? Promise me.
No, I won't let them do anything to me. But, Phil, there are other things for you to think about now. Now that your father's gone, you are head of the house. That's a man's job, Phil. There's a lot you've learned about courage these last few days. Living takes a lot of courage. This is pretty grown-up talk, Phil. Do you understand me?
I'm trying, Felix.
You remind me a lot of my own son.
You mean the boy my father ran?
That's right, Phil. Yes, you're a lot like him.
Would he have gone sailing with us?
Oh, yes. I think Ronnie would have been quite a sailor.
Can we go sailing tomorrow, Felix?
Not tomorrow, Phil.
Are you going away, Felix?
Yes, but not as far as most people might think.
You sound very strange, Felix.
I have a note to write. I have to make everything shipshape. You go on out to your mother and tell them they may join me in a few minutes.
Can't I wait, Felix?
No, Phil. Go ahead now.
But...
Those are orders. Skipper's orders.
Aye, aye, sir.
Goodbye, son. I thought I'd made the last entry in this diary, but there will have to be one more. This diary was kept for only one purpose, to make George and the police believe that I planned to kill the beast by drowning him. Death was already waiting for George Rattery at home, in the bottle of his tonic, where I had placed 3 pellets of rat poison taken by me from the garage. My plan was almost perfect. The only thing I didn't expect was that someone loved me enough to try to destroy the evidence I had so carefully planted in an effort to help me, and even to confess to my crime in order to save my skin. I know now that my life ended with the death of my son, Ronnie. It seems that I must have just come back to life for a few weeks to save Phil. Yes, I killed George Rattery. I have no regrets. I might have known that the matter would be taken care of fittingly. It says in the Bible, the beast must die, but the man dieth also. Yea, they both must die. George was right about that tonic of his. It is very bitter.
And so closes The Beast Must Die, starring Herbert Marshall. Tonight's tale of suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by William Spear.
Have you discovered the age-old secret of famous chefs and lovers of fine food? Namely, how good wine makes even the simplest, most inexpensive meals really exciting events? How Roma wines perform flavor miracles in bringing out rich, new savoriness? Well, the next time you cook any of the red meats, stews, fish, or poultry, add a generous portion of any Roma California table wine, delicious Sauterne, hearty Burgundy, or tasty claret. Then put the same bottle well chilled on the table with your meal. You will be amazed at the wonders Roma wine performs in bringing out all the appetizing goodness of even the simplest foods. Remember, Roma wines, these marvelous aids to greater enjoyment of daily meals, cost only pennies a glassful. So any home can afford the pleasure they give to everyday living. Ask for ROMA, Roma wines, America's largest selling wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is Herbert Marshall, and at the request of the United States Army, I'm addressing this to every soldier listening. Volunteers are once more being accepted for immediate training by the parachute troops. Paratroopers receive $50
Are you ready to
extra per
unlock the
month
full
in base
potential
pay.
of your data
Officers
management?
get
Look
$100
no
extra
further.
per month.
Introducing
If you think you can qualify for the
G3PL.com, your
paratroops,
ultimate destination for
apply to your
mastering
company
Microsoft
commander
Access.
immediately. Mr.
Microsoft
Marshall
Access
appeared
is
through
a
the courtesy
powerful
of
tool
Metro
that lets you
Goldwyn Mayer,
organize,
producers of White
analyze,
Cliffs of
and report
Dover.
on your data
Next
with ease.
Thursday,
And
same
with
time, you will hear Mr. Peter Lorre with
learning how
Richard
to harness
Conte
its
as stars
capabilities
of
has never been more accessible.
At G3PL.com,
Presented
we
by
believe
Roma
that knowledge
Wines,
is the key to
ROMA,
success.
made
Our
in
expert
California
instructors will
for
guide you step by
enjoyment
step,
throughout the world.
whether you're a beginner.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/c/GAR.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, bidding you welcome to the sound of suspense. Welcome to the fear you can hear. Welcome to the world of mystery. This is a tale of young love. The love of a charming young man for a charming young girl. It is also the story of a mother's love for her child. As you can see, this story is positively dripping with love. But don't be dismayed, because love, like a door, has two sides. And when the other side is hatred, it can drip with venom and gore.
You're a liar, Mr. Snowden. Don't you think I know what you are?
You're wrong, Mrs. Daniels. I love your daughter.
Why?
Because I do, that's all. You can't explain something like that.
Listen to me, young man. Even her own father couldn't bear to look at Bonnie's face. That's why he left her so much money, because he felt guilty for what he felt for his own poor, homely daughter.
Mrs. Daniels, listen to me.
You're a liar, and a thief.
Our mystery drama, The Locked Room, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Henry Slesser and stars Jack Grimes and Corinne Orr. It is sponsored in part by new sugar-free Diet 7-Up and by the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal. I'll be back shortly with Act 1.
Oh, somebody's been drinking my sugar-free Diet 7-Up, and it's all gone.
Oh, actually, I saved a little.
Oh, a bear!
Hiya, Goldie. What's brewing?
That's Miss Goldilocks to you.
Oh, come on, kid. You mean you don't remember me? The cottage, the 3 chairs, the porridge?
Baby bear!
In the fur. Been a long time, Goldie.
But baby bear!
Just call me BB.
You drank all the sugar-free Diet 7-Up, and I have to conduct another diet drink taste test today.
Well, yeah, I saw the sign on the door, a professional taste tester, huh?
But how can I conduct my taste test now?
Why bother? I tried those other diet drinks, too. You'll notice there's still plenty of them around. Why not ask me?
Well, okay, BB. Tell me, why did you drink all the sugar-free Diet 7-Up?
I like the taste. Light, fresh, natural, sugar-free Diet 7-Up is definitely unbearably delicious.
Mm-hmm. I don't know, but it's always something, isn't it? You just about get over paying for the holidays, and April 15th is staring you in the face again. Well, Don was griping about doing our taxes. What else is new? And I remembered hearing that CIT has an income tax service. So I said, look, honey, unless you enjoy torturing yourself, why don't you let CIT do our taxes? Well, I guess I caught him at a weak moment, because that's just what he did. You know, he came home all smiles, said they were fast, computerized, had a $5 minimum charge, and saved him a lot of time and aggravation. And if he needed extra cash, he could have applied for a Uniloan right there at CIT. Don said the CIT man was so nice, it was almost a pleasure doing the taxes. Almost. CIT makes money happen. We really do. They make doing taxes almost a pleasure.
Highway that winds its way into the hilly regions upstate. The hour is late, and the sleek white sports car whose hood ornament faces north is the only vehicle for miles around. Even the sound of its purring engine doesn't seem to disturb the quiet of the countryside. But inside the car, the sound level is something very different.
Davy, please, turn that down before I go deaf.
What's the matter? Don't you like music?
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to save my hearing.
okay. There, is that any better?
Much.
Hey, how much longer is this going to take? You said it was only 30 miles or so to the house, and we must have driven 50.
We have not. You're not watching the mileage.
Listen, there are so many gadgets on this dashboard, I wouldn't even know where the speedometer is.
But you do like the car, don't you?
Like it? Hey, Bonnie, do you know what I've been used to driving all my life? Second-hand pickup trucks. That's about all our folks could afford.
I hated this car at first when Mother gave it to me. I mean, she must have thought it was what every young girl wanted on her 17th birthday. But the truth is, I was scared stiff of it.
Well, why should you be?
I don't know. Just was. It always felt like it was running away with me.
Ah, but now you're running away with it. And me.
Oh, I don't put it that way. I don't feel we're running away, Davy.
Oh, of course, not kidding. It was just a figure of speech.
Davy, look! We're almost there. Oh, there's the old red barn I told you about.
Hey, great. Do you want to make a right here?
Yeah, sharp right. And then straight up the hill until you come to the sign. Is it still there?
It was the last time you were here, anyway.
About 10 years?
No kidding.
Yeah, that's right. I was only 8 when we left.
Oh.
Davy, there it is. You can see the chimneys.
Oh, wow. Yeah, how many chimneys does the house have?
It seemed like hundreds. There was a fireplace in every room except the bathroom. Wait till you see it, Davy. Oh, just wait. Well, there it is. What do you think?
Now, that's what I call a real funky old house. How big is that place?
It has 4 floors and I guess about 30 or 40 rooms. I never counted them.
All those rooms and nobody living in them?
I know. It does seem like a terrible waste, doesn't it?
Oh, Bonnie, you're speaking to one-room Davy Snowden, remember? The only place I lived in my whole life with more than one room was the farmhouse. That had 3.
Oh, I wish you wouldn't keep talking about that. I mean, you know, how poor you were.
Okay, kitten. Rich little girls get to feeling guilty when they hear stuff like that. Look, let's not sit out in the car all night, huh? Let's go look at that old haunted house.
It is not a haunted house.
You sure you got the key now?
Yeah, right here in my purse.
And the lights are working?
I told you, we rent the place every summer. We have to keep the electricity turned on.
Well, let's go then.
I think there's a light switch right near the door. Yeah, here it is. There.
Look at the size of this place.
I know, it's a terrible old barn of a place. That's what my father called it. When he died, well, Mother just thought it was foolish, the 2 of us living here all by ourselves.
Looks kind of run down.
I'm afraid it is. The foundation is still solid.
Plenty of furniture. Hey, come on, show me the rest of the house, huh?
What would you like to see first?
Well, upstairs. That's where the bedrooms are, right?
Yes.
Well, that's the first thing we have to do. Decide which bedroom we want.
Oh, Davy.
Do you love me, Bonnie?
Oh, you know I do.
Say it.
I love you.
Say, I love you, Davy.
I love you, Davy.
Well, in that case, let's pick out the bedroom. How many choices do we have?
At least 10.
Oh, it might take us all night. Come on. No, I don't like to look at that one. It's too gloomy.
That was my mother's room.
You mean your folks had their own room?
That's right.
Well, maybe that's how they do things when you're rich. But me, I'm just a country boy. Now, let's see about this door. Hey, this one's stuck.
No, it's locked. It's always been locked.
What for?
I don't know.
Well, what's behind it? Another bedroom?
Honestly, I don't have the faintest idea. It's been locked ever since I can remember. Daddy once told me never to go near this room. I want to remember my mother talking about it, sort of nervously.
Oh, that sounds very mysterious. What do you say we break it in, huh?
Oh, Davy, no, we can't do that.
Well, gee, aren't you curious? Maybe it's full of hanging women, like in Bluebeard's castle. Or maybe that's where the family jewels are hidden.
Oh, let's leave it alone, Davy. I was always scared of that door.
Yeah, but what's it locked for? Seems to me when a door is locked, that means there's something pretty interesting behind it. Stands to reason, right?
Well, I'm sure it's just some old storeroom or something.
Bonnie, listen, there could be something valuable in there, something worth money. And since the house is yours, I mean, this is your house, isn't it? Your father left it to you, didn't he?
Yes.
Well, if there's anything valuable in there, it belongs to you.
Oh, Davy, all those promises not to talk about money.
I'm not talking about your mother's money. I'm talking about what's yours, rightfully yours.
But the house isn't really mine. Not yet. Not until I'm 21, and that's almost 4 years from now.
Now, don't be technical.
Oh, Davy.
Okay, if that's how you feel about it. We got plenty of time anyway.
Davy, remember what you said about the fire?
It's getting late, Bonnie. Don't you think we should be in bed?
Couldn't we have a fire first, please?
Sure. Anything you say. We want this night to be perfect, don't we? Yeah, I guess I am a little like that. Boastful about my poor childhood. As if it's a badge of honor or something. We didn't light fires because they were cozy and romantic, only because they made us warm. They're not very warm at that. Locked rooms. Yeah, that's really something, a locked room. The only room in our place that had a lock on it was the outhouse, and even that didn't work. Hey, you asleep? Hey, kitten, wake up. It's time to go to bed. Come on, Bonnie, wake up. Hey, what's that? Pete's sake, there's a car outside. Hey, Bonnie, wake up. There's somebody coming up.
What?
We got company.
Oh, no.
Well, who is it?
Oh, Davy, it can't be. Yes. There's her car outside. You can see it through the window.
You mean it's a neighbor or something?
No, it's my mother.
Oh, wow.
Oh, I have to let her in. She knows I'm here. She saw my car outside.
Well, I'm surprised you two aren't in bed already. That was the general idea, wasn't it?
Mother, please, let me explain.
I suppose you're David Snowden.
Yes, I am, Mrs. Daniels.
I see we have no trouble recognizing each other. Bonnie, fix your clothes. They're a mess.
I was just lying on the rug in front of the fireplace.
Yes, I've heard all about you, Mr. Snowden. Thank goodness I had the sense to think of this place when Bonnie didn't show up at home.
You have it all wrong, Mother. Davy, tell her.
Mrs. Daniels.
Never mind. I understand everything. I was afraid something like this might happen as soon as Bonnie started mentioning you in her letters from school. Bonnie, get your things. We're going home.
Mrs. Daniels, listen to me.
Sorry to break up your party, young man.
We're married, Mrs. Daniels.
What did you say?
Bonnie and I were married this afternoon. I've got the license right here.
It's true, Mother. We were married in Elkton.
That can't be. You're underage.
Not in Elkton, Mother. 18 is old enough. Davy and I are married, so you can't tell us what to do.
For the love of heaven. I think I have to sit down.
Oh, well, here, Mrs. Daniels. I'll just get the sheet off this chair
Mother,
here.
Please try to understand.
I understand, Bonnie. I went through a dozen Davies when I was your age. Oh, Bonnie. Oh, my poor Bonnie.
Well, now, you don't have to feel sorry for her, Mrs. Daniels.
Don't I?
No, because I love her.
I suppose you have no money.
Mother!
Be quiet.
No, Mrs. Daniels. My family were farm people. My father's dead, my mother's alive, but I don't even know where. But you don't have to worry about that, Mrs. Daniels. I didn't marry your daughter because of money.
Didn't you?
No, I didn't. Bonnie and I talked about it. I almost didn't marry her because of that, because of what people like you would say.
You're a liar, Mr. Snowden. Don't you think I know what you are?
You're wrong, Mrs. Daniels. I love your daughter.
Why?
Because I do, that's all. You can't explain something
Listen
like
to me,
that.
young man. Even her own father couldn't bear to look at Bonnie's face. That's why he left her so much money, because he felt guilty at what he felt for his own poor, homely daughter.
Oh, Mother, don't please.
Mrs. Daniels, listen to me.
You're a liar. A liar and a thief.
Stop it. Stop
You've got
it.
a smooth tongue, Mr. Snowden. A handsome face and a smooth tongue. And I'm sure you've convinced my daughter that you're utterly sincere. But it's only her heart you want to steal, not her fortune.
I love Bonnie. That's all there is to it. We're married, and there's nothing you can do about it.
You're quite wrong. There's everything in the world I can do about it. I intend to have this marriage annulled immediately.
You can't do that.
You have no idea how much money can do, young man. Bonnie, I'm going home now, and I want you to come with me.
No, I
Don't
won't.
make it any worse than it is now.
I won't go with you.
You see how it is, Mrs. Daniels?
Yes, I see how it is. Very well, Bonnie. But you'll regret this, mark my word.
Mother, I can't live without Davy. If you make us separate, I'll never forgive you.
You will, darling. Strangely enough.
I'll kill myself. Do you hear, Mother? I'll kill myself if you do this.
Now, don't talk nonsense. You think your heart will break, but it won't. A heart doesn't break. It withers. That's what I don't want you to find out. Goodbye, Bonnie.
I mean it. I'll kill myself. Oh, Davy.
As Shakespeare informed us, the course of true love never did go smooth. And perhaps the same applies to the course of untrue love. But let's not judge the sincerity of young Davy Snowden just yet. Let's wait and see what happens next to the newlyweds. when we return shortly with Act Two.
And now, another story of the ball and chain, as Kellogg's Special K presents The Library.
Welcome to the public library. May I help you, sir?
Yes, I'd like to check out Famous Laundromats of the World by Audrey Schnorbart.
Sir, excuse me, but isn't that ball and chain you're wearing just like the ones they use in the Kellogg's Special K commercial?
This ball and chain?
Yes, that one. How are you going to get rid of it?
Well, lots of good exercises, and by eating smart at every meal, starting with the Special K breakfast.
Don't you have to watch your calories?
Yes, and the Special K breakfast is less than 240 calories.
Less than 240 calories?
Right. A 1-ounce bowl of high-protein Special K, 4 ounces of skim milk, tomato juice, and coffee. It's really tasty, and it's going to help me get rid of this ball and chain. I'd say it's long overdue. Get it?
Your happy ending could begin with the Special K breakfast from Kellogg's. You're probably well aware of the advantages of a well-tuned car in helping you obtain better gas mileage. A well-tuned car can run more efficiently, more economically. If all cars were properly tuned and operating efficiently, we could save millions of gallons of gas. To help you evaluate your car's efficiency, your participating GM dealer has 2 new energy checks available. One is an economy checkup that includes an engine diagnosis along with several other inspections to see if your car is up to specs. The other is an economy tune-up to help give you a smooth-running engine that performs efficiently. Making the most out of the gasoline around is one of our country's basic challenges. It's important to you and to us at General Motors. That's why we're inviting everyone to come in now for a GM energy check at a Chevrolet, Pontiac, Oldsmobile, Buick, or Cadillac dealer. Get together with him and get more of a run for your money.
Now let's return to the locked room. The door we're looking at right now isn't the door to the old Daniels mansion upstate. This door is reached by walking up several long flights of stairs before you can read the faded numerals 4G.
Are we there, Davy?
Yeah, honey, here we are. Hey, you're wounded pretty bad.
No, I'm all right. I warned you that I'm not very strong.
And I warned you that a 4th floor walk-up is no fun.
We don't have anywhere else to go, Davy.
Yeah, I know that, all right. Well, brace yourself. Here's the Snowden residence. I suppose I should carry you over the threshold. Well, come on in. Don't just stare at it.
It's, not all bad, Davy. Really.
No, you don't have to say that. Don't say anything except, I love you. That's always nice to hear.
You know that I love you, Davy.
Then close the door and show me.
Oh, Davy. Davy, I'm so worried.
Yeah, I knew that my room would affect you that way.
I don't care about the room. Anywhere is all right if I'm with you. We'll get along, and then I'll have the money my father left me.
Yeah, and 3 years, if you survive that long.
I'm sure my mother will change her mind about us. I'm sure of it. As soon as he gets to know you.
Oh, Bonnie, couldn't you tell? It was hate at first sight. She took one look at me, and it was hate kill.
Davy, do you think she can really do what she said? Get our marriage annulled?
I don't know. It was a legal marriage. I mean, you didn't need parental consent in that state.
But she's so smart about such things. She's run my father's company since he died. She has all these lawyers on her payroll.
Stop worrying about it, Bonnie.
But what if she could do it? I couldn't stand that, Davy.
Stop worrying, I said. You got one thing going for you, kitten, and that makes all the difference in the world. Your mother loves you. She wouldn't hurt you for anything.
Davy, tell me the truth. Do you think I'm homely?
I think you're beautiful.
Oh, I know that isn't true, but I'm not really repulsive, am I?
Oh, you kidding? Come here.
Oh, Davy, it's true about my father. I know that. He was so disappointed that I wasn't pretty.
He must have needed glasses. Who's that? Nobody even knows I'm here. Hello?
Is this Mr. David Snowden?
Yeah, that's right. Who's this?
My name is Hedinger, Mr. Snowden. I'm an attorney, Hedinger and Dulles. We're on Vanderbilt Street.
Yeah, so?
One of my clients is Mrs. Harriet Daniels. I'm sure the name is familiar to you.
Yes, I've heard of her.
I was wondering if we couldn't get together to discuss a certain matter regarding her daughter, Bonnie.
You mean my wife, Bonnie?
Who is that, Davy?
Yes, that's right. I wonder if it would be convenient for you to come to my office sometime this afternoon.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Hedinger, but Mrs. Snowden and myself are a little busy at the moment.
Well, how about tomorrow, then? Would that be possible?
one of them anyway.
I beg your pardon?
All right, Mr. Hedinger. I'll come to your office tomorrow. Say about 10 o'clock?
That would be just fine. The address is 50 Vanderbilt. We're on the 21st floor.
I'll be there. Well, it looks like the fun is starting.
Oh, Davy.
Please sit down, Mr. Snowden. I think you know the situation as well as I do, and you've probably anticipated my first question.
Well, I'm not sure I have, unless it's, why don't I just go away and stop bothering her daughter?
It's something like that. But it would be hardly sensible to expect you to do such a thing without incentive.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Don't tell me I'm about to get an offer, a money offer.
Nobody's talking about a bribe, I assure you. There's a practical reason for such an offer. Annulment proceedings, no matter how certain we are of success, cost money. Mrs. Daniels could actually realize quite a savings if you cooperated for some flat figure, say $5,000. Not unreasonable of her.
Do me a favor, huh? You tell Mrs. Daniels that I wouldn't give up my marriage license for $1 million.
I notice you specify $1 million.
So long, Mr. Hedinger.
Please sit down. Huh? That wasn't all I had to tell you.
Okay. What else is there?
We can sue for annulment on a few other bases.
Such as what?
Falsification of your marriage certificate, for instance.
Falsification? What the heck are you talking about?
Your age, for instance. You're not 24, Mr. Snowden. You happen to be 30.
Well, what's so important about that, for Pete's sake?
You gave your age as 24.
Well, so what? Everybody knocks a few years off their age at some time or other. It's just business.
Let's see. Your business is freight forwarding, isn't it? You work in a three-man company at a salary of $145 a week. Surely you didn't think it was necessary to dye your hair or anything like that for the sake of executive advancement.
Look, Mr. Hedinger, first of all, I'm 29, not 30.
I'm a few days premature, I suppose. You'll be 30 next week, won't you? Happy birthday, in case I don't see you.
I just didn't want Bonnie to think I was too old for her.
Don't make everything so difficult, Mr. Snowden, because you know how it's going to end. Mrs. Daniels is the most determined woman you've ever met in your life. She scares the pants off me, I can tell you.
Oh, well, that's your problem.
If she has to spend $1 million to get Bonnie out of your clutches, she'll do it. I'll guarantee you $10,000 if you'll sign an agreement.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hedinger. No can do.
You're a stupid boy. Do you know that? Sorry, I take that back. A stupid man.
So long, Mr. Hedinger. Give my best to Bonnie's mother. I tell her we're both very happy.
Have a chance. I know we don't.
Well, it doesn't look good, that's for sure.
You should have told me the truth. You should have told me you were really 27.
I don't know. I just didn't want you to think that I was still an undergraduate at that age.
Oh, there's got to be some way out, Davy. There has to be. If you could just talk to her.
She won't give me the chance. She's made up her mind that all I want is your lousy money.
Well, what if there wasn't any money? What if I found away the rights to the money my father left me? That would make her believe us, wouldn't it?
Well, that's pretty drastic, kitten. I mean, that money is yours. When you come of age, you're entitled to it.
But I don't care about money, Davy.
You don't now, maybe, but later. I couldn't have you making that kind of sacrifice for me. Bonnie, you probably hate me for it later.
Oh, I could never hate you. I love you so much. I think I'll love you after I'm dead. Davy, what are you thinking?
Nothing.
Davy, you don't care about the money, do you? Please talk to me.
Bonnie, I have an idea. I have a very crazy, very good idea.
About what?
Well, I wouldn't blame you for not going through with it. I'd understand.
But what is it?
You remember what you said, what you told what you told your mother up at the house about your killing yourself?
Yeah, I remember.
Well, she didn't believe you, of course. What if your mother really thought you were serious about killing yourself? Wouldn't that make her change her mind in a hurry?
Well, yeah, I suppose it would, but we could never fool her about such a thing.
No, if we were smart, we could.
No, she's smarter than both of us put together. I know her, Davy. There's just no fooling her.
Wait a minute. Wait. Don't throw it away so fast. Let's talk about it. Let's think for a minute.
But it just wouldn't work.
Yeah, but if you really did try, Bonnie, only you didn't try too hard, only enough to make it look good.
Well, how could I do that?
other ways. Gas, for instance. We could fix up a phony gas suicide. Bonnie, don't look like that.
I'm sorry.
All right, forget it. Forget I ever said it.
No, go on.
It could be something like, sleeping pills. You've got sleeping pills, haven't you?
Yeah, I have.
Well, you wouldn't have to take more than 2. I mean, maybe 3. Now, that won't hurt at all, and we'd make it think you took the whole bottle. Now, don't you see how easy that'd be?
Yes, I suppose so. Oh, Davy, hold me, please.
Oh, kitten, you could write your mother a letter. You could tell her what you were planning to do, but that I don't know about it, see? You could say you were going to swallow the whole bottle of pills, but you'll actually take just a few. Then when your mother shows up here...
I'm so scared, Davy.
I promise you nothing will happen except that your mother will know that you meant it, Bonnie, about loving me so much. You do love me, don't you?
Yes, Davy. I do.
There's another famous saying about love, that it conquers all. Presumably, that includes time, distance, and mothers-in-law. But will love and deception succeed together? We'll find out shortly when I return with Act 3.
Ever had a tall, frosty glass of Amplitude? Well, if your beer is Budweiser, you've had it often. Amplitude is a fancy word for the entire taste phenomenon, the total experience of flavor. Next time you take a healthy swallow of Bud, watch what happens. Think about the sensations you're experiencing. Notice how the flavor of Bud comes on nice and easy. Not too strong, not too quick, just right. Notice the clean, crisp togetherness of Bud's taste. Everything in perfect balance, with no single element jumping out at you. And there'll be no aftertaste either, no hanging on. And you'll be refreshed and ready for another glassful. Actually, Bud drinkers have been experiencing Amplitude for years, but they never phrase it that way. They just say Budweiser, and that says it all. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
It's so good to see the green grass grow again. After years of being careless, now the folks seem to know it's time to pitch in. Time to pitch in. We can breathe the fresher air. There's more beauty everywhere. Cause more people seem to care. They're all pitching in. We've got to pitch in to clean up America. We've got to pitch in to clean up America. And if everybody keeps pitching in, we can call on America. America the beautiful once again.
How can you pitch in? Like United States Brewers Association, P.O. Box 2570, Washington, D.C.
Things seem very normal in apartment 4G, the one-room residence of the newlyweds, Bonnie and David Snowden. Music is playing on their transistor radio, a frozen dinner is thawing slowly, and Bonnie and David are hunched over the kitchen table, composing a letter. The only thing that makes this domestic scene a bit bizarre is that they are collaborating on a suicide note.
Dear Mother, I warned you what I would do if you tried to get our marriage annulled. Tonight, I'm going to take a whole bottle. Davy, do we still have that music?
Okay. I didn't know it was bothering you.
I'm nervous enough as it is.
Okay, I said.
Dear Mother, I warned you what I would do if you tried to get our marriage annulled. Tonight, I'm going to take a whole bottle of sleeping pills. Oh, Davy, it just doesn't sound right.
It's not so bad, Bonnie. Look, maybe you better put in something about me not knowing about it. I think that's important, that your mother realizes that I had no idea you were going to try to take your life.
Well, maybe you better write it, Davy. I'm just no good at this sort of thing.
I guess you don't have much experience writing suicide notes.
Well, I just can't help feeling it's wrong.
Wrong? What? How?
Well, you know.
No, I don't. The only thing that could be wrong about it is if it didn't work, but... Okay, if you've got cold feet, okay, we'll let your mother go through with it. We'll let that lawyer Hedinger get our marriage annulled. Is that what you want?
Well, you know it isn't.
Have you got a better idea than this? Have you?
No.
And tell me what you want to do, Bonnie. You name it.
Well,
Oh, the first line is okay. Only after that, I think you should say, Davy doesn't know I'm doing this. I didn't want anyone to know so that nobody would stop me.
Wait a minute, not so fast.
Well, you don't have to put it down exactly the way I said it. Make it sound like yourself, you know.
Yeah, I'll try.
And, what else? Say something about, I'm doing this because I love Davy, because I can't live without him.
Yes.
That'll make her understand. You see, she'll realize that you might try to kill yourself again if she broke us up. And if she loves you, she won't want that to happen, Bonnie. You see?
Yes.
Hey, come on. You're getting tears all over the letter.
Oh, Davy.
Go on, Bonnie. Now, sign it. That's right. That's just perfect. Now, you got the envelope?
Here.
Okay, if I get it into the mail now, she'll have it tomorrow morning. Now, she's sure to phone here as soon as she receives it.
Davy, she might even call the police.
Oh, it doesn't matter who she calls. Police, a doctor, it'll be okay. I mean, you'll really be asleep, Bonnie. You'll take just enough pills to put you into a nice, deep sleep. Understand?
Yes, I understand.
Now, I'll be right back, sweetheart. I'll just run downstairs and mail this, huh?
All right, Davy, but hurry back. I don't want to be alone. What time is it, Davy?
9:15.
Do you think Mother got the letter this morning?
Well, you never know with the post office these days. But it could happen.
Even if the letter gets there, she might not be home. She might have left the house early.
Doesn't matter, Bonnie. Sooner or later, she'll see it.
Well, I just don't think it's going to work, Davy.
There. That must be her.
Do you think it is, really?
There's no doubt about it. I don't know anybody who'd call me this early in the morning.
Well, how about the people at your office?
No. I'm away on a 2-week honeymoon, remember? They don't even know I'm in town.
Well, Davy, shouldn't you answer it?
No, kitten, no. Don't you understand? She's got to get worried enough to do something. And you've got something to do, too.
You mean take those pills?
That's right, Bonnie. Hey, see? She stopped calling. She's probably on her way over here right now. Get the pills, Bonnie.
Yes, I have them right here. There are only 3 of them.
Yeah, get you a glass of water.
All right. Davy, you're sure it'll be all right?
I'm sure, Bonnie. It takes like a dozen of these things to hurt you. You just take a couple. Yeah, now, you better make it all 3, just to make sure you're fast asleep when your mother gets here.
She's only about half an hour away.
Well, that's time enough if you take them now.
Yeah, all right.
You can trust me, Bonnie. You know that. I won't let anything happen to you.
Yeah, I know that. I know that, Davy.
Okay, now, come on, take the pills, sweetheart.
Yes.
There. That wasn't so hard, was it?
No.
Now, all you have to do is go back to bed. Go to bed and sleep.
That won't be so hard either. Even without the pills. I slept so badly last night.
Yeah, I know.
Davy?
Yes, kitten?
Please kiss me. Kiss me. Good night.
One second. Oh, Mrs. Daniels.
Where is she? Where's Bonnie?
Well, now, to take it easy, she's sleeping.
Is she all right?
Well, what are you talking about? Of course she's all right. She's just asleep. She likes to sleep a little late in the morning, that's all.
Bonnie? Bonnie?
Hey, now, what do you think you're doing, Mrs. Daniels? Let her sleep, would you? She's had a bad night.
Look at her color. Look at her. Can't you see this isn't normal?
Well, she's always a little pale. So what?
Bonnie. Bonnie, can you hear me? It's Mother. Oh, dear God.
Hey, what's the matter with you?
You idiot. Where were you? I phoned here about an hour ago. The phone just rang and rang.
I was out. I went out to get the paper. I just got back a couple of minutes ago.
Bonnie, darling. Wake up. Wake up. Oh, why didn't I call somebody? Why didn't I call a doctor?
A doctor? What for?
Here. Read this.
Well, what is it?
Where's your telephone? Where is it?
Good Lord, this letter is...
We need a doctor, you idiot. Bonnie, maybe... Oh, no.
Mrs. Daniels.
She's dead. She's dead.
Oh, she can't be. She's just sleeping, Mrs. Daniels.
She took the pills. All those pills.
There weren't that many in that bottle. Maybe she'll be okay. I'll get the doctor.
It's too late. It's too late.
Dead, I tell you. Bonnie, wake up, kitten. Wake up. It's all right. Everything is all right. Bonnie, for Pete's sake, it's all over now. You better wake up. Oh, she's so cold. Bonnie, wake up.
Leave her alone. Can't you leave that poor girl alone, even now?
Mrs. Daniels, I swear there weren't many pills in that bottle.
It wouldn't have taken many. Not with Bonnie's heart. It wouldn't take... Well, it wouldn't take many.
What are you talking about?
Bonnie had rheumatic fever when she was 12. Her heart's been weak ever since.
No. No. Bonnie, please. Please. You've got to wake up. Hello?
Mr. Snowden?
Yes.
Walter Hedinger. You remember me, I trust.
Yes, I remember you.
Sorry to disturb you. I realize that you're still in mourning, of course.
What do you want?
I was wondering if you might be able to attend a meeting at our offices at 10:30 tomorrow.
A meeting? What for?
It concerns your wife's estate.
What are you talking about? I've got nothing to do with my wife's estate, and you know it. Bonnie wasn't dead 2 weeks, and I got a letter from you telling me so.
Well, there is still something that Mrs. Daniels wishes to discuss with you. Something beyond the, shall I say, legality of the situation.
Look, if Mrs. Daniels thinks she can make some kind of trouble for me...
No. It's nothing of the kind.
Don't try to kid me. She still blames me for Bonnie's death. She'd do anything she could to hurt me.
I assure you, Mr. Snowden, it's to your advantage to attend the meeting tomorrow.
My advantage?
That's correct. Because I can promise you one thing. Mrs. Daniels wants to do the right thing.
Please come in, Mr. Snowden.
Yes. How are you, Mrs. Daniels?
I'm as well as I can be, thank you.
Yes, of course.
Don't look stricken, young man. Nobody's going to hurt you. Have a chair.
Thank you.
Well, let's get started, shall we? Mrs. Daniels, as you know, we've already informed Mr. Snowden that he has no legal claims on your daughter's estate.
Yeah, I know all about that.
But did you explain why? You see, Bonnie's inheritance from my late husband wasn't due until she reached the age of 21. Since her death, it automatically reverts to me.
I didn't expect anything, Mrs. Daniels.
Very kind of you, I'm sure. However, Mr. Snowden, the fact that you did marry Bonnie imposes a certain kind of obligation on me. Some kind of gesture regarding your welfare.
I don't understand.
Mr. Snowden, you seemed most impressed by that old house we own upstate. You recall the one I mean?
Yes, of course.
It was once valued at a great deal of money. And it's yours.
What was that?
I'm deeding you the property. It would have been Bonnie's in a few more years. I have no further use for it. You may have complete possession of the land, the house, and everything in it.
Everything? You really mean everything?
Of course. Mr. Hedinger will see to the formalities. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go.
Look, gee, Mrs. Daniels,
Please don't thank me. I can stand anything from you now except gratitude. Good day.
Well, let's take care of the details.
Mr. Hedinger, could I ask just one question?
Yes?
When Mrs. Daniels said I could have everything in that house, well, there are certain places, locked rooms and things like that. Am I entitled to all of the contents?
You're entitled to every stick in the place, Mr. Snowden. In fact, Mrs. Daniels left you this full set of keys.
Oh, look at it. Look at it. It's all mine. The whole house, mine. God knows how much it's worth. Yeah, sure, it's run down, but the furniture alone. Now, where's that light switch? Yeah, here it is. Yeah, what did Bonnie call it? A terrible old barn. Yeah, but it's all mine, sweetheart. It's Davy's barn now. Maybe it's not $1 million, but it's something. Now, where are the rest of those keys? Yeah, a dozen keys, but one of them must open that door. Yeah, one of them will do it, so let's just get going, baby boy. That was really something, her giving me this house. No bless oblige, I guess. I gotta give the lady credit. She's got class. Let's see, it wasn't this floor. No, it was the next. There's gotta be a very good reason for locking up a room. There's gotta be something very valuable inside. Yeah, that's the door. That's the one. Okay, now to find the key. No, not that one. This is it's obviously too small. How about this one? Oh, that didn't do it. This one's too big. Not yet. I hope it's here. The lawyer said they were all here. I'll try this one. Well, it slipped in all right, but will it turn? Wait a minute, it's stuck, but I think it's going to do it. I think it's going to work. That did it. The lock's open. All I got to do is open the door. Pretty dark in there. Shades are down. But I see a lamp over there.
Some more sherry, Walter?
No, thank you, Mrs. Daniels.
Stop looking so grim, Walter. Sit back and relax.
Mrs. Daniels, I can't help but worry about what happened.
Worry? About that scoundrel?
You know what I mean. When that police lieutenant questioned me about Snowden's death, well, I didn't actually lie to him, but I didn't tell him the whole truth either.
You were completely honest, Walter. I'm sure you were.
No, I wasn't. You see, I'm absolutely sure you knew what you were doing when you deeded that house to him.
Of course I knew what I was doing. I was being generous.
But you knew what would happen, didn't you?
Yes, Walter, I knew. I knew there was no treasure behind that door. Only the rotten floorboards that made us shut up the room 15 years ago. I used to argue with my husband about it. I used to say that we should have the floor repaired before someone fell through to the basement. But he was a strangely miserly man sometimes. Not nearly as generous as I am. Now drink your sherry, Walter.
Well, what can you say about an 18-year-old girl who dies? Or her 30-year-old lover, for that matter? Regretfully, this love story has ended with both the lovers gone, which ought to make it twice as popular as the movie. I'll be back shortly.
Who knows how to help you solve your shopping problems? The Better Business Bureau knows. Wednesday, 10 o'clock. I'm back at the office working on the case when my secretary brings me the mail. Thanks, kid. The usual stuff. Then I see it. It's addressed to me, resident. Inside, a fake rabbit's foot. The pitch, a $2 donation or send back the rabbit's foot. My problem, what to do about it.
I'll help you with good advice from the Better Business Bureau.
Oh, yeah? Spill it.
If you receive unordered merchandise in the mail, you are under no obligation to return it or pay for it.
Thanks, pal. You're okay.
Just another consumer tip from your Better Business Bureau.
David Snowden isn't the last victim you'll hear about on our Radio Mystery Theater. We intend to bring you the final dying screams of many, many more. That's a specialty of radio, of course, which explains why we give all our actors scream tests. Our cast included Carmen Matthews, Corinne Orr, Jack Grimes, and Sidney Smith. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
I know I'm no sort of expert, but can't you talk about your work with me?
There's a reason for it, Lisa. There's a reason.
Well, what?
I told you, my nightmares, they're all visions in black and gray and slashes of red.
Well, then if you won't talk about your paintings, why not tell me about your nightmares?
You wouldn't enjoy hearing about them. Or rather, about it.
It?
I have only one nightmare. Just one. I have it virtually every night. Sometimes it follows me into the daylight. I can close my eyes, and there it is. For years, I've tried to destroy it by painting it. Not its details, just its colors. But the therapy hasn't worked.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/c/GAR.
Now, from the makers of Cold Water Omo.
The Grand Vizier clapped his fleshy hands, and instantly the curtains parted. 2 heavily veiled harem girls appeared through the drapes, carrying trays of tea and various things to eat.
Now, that really is service.
Oh, we don't stand any laxity here, Mr. Steed. These are a couple of my wives, by the way. Number 4 and number 33. Oh, number 33 is a charming girl. Cost me a bag of salt and 4 goats. Vizier, how many wives at the last count?
239, your mighty one.
I see your eyes flash at the prospect, Steed, eh? But remember, that means 239 mothers-in-law also.
A very sobering thought.
Ah. Well, now, tea. Here are hot scones. What would you like with them?
You haven't any honey, have you?
Honey? Loathe the stuff. Vizier, honey for Mr. Steed. And make sure that you taste everything on the trays before we eat. Sorry to insist on this, Mr. Steed, but you see, there are so many people who want to kill me. Would you believe it?
Discovered that the cleaning power of cold water Omo gives them sparkling clean results. Mrs. Joyce Whelan of East London has this to say.
I've tried it, and it works beautifully. I tried it on my children's clothes, on a general wash, and I noticed straight away that things were cleaner. Since then, I've used nothing else but cold water Omo.
Once an Omo user, always an Omo user. Omo cleans best.
Keep your complexion soft and young-looking with the creamy, moisturizing lather of Lux. Like Claudia Cardinale, choose Lux. Lux, a beauty treatment as you bathe.
Episode 6 of this story, in which John Steed gets Emma Peel into the Bahrainian embassy, where she becomes very much involved in the intricacies of the fantasy game. John Steed had managed to obtain the necessary credentials to get him into the Bahrainian embassy. There, the atmosphere of strictly orthodox Arabian behavior had been shattered when Crown Prince Ali, a personable young man with an English accent, had insisted on playing cricket in the large reception hall. Steed was finding the visit extremely pleasant, and when tea was served, he noted that the security precautions covered death by poisoning.
Right, Vizier. I shall have a little of that, 2 of those, a cup of lemon tea, and some gooseberry jam on one of the hot scones.
Yes, Your Highness.
Well, hurry up and taste the lot.
Immediately, oh great and powerful one.
The great and powerful one is also the hungry one.
Steed watched with interest as the Grand Vizier moved round the trays, sipping tea and crunching biscuits, sucking a spoonful of gooseberry jam.
No discomfort?
None, Your Majesty.
Not even the slightest twinge?
No, oh gracious one. The food is pure enough for the devourer of evil to consume.
The devourer of evil has no wish to devour evil. That's the whole point of the exercise. The Grand Vizier tastes everything for me, Mr. Steed.
So I observe.
There's always some nut trying to pop me off. Have to be extremely careful. Why, only last year we discovered that 2 of my cooks were members of the Pale Mauve May movement.
Oh, indeed. What steps did you take?
Oh, I liberated them for good. But come, Mr. Steed, what about you? Tea?
Thank you, yes. 2 lumps.
But you haven't got your honey.
Well, it really isn't important. I think I prefer the gooseberry jam. Please don't bother. This looks fine. You say you loathe honey, Your Highness.
Oh, can't bear it. Never touch it. Far too sweet for my taste. My wives, though, they love it, all of them.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, yes. No idea how much they eat. 239 tummies to fill is a devil of a lot. I've had to order loads of honey while I'm here.
Ah, and you order best British honey, of course.
Of course.
From B. Bumble and Company, of course?
Of course. Yes, that's right. 40 jars of the stuff, a whole truckload.
I see. 40 jars? One truckload?
Oh, they weren't small jars like the gooseberry jam. They were special, prince-sized jars. More like the ones round the walls.
The prince indicated with a wave of his hand an enormous Ali Baba-type jar standing in the corner.
40 man-sized jars. May I see them?
Impossible. They're all in there.
Again, the prince gestured with an elegant wave of his hand, this time towards a draped doorway flanked by burly guards. Steed got to his feet.
Well, surely your Highness won't mind if I have a quick look.
But as Steed moved forward, the two guards at the entrance jumped to attention and slammed their scimitars across the doorway, barring the entrance.
You can't go in there, Steed. No man can, except me. That is my harem.
Shortly after this, Steed admitted defeat and went home. Mrs. Peel was waiting for him. He outlined his ideas to her.
Well, it's clear enough, Mrs. Peel. It's the old Ali Baba and the 40 Thieves plot again. It's a typical Ponsonby Hopkirk fantasy. He was always kinky about the Arabian Nights. This one's right up his street.
Could be.
I'm sure of it.
Well, what do we do now?
Well, I bought you a present. Like to try it on?
Steed reached into his coat pocket and withdrew an Eastern yashmak. He held it over the lower half of Mrs. Peel's face.
Yes. Oh, it suits you.
No, Steed.
Brings out the colour of your eyes.
I said no.
But, Mrs. Peel, only a woman has any hope of getting into the prince's harem.
I absolutely and positively refuse.
Now, look, that's where the killer is hiding, I'm sure of it. It's the QQF-suggested fantasy plot. The assassin is concealed in one of those 40 jars. The rest are all honey, but one has a killer concealed in it. Now, look, I can't get in there, and you can.
No, Steed. I'm not joining anyone's harem.
The prince is quite good-looking, young, attractive, and rich.
I don't care if he's Paul Newman. The answer's still no.
Well, but if Prince Ali is murdered and you have to go through the rest of your life thinking, if only I had agreed to help.
Now, see, that's not fair. That's blackmail, and I... All right. Tell me the worst.
Well, the prince has invited me to dinner tonight.
And you are taking another guest along?
Well, not a guest, exactly. Tell me, Mrs. Peel, what size do you take in puff trousers?
Later that day, in the health centre, Arkady, the Turk, had finished bathing and was dressing for dinner. His manservant was helping him into a large corset, lacing it around Arkady's middle.
Oh, no. The last lace hole. Try now.
Yes, sir.
I not wish to hurt you. When I say go. Oh, that is it. Oh, it's very good. Very good. Very slim. Very beautiful. Thank you. I think so, too. Yeah, the cummerbund. The pistol in the cummerbund, sir. No, I regret. I will be unable to smuggle it in. The search will be rigorous. That's it. Now, the coat? Yes, sir. That is good. I must hurry now. It will not do to be late for the prince's dinner party. His first dinner party. And his last. Vincent will see to that. Yes, it should be quite a night. Quite a night.
The reception hall at the Bahrainian embassy had been prepared for a sumptuous feast. The prince, clad in resplendent ceremonial robes, was seated on a cushion at the head of the feast. John Steed, in black tie, was seated next to him. The Grand Vizier was kept busy introducing the guests.
I'm extremely flattered to be asked to your dinner party and be allowed such a place of honor, Your Highness.
It's my pleasure, old boy. I haven't met anyone in this country who bowls leg breaks as well as you do. These things are important, you know.
Don't you think so? Has the Grand Vizier tasted all this food?
Well, of course.
No wonder he's putting on weight.
Allow me to offer you this delicacy. Mountain rat's tails in aspic.
Well, actually, I'm trying to give them up. A habit forming.
Your Highness, May I be allowed to present my compliments?
Arcady, nice to see you again.
Oh, it was most gracious of you to invite me, sir. I trust your highness is in excellent health.
Indeed I am. Oh, Mr. Steed, may I present Mr. Arcady?
Mr. Steed, I'm delighted to know.
Mr. Steed is a rival of yours, Arcady. He's from the British government.
Oh, then congratulations. You beat us to it.
Oh? The oil concessions.
My country hopes to obtain them in exchange for our military protection.
Oh, I understand. Your Highness, as this feast seems to have satisfied the inner man, might I be allowed to provide a little entertainment to follow it?
Oh, by all means, Mr. Steed. Be seated, Arcady. Continue, Mr. Steed.
Thank you. Very well.
Steed rose and made a gesture to one of the guards, who struck the gong.
Your Highness, with your permission, may I present to you and your guests the Star of the East, Emma.
The curtains parted, and Mrs. Peel, heavily veiled and dressed as a harem dancer, snaked into the room to the accompaniment of suitable music. The prince leaned forward with interest as Mrs. Peel began to dance, removing one veil after another. After 4 down and 3 to go, Steed muttered,
Not bad, Mrs. Peel.
Not bad? She's splendid. I am pleased. Well pleased.
The prince leaned forward and licked his lips as the dance ended.
6 veils. I counted only 6 veils. There's still one more.
Well, she was poorly educated. Alas, she cannot count.
I would speak to this woman.
Oh, certainly. Emma, over here, please.
Yes, master.
Just say, we don't want to offend the offended.
Mrs. Peel stepped forward. The prince gestured to his side. Mrs. Peel sat down between him and Steed.
A shy one, eh? Not much to say.
Retarded. Definitely retarded.
Mrs. Peel shot Steed a look over her yashmak that made the death of 1,000 knives appear a compliment.
I offer 12 goats for this woman. It's a great deal to offer, but I have taken a fancy to her. I will buy her from you.
Yeah, but Your Highness, I couldn't possibly. I mean...
It seems, Your Highness, that the British have no respect for your wishes. Now, if it were my government that were so requested...
I was about to say that I couldn't possibly accept anything. No, goats, not even the smallest nanny. If you like her, she's yours. I give her to you. You can put her into your harem at any time.
Steed is a 5-letter word.
And with a vicious uppercut, Jimmy Anderson finishes trimming his whole hedge in just 3 hours, 11 minutes. Great work, Jimmy. Do you play any other sport?
Yes, dominoes.
You're looking pretty cool, Jimmy. What deodorant do you use?
Shield for Sportsmen, of course.
Why?
It works.
Shield for Sportsmen deodorant won't stick, sting, or stain. In aerosol or roll-on, it's made to keep sportsmen cool and dry. Think what it can do for you.
Once an Omo user, always an Omo user, like Mrs. Bodington.
My wash is beautiful, and I'm very proud of it. There's nothing like cold water Omo.
No dirt can stand up to Omo. Over 1 million housewives have proved it. It cleans best.
The Avengers.
Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers, brought to you by the makers of Cold Water Omo.
Dodge City and in the territory on west,
There's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Good evening, Mr. Sybert.
Oh, hello. Hello, Henry. Have a drink?
No, thank you, sir.
Well, what do you come into a saloon for if you ain't going to drink?
No offense, Mr. Sybert. I just don't feel like a drink.
Well, man's free to do what he feels like, Henry.
Up to a point he is, sir.
You're all alike, you Southerners.
We keep our word. To men and to women.
Now, is that what you're here for, to see I don't run off?
No man's going to shame my sister, sir.
Oh, what are you talking about? I'm going to marry her in 2 days.
Yes, sir. You are.
Now, look, Henry. We postponed the wedding last month because I had to go to Abilene on business. I run a big ranch. It takes a lot of hard work and time. And the ranch comes first. Can you get that through your head?
I understand. I just hope for your sake you don't have to go anywhere this time. Polly wasn't proud having to call off the wedding last month.
Well, suppose you leave that to me and Polly and keep your puppy nose out of this.
I don't care for that remark, Mr. Sybert.
Oh, no? Well, then let's see what a young Confederate gentleman does about something he don't care for. Go ahead. You're wearing a gun?
You can't bluff me, sir.
All right, hold it, you two. Oh. Get this little whippersnap off of my back, Marshal, before I shoot.
That's enough, Sybert. I don't want any fighting here. Especially between prospective brothers-in-law. You two ought to be ashamed of yourselves. Now, Henry, you go on. Get out of here, huh? Go drink someplace else tonight.
I'm not drinking, Marshal.
You're still ahead. Get out anyway, huh?
All right, sir. But don't you forget what I said, Mr. Sybert.
Oh, those hot-headed Virginians. I don't know if I ought to marry into a family like that or not.
Well, marrying's your problem, Sybert. Just don't kill any of them, that's all.
Have a drink, Marshal.
I got one at the table over there, thanks.
Well, later, maybe.
Maybe.
You sure stopped that just in time, Matt.
Yeah.
That kid wouldn't have had a chance against Nat Sybert.
No, but he'd have tried it anyway.
They're going to make a real happy family.
Now, they'll get along. Sybert's and Polly, anyhow.
They will if Henry and his father give them a chance. It's too bad Mrs. Troyman isn't still alive. She'd handle it better.
They're nervous about the wedding, that's all, Kitty.
And about Sybert's money. They need it bad.
They used to be rich, Kitty. Back in Virginia.
Sure, before the war. What about now? Why do you think they're so happy to be able to marry Polly off to a big rancher like Sybert? You know it as well as I do, Matt.
Yeah, except for Polly. I think she's real fond of Sybert.
Sure. And he's fond of her, too. After all, she's a woman, isn't she?
Yeah, I know. But maybe you'll settle down now and quit running around so much.
I hope so, for her sake. When's the wedding, Matt? Day after tomorrow?
Yeah, that's what they say.
You're going, aren't you?
Yeah, I suppose I'll go.
I love weddings.
Oh, great heavens, Kitty. I nearly forgot.
What?
I saw Polly on the street the other day, and she asked me to tell you that you'd be welcome at the wedding if you want to come.
She did? Well, I've only met her at the store and around.
Seems she likes you. Anyway, that's what she said.
Well, gee, Matt. You think I should?
Well, you were invited by the bride. I don't know why not.
Well, maybe I better think it over. She's got enough trouble as it is. But anyway, I feel kind of good, her asking me.
They're just people, Kitty. Like anybody else.
Oh, if there's anything I hate, it's a liar, Matt.
What's the trouble now, Doc?
These eggs. The cook swore they were fresh, and I know darn well they've been put down in water glass.
Why don't you raise some chickens, Doc?
I would. But it just create a whole new class of thieves. Chicken thieves.
You're in for a bad day, Doc. You started feeling this way.
I'd sooner trust Crazy Beulah over there than most people I know around here.
Crazy Beulah? Oh, yeah. I haven't seen her in a long time.
You know, that's the funny thing about her, Matt. She's still sort of pretty.
After you look in her eyes, she is. You know, Doc, I can't help feeling sorry for her.
Well, I know, but there's nothing anyone can do to help her.
No, I guess not.
She came to see me a couple of weeks ago. Had the ague.
No.
And she paid my fee, too. And if Crazy Beulah can pay up, you'd think the more prosperous citizens around here could, too. Oh, I sometimes wonder about these people, man. Really, I do.
Maybe you charge too much, Doc.
If I charged nothing, they'd still cheat me somehow. Good morning, Mr. Dillon. Chester.
Hi, Doc. Chester.
Looky here at this. Read it.
No? If Nat Syberts marries that Tryman girl, there'll be a killing. I'm warning the law to stop it before it's too late. No, there's no signature. Where'd you get this, Chester?
It was under the office door when I opened up this morning. What do you make of it? Let me see it, Matt.
Here, Doc.
Oh, it's printed. Thought I might recognize the writing.
Well, that's why you printed it, I guess.
I see. I wouldn't want to be in Nat Sybert's boots. Young Henry is going to shoot him if he doesn't marry Polly. And here somebody is going to shoot him if he does. Well, all in all, it'll make for a lively tomorrow.
Chester, I think we better talk to Syberts about this.
Yes, sir. He's staying at the Dodge House till after the wedding.
Yeah, I know. Well, so long, Doc, and be sure and have a pleasant day, huh?
Oh, surely, Matt. So long.
Marshal, Chester.
Oh, Mr. Syberts?
I'd like to talk to you, Syberts.
Why, sure, Marshal. Come in.
Thank you. Chester found this note at the jail this morning, Syberts.
What in the... Who wrote this?
And I thought maybe you could tell me.
No, I've got no idea, Marshal.
Oh, can you think of anybody who doesn't want you to get married, Syberts?
You was there last night, Marshal. Sure don't look like it.
Yeah, I know, but I was thinking of somebody else, some enemy of yours who maybe wants to cause trouble.
No. I've got enemies, sure. What man hasn't? But they don't have nothing to do with me and Polly. What'd they care if I get married?
Well, say, maybe it's just a joke somebody's playing on you.
Mighty poor joke under the circumstances.
Yeah, I suppose it would be.
Old man told me to stay away from women a long time ago. I should have listened to him.
It's a little late now, isn't it, Syberts?
Yeah.
If you got any ideas, let me know, huh? Anyway, we'll be at the wedding. We'll do what we can.
And I'll be wearing a gun, too, Marshal. You can count on that.
Nat Syberts was a little wild, maybe, and he had a reputation with the women, but at the same time, he'd worked hard, and everybody felt that once he settled down, he'd probably be as steady as the next man. In any case, I didn't like the idea of a groom having to wear a 6-gun at his wedding, and even less the fact that a shooting might take place in a church. So I went out to see the Troymans.
Polly came to the door and ushered me into the front room where her father and Henry were sitting.
Can we fetch you something, Marshal? Glass of bourbon?
No, thank you, Mr. Troyman.
It wouldn't be very good bourbon, I'm afraid. Prices up, money's down. Things haven't been easy lately. Not for this family, anyway.
Please, Father.
Polly, I hate to bother you this way, but, well, it's important.
Nothing's happened to Matt.
If he's run off, I'll...
Quiet, Henry. Now let the Marshal speak.
No, he's all right, Polly. I just want to know if you can think of anybody who'd try to put a stop to the wedding tomorrow.
Try to stop it?
That's right, Henry.
But, Marshal, I don't understand.
Well, somebody's threatened to, Polly. I don't know who it could be, and neither does Nat Syberts. I talked to him about it, too.
This is about as strange, sir.
It sure is.
Is this true, Marshal?
And it looks that way, Polly.
But who'd not want us to get married?
Polly, when you took up with Nat Syberts, was there anyone else who might have been jealous about it? Uncommonly jealous, I mean. Enough to start trouble tomorrow?
No, Marshal, there wasn't.
Say, what about Red Withers?
Oh, Red Withers and I broke off 2 months before that, Henry. Besides, he's gone to Los Animas.
And there wasn't anyone else?
No.
Not unless she was sneaking out at night, like.
Father, another word like that out of you and
Leave a baby, Dad. Marshal, have you thought that maybe Nat Syberts himself might have started this?
He didn't.
How do you know he didn't? He ran out once before.
Henry,
He's not that kind of a man, Henry, that's why. Now, let's not get all upset about this. Polly, I promise you that Chester and I'll be there tomorrow, and we'll see that nothing goes wrong.
Thank you, Marshal.
I'll be there, too. Don't forget that.
Sure, Henry. But don't come wearing a gun.
Why not?
Because I'll take it off you if you do. You're too ready to use it.
Is there anything I can do, Marshal?
Well, I'll let you know if there is, Mr. Troyman. I'm sorry I had to trouble you with this, Polly.
I understand, Marshal, and I thank you kindly. I'll see you to the door.
Thanks.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, with the arrival of warm weather, people tend to forget their troubles and other people's troubles, too. We go off for the pleasures of the beach, the forests, and the countryside. By all means, let's get the most that life has to give. But let's keep the need of the Red Cross, the continuing need for blood, somewhere in our minds. At least once this summer, give a pint through your local chapter. Don't forget, disaster waits on no season. Give blood during the summer, too. Now the second act of Gunsmoke.
The next day was the wedding day, and Chester and I waited outside the church till Polly and Nat Syberts had arrived. Then we went inside and took up our positions on the far right and the left of the altar, facing the congregation. We were wearing our guns under our coats, and nobody seemed to take much notice of us. As soon as the ceremony began, I had a feeling that nothing would happen. And as it neared the end, I signaled to Chester, and we slipped quietly out to the church entrance.
There two had given and pledged their troth either to other, and have declared the same by giving in the seed gold
All I could see in there was a lot of real friendly faces, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. And there's nobody outside here.
That's Mr. Sybert's buggy right there, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. He's driving Polly out to the ranch right after the ceremony, Chester. She didn't want a celebration of any kind.
Well, it looks like there won't be any trouble after all. I sure hope not. On their wedding day and all.
That's over. They'll be coming out now.
Yes, sir.
We'll stay close to them till they drive off. It could happen right out here, you know.
Yes, sir. I'll watch whichever way you're not watching.
How will you know which way I'm watching unless you spend your time watching me, Chester?
What? Oh, well, now, I didn't exactly mean to... Oh, looky, here they come. Oh, my, don't they look proud?
Oh, Marshal.
Congratulations, Cybert.
Oh, thank you, Marshal. Let's get over here for a minute, huh?
Sure.
I guess that warning wasn't much to worry about after all.
It looks that way. You got nothing but friends here, as far as I can
that sure unsettles a man, though, a note like that.
I think you can forget about it now, Cybert.
I'll forget it when I find out who wrote it, Marshal. Look, that's what I wanted to ask you.
What?
If you learn anything about it, let me know. You promise me that?
What would you do if I did find out?
Oh, I'd kill him.
That's what I thought. Look, Cybert, you're married now, and you got more than yourself to think about. I'm a peace officer. I'm paid for it. It's my job. And if I find out who wrote that note, I'll run him out of the country. And I'll try to keep you from finding out who it was.
I'm not a boy, Marshal. I'm not sure I appreciate your trying to protect me.
Well, what about Polly?
Polly?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I see what you mean, Marshal.
You're just not used to being married, Cyrus.
No.
But go on. Start getting used to it. Polly's looking for you over there.
Thank you, Marshal.
Sure.
Well, are we all set to go?
Anything wrong, Mr. Dillon?
Not a thing, Chester. Come on, let's see him off.
Thank you. All right, Polly. Up you go, honey. That's the way.
Bye, Father. Bye,
So long, honey. Bye, everybody. You come see us up the ranch.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Oh, my goodness, Mr. Dillon.
What, Chester?
Oh, I'm just like an old woman at a wedding. You know, they ought to have more weddings here.
Well, if you like him that much, Chester, why don't you do something about it?
Well, what could I do?
Get married.
Huh? Me? Get married?
Well, why not?
Oh, now, Mr. Dillon, you know I can't do that. Why, I don't make enough money to keep body and soul together just for me, let alone a wife and a lot of kids and in-laws and all that. My goodness.
Well, you could start with just a wife.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. It's down the road Cyberts took. Come on, grab a horse. Anybody's horse, Chester. Pardon me. Come on. Come on.
There's the buggy, just past the bridge. I don't see nobody else.
Ease up, Chester, so we don't scare the horse.
Yes. Oh.
All right, take a look under the bridge, Chester.
All right.
Is he dead, Polly?
He's breathing. But I couldn't drive the horse back and hold him, too. Oh, Marshal, why did they do it?
Who did it, Polly? How many were there?
I don't know. I didn't see anybody. We were just driving across the bridge and they shot him.
Nobody around, Mr. Dillon. How is he?
Oh, please, Marshal, do something. He'll die.
Chester, get in the buggy and drive back to docks, quick.
Yes, sir. All right, just give me them lines, Polly.
And tell everybody to stay in town. I don't want them messing up the tracks out here. Now, hurry.
We'll be there before you know it, Polly. Hold him tight now.
As soon as the buggy had gone and the dust had settled, I looked around. Everywhere, but could see no one. Then I walked back and followed Chester's horse tracks down off the wagon road. His were the only marks on that side of the bridge, so I crossed over to the other side. And there I found the footprints of what must have been either a child or a woman. They led off in the direction of a small cabin about 300 yards away. And I followed them, gun in hand, at a slow trot. When it was clear that whoever it was had gone straight to the cabin, I left his trail and approached the door from a right angle.
Why, there's nobody here.
Hold it.
Oh, you, Marshal.
Beulah, come on outside, Beulah, quick. Now, who's in there? Tell me.
Nobody, Marshal. Nobody now that I'm out here.
You're trapped. Come out with your hands up.
What are you yelling for, Marshal? There, I got my hands up. See?
Get out of the way, Beulah.
Get out of the way. Everybody that tells Crazy Beulah to get out of the way. That's what Nat said. Get out of the way, Crazy Beulah.
Nat?
But he won't say it no more. I fixed him.
Beulah, what are you talking about?
He wouldn't even look at me on the street after. Then he up and married that Troyman girl.
You mean you shot him?
I warned you, Marshal. I told you to stop it. I told you what would happen. I told you. Why didn't you stop it? Why didn't you stop it?
You'll, take it easy now.
You believe me, Marshal?
What?
Take a look in the cabin.
By heaven, I will. What's this all about, Beulah? There's nobody in there.
Now my rifle.
Well, where is it?
Right there by the door.
Yeah, it's been fired, all right. Did you really shoot Nat Syberts, Beulah? I want the truth now.
Said I would, didn't I? I hate him.
But why? Why did you do it? Tell me.
No. I won't tell you. I don't have to.
Well, it's clear enough that you did it. All right, Beulah, get your things and let's go into town.
I don't need nothing, Marshal. I got all dressed up and everything. See? See?
Yeah. Yeah, you look fine.
I feel better now, Marshal. Now that it's all over. He's dead. I feel a lot better.
Give her anything she wants, Chester. See that she's comfortable.
Yes, sir, I will. It sure beats all, though, don't it?
Yeah. Well, I'm going up to Doc's. Maybe Syberts can talk now.
Well, you better hurry. Polly'll be back there in a minute.
All right.
Hello, Matt.
How is he, Doc?
I can't tell yet. But don't wear him out.
No. Hello, Syberts.
Marshal?
I guess we should have stayed with you a little longer, huh?
I don't even know where it came from, Marshal. He was under the bridge there, I guess. Got me right in the back.
It wasn't a he, Syberts. It was a she.
A woman?
Crazy Beulah. I just locked her up.
What? How do you know it was her, Marshal?
I trailed her to her cabin, and She admitted it.
She say why she did it?
She said you wouldn't look at her on the street. Told her to get out of the way or something. Doesn't matter much. Unless you want to tell me.
Well, just that I got drunk one night, Marshal, and she kind of chased after me ever since, and I tried to keep out of her way.
I see. Well, what are you going to tell Polly?
If I live.
If you live.
I don't know, Marshal. Might even tell her the truth.
All right, man. Now, that's enough.
Yeah, sure, Doc. So long, Sabbats.
Bye, Marshal.
2 days later, Doc announced that Nat Syberts would live. And the next day, they moved him up to the Troyman house where Polly could nurse him. I never did know if he told Polly what it was all about. Maybe he didn't have to. Crazy Beulah never asked about him, never mentioned his name again. For her, it was all over and done with. And then finally, somebody remembered that she had people in St. Louis. And once I located them, I put her on a train and sent her off. She seemed quite happy about the trip. And more normal than I'd ever seen her.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman Macdonnell, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, Sam Edwards, Joyce McCluskey, Joe Cranston, Elaine Williams, and Pat McGeehan. Parley Bear is Chester, Georgia Ellis is Kitty, and Howard McNear is Doc. Gunsmoke has been selected by the Armed Forces Radio Service to be heard by our troops overseas. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/C/GAR.
The makers of Camel cigarettes present Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. puff won't tell you.
One sniff won't tell you.
It takes day in, day out smoking to find out how mild a cigarette is, how well it agrees with your throat. Make the sensible cigarette test, the 30-day Camel mildness test, and see just how mild a cigarette can be.
Yes, and you'll find out why more people smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Here transcribed is Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency, the Milton Berle of homicide.
Pretty bad.
Oh, hi, Helen.
What are you doing?
Playing canasta.
Who's there?
Well, just me and that Japanese beetle I found hiding in my bills.
Japanese beetle?
Yeah.
And you're playing canasta?
Well, what do you expect us to do? I'm tired. He just finished giving me my judo lesson.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you believe me.
Oh, sure I do. Who's winning?
I am. He can't speak English. Besides, I make up the rules.
Mm-hmm. Am I going to see you tonight?
Well,
You what?
I don't know. Something just came into my office.
Client?
I don't know. Here comes another one.
One what?
Beats me, but they're pretty strange. Hey, where'd you leave your saucer, fellas? Maybe they're shills for the beetle. I'll call you back.
Bye.
Bye. Well, what can I do for it? Hey, wait a minute.
Oh, that was a piece, Salvador. Now pick him up, drag him over to the chair. Sure thing, Yuki. He is certainly very unconscious. He seems to be. See if you can revive him, Salvador. A pleasure. Would you mind holding my nuts, Yuki? I don't want I should break his jaw by accident. Ah, such a nice man. You are so considerate. I would be happy to hold your nuts for you, Salvador. Diamond. Diamond. He is very out. Well, here, Salvador, try this pitcher of water. Wait, I'll remove the gladiolus.
I felt as if I was lying in the middle of a crowded sink and someone had piled all the dishes on my head. They turned on the faucet and I floated up with a dirty coffee cup and took a look around. I treaded water and squinted through my dewy eyelids at two of the ugliest dishwashers I had ever seen.
Look, he's twitching.
You see, Salvador is just a little lazy. How do you feel, Diamond? Let us know when things start making sense.
What's going on? What happened?
He's confused.
Yeah. I think maybe you sapped him too hard.
Yuki, I take that as an insult. You know how careful I am.
I apologize, Salvador.
Thank you.
Hey, how'd you monkeys get in here anyway?
Well, it sounds like he's collected most of his marbles.
Looks like a complete recovery, Yuki.
I want to know what this is all about.
Obliged to man, Salvador.
Sure.
But keep him with us.
Naturally.
Hey, now wait a minute. Oh.
That's enough, Salvador. That's enough. Can you hear me, Diamond? It's gonna be obstinate. I don't think he likes it. Belt him across the ears. He'll listen. Can you hear me now, Diamond?
He's nodding his head. I guess he don't want to open his mouth and let the blood out.
Oh, that's fine. Now, listen, Diamond. In a while, you'll get a call from a Mr. Wharton. He'll offer you a job, but you will not take it. Do you understand? Salvador, please, see if he understands.
He says, yeah, he understands. But now he's got a sore arm.
Remember, Mr. Wharton, you don't want to work for him.
I think he understands, Yuki.
Yeah? But he looks tired from the strain.
He certainly does. Look at those dark circles under his eyes.
Well, put the man to sleep, Salvador.
Certainly. Night.
Mr. Diamond? Mr. Diamond, can you hear me, Mr. Diamond?
This can get monotonous. Go away, will you?
Should I call the police, Mr. Diamond?
What? Oh, I was expecting uglier company.
Can you sit up?
I'll take a crack at it. I'll bet your name's Wharton.
Well, that's right. How did you know?
Get out of here.
Well, I want to talk to you.
Well, I just had one long conversation. It was too one-sided. Now, go on. My health is doubtful, but it's fun to have it around for company.
Maybe $500 would pick you up.
It might for a while, but I don't like to waste that kind of money on funerals.
$750.
Yes, so they line the coffin with velvet.
$1,000.
Well, you're beginning to make a short life sound practical.
If you do the job successfully, there'll be another $1,000.
You just bought yourself a corpse. Let me wash up. Talk some more. I can hear you.
Well, it's my son, Roger. He thinks he killed a man.
He thinks? What do you want me to do? Find out for sure so he can brag about it?
Ever heard of a John Alter?
Oh, sure. Walt Levinson sent him up 5 years ago on a manslaughter rap.
Well, he doesn't like it up there, and he'd like to get out.
I don't blame him. What's this got to do with your son?
I'm chairman of the parole board. Yeah, you look much better now, Mr. Diamond.
So you're chairman of the parole board?
Yes. Some of Alter's friends promised to keep quiet about my son if I let Alter go free when he comes up before the board next week.
You think maybe your son was framed?
Yes. About a month ago, he met a girl in Florida. Her name is Lenore Brown, and she's a friend of Alter's. When Roger went to pick up the Lenore girl at her apartment, he found her struggling with some man.
That happens.
It looked like he was trying to kill her. There was a gun on the floor, and she called to Roger for help. He picked up the gun and shot the man. She told Roger he'd killed him and that he must get out. When we went back, they were both gone. About a month later, some of Alter's friends got in touch with me.
They forget about the killing if you let Alter out of Sing Sing, huh?
That's right.
Well, I don't remember reading anything about it in the papers.
You're the first one outside of Alter and his friends who knows anything about it. You see, they say they're hiding the corpus delicti, so there was no report of the murder.
You think maybe they staged the killing, put blanks in the gun, and after your son beat it, the dead man walked out under his own steam?
Well, that's what I want you to find out.
Uh-huh. The man your son thought he killed, what did he look like?
Dark man with a scar from his nose to his chin.
Mm-hmm.
If my son is innocent, I want you to bring the parties responsible to justice.
Amen.
Well, here's a check for $1,000.
Thank you.
If you find the girl and prove my son innocent, there'll be another $1,000 in your pocket.
Well, I'll sew up the holes. Thanks, Mr. Warden. I'll start right away.
Goodbye, Mr. Diamond. You can reach me at the Wentworth Hotel. I'm staying there until this matter gets cleared up.
Well, I won't get in touch with you unless I find something. The guys who worked me over are pretty set in their ways, and there's no sense in you tripping over a lot of dead bodies. I grabbed a pack of Camels, looked at the $1,000 check, thought about the warning the two bruise artists had given me, and decided it was a toss-up. If I spent the $1,000 like I knew I would, I'd wish it was dead anyway. So I left the building, grabbed a cab for the 5th Precinct. 10 minutes later, I walked into the squad room and spotted Sergeant Otis, looking like an advertisement for a sour stomach.
Well, Richard Diamond, Private Sleuth.
Well, Sergeant Otis, Private Sloth.
Huh?
Well, look it up. S-L-O-T-H.
I will.
Under S.
I know.
The three-toed variety. And get your uniform pressed, won't you? Looks like you've been hanging it in a taffy machine.
Oh.
Well, hello, Rick. Hey, you must get tired changing your face every day. Somebody shove you around again?
I've been catching up on my patty cake. Tell me, Walter, do you ever know a girl named Lenore Brown?
Yeah, sure. John Alter's expense account. They used to hold hands before I sent him up.
Know where I can find her?
Alter's still got her staked out. When he gets out, he's going to come back and dig up the claim. You better forget about it. She's got the antidote for lonely nights, but some of Alter's boys are protecting it.
I know. They gave me a pep talk this afternoon.
Then listen to him. It's better watching the game from the bench.
Oh, you never can tell. I might make a score.
Well, you're outweighed, outclassed, and liable to be outlived. But she used to work at the Black Swan in Florida. We heard Alder was trying to get a parole, and she came to New York to be close to him.
Any line on her here in town?
No, but if she's seeing Alter, you might spot her on a visitor's day.
Well, Rick, how are you? It's been a long time.
I know a lot of people who wouldn't like to hear that, Warden. How are you?
Oh, fine. What's on your mind?
Well, I hear Johnny Alter's been having company. I'd like to take a look at her.
Oh, Miss Brown.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I can't blame you.
Well, I just want to spot her and see where she goes.
You can't miss. If she walked through the yard, there'd be a jailbreak tomorrow.
What time are visiting hours?
Well, if she's seeing Alder today, she should be downstairs right now. Like to take a look?
Uh-huh.
I'll have a guard take you down.
Good.
Well, on second thought, I'll go myself. There she is, sitting at the end table, talking to Alder.
Well, now I know why Alder needs a lot of money. She's wearing enough mink to carpet Radio City.
You should get a load of her on a warm day.
Huh? Well, the coat doesn't stop me. She'd show up, she was wearing a tent. How long has she got with Alder?
About another 5 minutes.
Warden, maybe I'll let you put me away for a couple of years. With something like that to look forward to on the Visitor's Day, I might go for the change.
You'd get tired of just talking.
I hung around by the big gray buildings until she came out. She walked over to a long white convertible and got in. I decided to let her buy me a new fuse, so I walked over to the car. Going into town?
Oh. Back up 3 feet and I'll let you know.
3, okay?
Mm-hmm. Your tailor couldn't do all of that. Get in. Visiting?
Oh, yeah, the warden's an old friend.
How many years did you know him?
Baby. I've been going home every night all my life.
Every night?
Well, almost.
What do you do with the, almost?
It depends. Everybody likes something different.
You must get tired thinking up new ideas.
Oh, I don't think much. It's more fun being surprised. Hey, what's the idea?
Surprise.
Oh, yeah. And a nickel-plated one. Look, baby, you don't have to pull a gun. If I'm getting fresh, I'll get out and walk.
You'll sit right there, Diamond.
Name dropper.
Mm-hmm.
Expecting company?
Mm-hmm. And you've met them before, honey.
Well, it's nice. I wouldn't want you to get stuck with the introduction. Those your friends driving up?
It should be. Now, you hold real still. They'll only shoot you this time.
When a gal's got a gun, you don't stand much of a chance unless she's got her mind on something else. This one did. And when she looked up in the rearview mirror to make sure it was her boys, I tagged her. My 2 playmates were just pulling up, and I jumped out of the car.
There he is, you geek! He's slugging the door. She's out cold. Well, shoot him, Salvador. Shoot him!
Before we continue with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, here are a few words about smoking enjoyment.
More people smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Yes, more people smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
One reason is flavor. Camel's costly tobaccos have a rich, full flavor you won't find in any other cigarette.
Another reason is mildness, proven mildness. In a coast-to-coast test of hundreds of people who smoked only Camels for 30 days, noted throat specialists reported not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking Camels.
Make your own Camel 30-day test. The sensible, thorough test. Not just a sniff of the tobacco. Not just a puff of smoke. Only by day in, day out smoking can you discover how well a cigarette agrees with your throat.
Smoke Camels for 30 days and see how mild Camels are, pack after pack, week after week. See why more people smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
How mild, how mild, how mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
And now, back to Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
There he goes! Get him, Salvador!
I was running through the trees then, and I could hear Salvador somewhere behind me, falling all over himself. I pulled my gun and thought about waiting for him. But I had another idea. I stopped and listened.
He's around here somewhere, Yuki. Well, come on, we're spread out, Salvador.
They were somewhere behind me, and both of them were looking now. So I cut off to my left and headed back to the highway. The cars were about 100 yards down the road, and I used my last lung getting there. Lenore was still unconscious, so I climbed in the white convertible with the unconscious nylons and drove off. I'd been driving for about 15 minutes when I noticed something lying on the seat beside the still sleeping Lenore. It was her purse, and she didn't wake up when I grabbed it. Doing a rummage job at 80 miles an hour isn't easy, but there wasn't much of interest anyway, just a little black book. I needed a gimmick, so I stuck it in my pocket. I put the purse back on the seat just as she started coming around. Well, now that's it, baby. Sit up and look at the scenery.
How did you get here? Where's Yuki and Salvador?
Playing Peter Pan. Jaw hurt?
Yes, you heal.
Well, play rough and you get hurt. Where do I take you?
My apartment, I guess.
I drove her to her place on East 51st and walked her to the door. She looked at me like a fat woman eyeing a French pastry, and her mouth slipped down to her shoelaces when I gave her a peck on the cheek and left her standing with an old front doorknob in her hand. I went back to the office and took out her little black book. There were a lot of names, and some of them I knew. Yuki, and after it, likes his work. And Salvador. And after his name, has own gun. And oh, yes, Richard Diamond, too. I never did figure out what the 3 stars were for, but 3 other names and addresses put me in second gear. One was in the village, another down by the East River, and the last was somewhere in Chinatown. All of them were a setup for a dead man who wanted to make himself scarce. I wanted to talk with Wharton before I started hunting, so I called him at the Wentworth.
Did you find out anything yet, Diamond?
Not yet. Look, Mr. Wharton, you said the man I was looking for was dark with a scar,
Yes, from his nose to his chin.
Oh, thanks. Maybe I'll call you tomorrow.
I hope you clear this thing up in a hurry.
Well, so do I. I want to get my nerves untangled. I took the easy address first, grabbed a cab, and 30 minutes later I was walking down the steps of a shabby little dive on the east side of Greenwich Village.
You want something, Mac?
Yeah, a pound of egg noodles. Just sweep them up off the floor. Hey, you know anyone around named Lenore?
Sure, Lenore Brown. She comes in here about once a week, listens to the kid at the piano. Now, why would a classy dame like that go out with him? He don't play that piano so good.
You ever see a guy with her? Man with a scar from his nose to his chin?
No, she always does a single.
Oh, well, thanks. You've been swell. I walked out, got back in the cab, and marked off Greenwich Village in the little black book. The second address, down by the East River. The night was black, and the fog had rolled in, staked out a claim all the way to the Hudson. I stopped cold, looked down at 2 gleaming eyes like 2 pieces of polished glass shining in the glare of the dim street lamp. Steady, boy, steady. Steady.
Hold it, Lucifer.
Yeah, hold it, Lucifer.
He won't hurt you, mister, unless I tell him to.
Well, think about it for a while, will you? I'm a poor substitute for horse meat.
What do you want?
You know a Lenore Brown?
You a cop?
Shamus.
Beat it, Lucifer.
Yeah. Thanks, pal. I couldn't hold my breath much longer.
You can come on up on the porch. You're looking for Lenore Brown, huh?
Yeah, you know her?
I met her. My wife works for her.
Is your wife in?
Yeah. Esther, come here. Some private dick wants to talk to you. She's Miss Brown's private maid.
Yes?
Your husband tells me you work for Miss Brown.
Yeah, what's she done?
She got many friends?
Man friends?
Yeah. Oh, you know a man with a scar?
Sure, I know lots of them.
What are you talking about, woman?
I meant someone who Miss Brown knows.
What did you mean by that, mister?
Look, I really don't know anybody with a scar now. You better beat it.
Yeah, get moving. And I want to talk to you, woman. Get in there.
Yes, honey.
I knew she was going to get bruised, but he looked rough enough to cut my windpipe, and I wanted someplace to pour my coffee down in the morning. So I got out of there fast and headed for the last address in the little black book. The place was on one of those narrow, dark streets that look like the inside of a grave. The sign above the door read Tangy, so I pushed open the door and went in. If I didn't find the man with the scar here, I was out on 2 strikes. It was a little restaurant on the bottom floor of a 2-story building. A quiet waiter slipped up and showed me to a booth. He shoved a menu in my hand and disappeared before I could ask him anything. The place was empty except for an old couple sitting near the door. The waiter said something to them, and they looked quickly over at me, and then they left in a hurry. The room was completely empty now. Even the waiter had disappeared. I looked up at a flight of stairs at the far end of the room. A pair of very healthy ankles came into view, and they were holding up a pair of legs that ran my blood pressure up to 190 again. I eased my gun out and held it under the table. She turned the corner and started down toward my booth like a loose snake in a rabbit pen.
Mind if I sit down?
Well, it's your party.
Shame on you. Don't you know it's not nice to pilfer a lady's handbag? Now Lenore will have to spank.
Looks like the last address paid off.
If you're buying shrouds, it did.
Where's the guy that young Wharton was supposed to have killed?
Upstairs. But he's very unsociable. Hates long conversations.
I only need a couple of lines.
He can't even do that. He likes to keep on breathing.
The old man figures Alter framed his son. He's not going to let your boyfriend out of Sing Sing until he finds the man with the scar.
Think he can do it better than you did?
I found him.
Was it worth dying for?
I don't know. I can tell you better after I talk to him.
Mama's going to have to spank sooner than she expected. Come on in, boys.
Well, look who's here. Are Mama's 2 big idiots out collecting blood? Where are your buckets?
He's bitter, Yuki. A peasant.
You've met Yuki and Salvador before, haven't you?
Yeah, on the end of a fist.
They want to show you the town.
I know the beat.
Well, I'll bet you've never seen it from the bottom of the East River.
No, but if you'll put on a bathing suit, I might buy the idea.
It's too bad we'll never make the beach together. I'd like to show you the sights. Boys, you'd better help Mr. Diamond out of the booth. I think he's stuck. You know how it is. Boys like to keep moving.
Sure. And so do I. I shot once and caught Yuki in the stomach, and I dumped the table over on Salvador. He grabbed like he was going to waltz with it and went down on his back. I didn't have to get up. I just shot him through the table. Lenore was out of the booth fast and running for the stairs.
Look out, Tony! Tony, look out!
I caught up with her at the foot of the stairs, and she started up. I saw him standing on the upper landing, scar and all. All meaning gun in his hand. He missed me, but nailed her halfway up. She spun around and fell all over me. With both of us down, he was in a good spot to finish the job, but my arm hit the lower post of the staircase and swung me right into line. I just rested my elbow on the banister and let him have it. You should have kept your nose up, mister. A bad landing washes you out. Walt, I'm bushed. Tell me, did Wharton's son identify the man with the scar?
Yeah, he was the one he thought he killed.
Mm-hmm. But the old man's feeling pretty good.
Yeah, just left. He's happier than Otis on payday.
Who was the guy with the scar?
A cheap hood, record, name of Lucio.
The girl and Alter had him hidden out in that place so he wouldn't be seen, and
I don't think you're funny, Diamond.
What's the matter, Otis?
Yeah, what do you want, meathead?
I looked it up, the three-toed variety.
Oh?
What are you talking about?
Oh, I called him a sloth.
Yeah, a sloth. You should see the picture in the dictionary. It's an animal.
Well?
It's funny looking with 3 toes on each foot.
Well?
And it's noted for its laziness. Okay, Lieutenant. Just forget it.
Dick Powell will return in just a minute.
What cigarette do you smoke, Doctor?
That question was asked of doctors in every branch of medicine, doctors in all parts of the country.
What cigarette do you smoke, Doctor?
The brand named most was Camel. Yes, according to this recent nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Friends, buy your Camels the handy, thrifty way, by the carton. That way you always have Camels when you want them.
How mild, how mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
Here's Dick Powell with a special message.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the makers of Camels deem it a privilege to send free cigarettes each week to hospitalized servicemen and veterans. This week's Camels go to Veterans Hospitals, Topeka, Kansas, and Oakland, California. U.S. Army Percy Jones General Hospital, Battle Creek, Michigan. U.S. Naval Hospital, Portsmouth, Virginia. More than 194 million Camels have now been sent to servicemen, servicewomen, and veterans. Now, until next week, enjoy Camels. I always do.
How mild, how mild, how mild, how mild, how mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
Tonight's adventure of Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell, was written by Blake Edwards. Our director is Helen Mack.
Then, for pipe smoking pleasure, get Prince Albert, the national joy smoke. Prince Albert's choice tobacco is rich and flavorsome. It's crimped cut for smooth, even burning, and specially treated to ensure against tongue bite. Yes, PA is America's largest selling smoking tobacco.
Listen next week for another exciting transcribed adventure of Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell. This is Your FBI. The official broadcast from the files of the FBI follows immediately. Stay tuned. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the American Broadcasting Company.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/C/GAR.
Before today's Shadow Story begins, here's a suggestion that will save every householder time, trouble, and money. When you order your next supply of fuel, make sure you ask for blue coal. Unlike many other hard coals, blue coal burns itself steadily and evenly with little attention. It gives you every bit of the heating comfort and performance you're paying for, with far less heat lost up the chimney, and no unburned or partially burned coal in your ash pit. Join the thousands upon thousands of American homeowners who found perfect home heating satisfaction with blue coal. It's the finest quality Pennsylvania anthracite money can buy.
Order a supply from your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer tomorrow. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids those in distress and helps the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the unseen voice belongs. The only one who knows the true identity of that master of other people's minds, the Shadow. Today's story, Prelude to Terror.
Come in. Oh, it's you, Cooper.
Yeah, Professor Baker. I thought you'd like this cup of hot tea, sir.
Yes, thanks. Helps to keep me awake. And I have a lot of work to do tonight.
Shall I pour it, sir?
Yes, please. Well, isn't this your night off, Cooper?
Yes, sir. I passed the house on my way home and saw your lights on. I know how you enjoy a late cup of tea.
Very considerate of you, Cooper. Very. But it's late, and you must get your rest. Oh, the doorbell. I wonder who that could be at this hour of night.
Shall I answer it, sir?
Yes, Cooper, yes. I'll take care of the tea.
All right. Amy, what are you doing here?
Cut the gab. Close the door.
I know. Braden sent you.
Where's old man Baker?
Upstairs in his study.
Okay.
Hey, wait. I won't let you do this. I won't let you hide him.
You keep your mouth shut unless you want to go back and finish out that prison term you ran out on.
Hey, leave Professor Baker alone, please. I'm not going to be in on this. I'm getting out.
Well, who was the late call? Oh, I thought it was Cooper. What do you...
Gee, you're sure jumpy tonight, Braden. What are you walking up and down like that for? Something on your mind?
Yeah, big things. Things you'd never understand. I wonder what's keeping Heaney. Should have been here half an hour ago.
Think he might have muffed things, boss?
I hope not.
There he is now.
Open up.
Okay, boss. We was just talking about you.
Yeah,
Well, Heaney, what happened? You have any trouble?
Ah, not much. I just put 2 slugs into the old guy, Professor Baker. He's dead. The rest was easy.
What about Cooper?
He was scared stiff. He lit out.
You let him get away?
Yeah, you don't have to worry about that guy. He's too scared to talk.
You should have put the silencer on him anyway.
Well, you're the boss, Braden. What do you want me to do?
Take no chances. Dig Cooper up and close his trap for keeps.
Okay, boss. I'll take care of him.
You get the stuff I sent you after?
Yeah, sure did.
Let me have it.
And let's see. I get it right inside here. Yep. Here you are, boss. The old professor had it right where you said.
Yeah. This is it, all right.
What is it, Braden? Looks like an empty bottle to me.
It's a colorless, odorless gas. The most powerful explosive in existence. Enough to blow up this whole city.
Yeah?
This is all there is in the world.
Yeah? What are you going to do with it?
You'll find out. Hey, Ingerstall.
Yes, boss? What's on your mind?
You used to be a chemist, right?
Still am. The best outside the law.
All right, I want you to take this gas out of this little bottle and seal it in that crate of light bulbs I got last night. You think you can do it?
I guess so. How much gas to the bulb?
Wait, I'll help you. Morgan, Grace, all of you, come here.
Well, what's up, Braden?
Plenty. When we get these explosive light bulbs fixed up, I want you to go out and plant them in light sockets everywhere. In stores, houses, public buildings all over the city.
Well, what's the big idea, Braden?
I'm going to plunge the city into total darkness for one night.
Total darkness?
How are you going to make them douse their lights?
Look, we get these bulbs planted before noon tomorrow. When it gets dark, they'll turn on lights. And some of these places will be blown to bits.
Oh,
the next night, they won't dare turn on a light.
Yeah? Where do we come in? What does that get us?
What does it get us, you sap? Don't you see? When the city blacks out, we move in and take over.
Wow. That's what
I've drawn up a chart showing exactly where the explosive bulbs are to be planted.
You ain't missed a trick, huh, Brady?
This is a big job. Now, we'll need plenty of help with the cleanup. Round up every dip, rod man, gangster, any crook you know. Have them here in the mill tomorrow night.
Okay, boss. Don't worry, boss.
As soon as everything's set, we'll move in under cover of darkness.
They poor cops. They will be helpless.
Yeah. We'll rob, steal, pillage to our heart's content. We'll take everything that's not nailed down.
Boy, what a stunt.
Well, that's a crook's paradise.
Greatest idea I've ever heard.
It's the greatest idea in the history of crime. I'm going to create a reign of terror like this country's never known.
Something for a youngster, you say, madam?
Yes, I don't exactly know what I want.
Well, is it a boy or a girl?
A girl. I'm her grandmother.
Oh, is that so? Well, I have a little girl, too. How old is your granddaughter?
She's just 4 months old.
Oh, well, then you must see our modern nursery. The infant things are all in there. You come right this way, please.
Mr. White, would like coming this way,
You step right in.
Thank you.
Oh, it's rather dark, isn't it? Well, I'll put on more light. The switch is... Ah, here we are.
Get out! The walls are crumbling!
Oh, my leg! I can't move!
Somebody, please give me a hand. There's a child buried under here.
It's Govin's department store! The whole front blown out. Oh, this is terrible, awful.
Get back there. Keep away now.
All right, lend a hand here, Ben. We can't handle the wounded. Come on. Look, there's a girl in that window up there.
She's gonna jump!
Don't jump! Wait!
Oh, there. Castle Street car burns. Last stop. But conductor, I'm going all the way to Henshaw Terrace. There'll be another car right behind you, mister. What do you know? You folks can sit in the waiting room over there.
Pretty dark in this waiting room. How about some light?
Yeah, there's a switch right behind you.
Oh, yes. I'll turn it on.
Anything else, Commissioner Weston?
Yes. Detail as many men as you can spare to the Castle Street car barns, and swear in every able-bodied volunteer you can find as a special deputy. I'll broadcast an appeal to all doctors and nurses in this entire territory to report there at once. Stay right on the job, Brophy. Phone me again in 10 minutes.
Okay, Commissioner Weston. Goodbye.
Lamont Cranston to see you, Commissioner.
Cranston. Well, you tell him for me.
Hello, Commissioner Weston. Why don't you tell me yourself?
I'm busy, Cranston. What do you want?
I came to see if there's anything I can do to help in this horrible catastrophe.
If you can swing a pick, drag a hose, or carry a stretcher, there's plenty for you to do.
I've already done my bit in that direction. For the moment, I'm interested in the reason for these awful crimes.
Now, wait a minute, Cranston. I've got more on my mind than just sitting here and satisfying your curiosity.
This is not just curiosity, Commissioner. I've got a theory.
So has everybody else. I've got no time for crackpot theories.
You certainly are flattering, Commissioner.
Well, I'm not running a school for amateur detectives.
No, I'd never suspect you of pedagogic inclinations, Commissioner. But tell me, do you know how the explosions occurred last night?
No, I don't. All I know is that the two places went up when the lights went on.
Then I'm sure I can help you.
If you have any evidence, any facts, I'm willing to listen. But I don't want to hear any more theories.
All right, Commissioner. Calm yourself and I'll explain.
I am calm.
Of course you are. Now, my theory is this.
What?
Oh, all right, let's put it this way. My hunch is this.
Go ahead. Get it off your chest and let me get back to work.
You want to clear up the mystery of these explosions, don't you, Commissioner?
That, Cranston, would seem to be the general idea.
Then you must first find out who killed Professor Baker.
Are you trying to tell me that there's a connection between the death of Baker and these explosions?
I'm not just trying, I'm telling you. There is, definitely.
What makes you so sure about it?
I happen to know that Professor Baker was experimenting with an explosive, such as might have been used in these 2 blasts.
Where does your theory go from there?
Professor Baker was killed for possession of that explosive. Find his killers, and you found the men responsible for the other crimes.
But where's the motive? What reason could they have had for blowing up those places and killing all those people?
That I don't know.
There you are, in a blind alley. You have a theory and nothing to support it. Now run along, Cranston. My nerves won't stand any more of this nonsense.
You must listen to me, Commissioner. You've got to.
Now I've got... Hello?
Hello, Commissioner Weston.
Yes, who's this?
Never mind that. I got some dope for you.
What do you mean?
Those 2 explosions last night were bad, huh? Well, that's only a little sample of what's coming tonight.
What? What did you say?
You heard me. You're going to have a worse mess on your hands if you don't carry out my orders.
Orders?
I want this city in total darkness tonight.
Total darkness?
If there's an electric light, auto headlamp, or even a flashlight turned on, you're going to get a bouquet of explosions worse than yesterday.
You must be stark mad. You'll never get away with this.
Try me and see. Either the lights go out or the city goes up.
Hello. Hello, hello. Cranston, did you hear that?
Yes, I did, Commissioner.
What are we going to do? It'll be dark in a few hours.
Commissioner, that man must be stopped. If he's not, this city will be the scene of indescribable horror tonight. We've got to stop him.
Extra, extra. Explosive light bulb threaten more blasts. Mystery voice warns Commissioner Weston.
Extra, extra. Explosive electric lamps spread through city. Read all about it. Extra, extra.
Say, this is terrible. We won't have any light.
How are we going to see in the dark?
I'm not turning any lights on in my place tonight.
Me neither. I don't want my family blown up.
Yeah, but what are we going to do?
Can't they stop this? Can anything be done about it?
Emergency. Calling Dr. Martin. Dr. Martin. Emergency. Calling.
Oh, Dr. Martin, do something. Please save my little bambina.
Well, I'll do all I can, Mrs. Vanetti. Your child is very sick.
Oh, my bambina, my baby. What are we going to do, Doctor?
That child won't last an hour if we don't operate at once.
We can't do that. We don't dare turn on the light.
Well, we've got to do something.
Couldn't we operate by candlelight?
Oh, that's impossible. The operation's too delicate.
Oh, please, Doctor, help my baby.
Nurse.
Yes, Doctor.
I'm going to operate.
But the light, Doctor.
I can't stand here and see this child die. We've got to take the chance. Turn on the lights.
But very well, Doctor. I'll turn them on.
Hello?
Mayor Hamilton,
Yes. Who's this speaking?
this is the Shadow.
Shadow? Oh, yes, yes. What can I do for you?
Mr. Mayor, the hospital has just been blown up.
What? The hospital? Good heavens, that can't be possible.
It's true, Mr. Mayor.
I can hardly believe it. What hellish fiend can be responsible for this?
Mr. Mayor, you've got to act at once. You must make any other explosions tonight impossible.
Of course, but how can I do that?
Order the city power plant to cut the main switch.
The main switch?
It's the only way. You can't depend on all the people keeping their lights out.
But cutting the main power switch will tie up everything in the city.
It's that, Mr. Mayor, or death, destruction, and panic.
Very well. I'll order the power cut at once.
Our cast begins the second act of The Shadow's adventure in just a moment. But first, here's some important information for homeowners.
Mr. Roberts, at the opening of today's program, I believe you said that blue coal was different from other fuels. Just how is blue coal different?
Well, blue coal is mined from the northern Pennsylvania field. That's the rich anthracite region which produces 40% of all American hard coal.
How about the preparation of blue coal? Is there a difference there?
Yes. You see, the Glen Alden Coal Company, which produces blue coal, is the nation's largest hard coal company. As each ton of coal comes from their mines, it's carefully sized. Then it's washed with 12 1/2 tons of water for each ton of coal to remove any existing impurities. But most important of all, each carload is submitted to a thorough laboratory test by inspectors. Only the coal which meets Glen Alden's high-quality standard is trademarked a harmless blue and accepted for shipment to blue coal dealers.
How about the results homeowners receive from using blue coal?
Well, Blue Coal's unchallenged record of first place for years in nationwide volume of sales speaks for itself. Hundreds of thousands of American families have found that Blue Coal banks and handles better, gives longer intervals between firing periods, and perfect all-around heating comfort and satisfaction. So, friends, if you haven't yet tried Blue Coal, be sure and ask for it by name next time you order fuel. Your nearest Blue Coal dealer's name is listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified phone directory.
Gosh, it sure is dark. I can't see where I'm walking. Wonder what street we're on now. Well, does it matter? I'm lost. We're all lost. I'm sorry, lady. I didn't see you.
Hold that lantern higher, Bill. We don't want to walk off the viaduct.
Okay, Fred. Boy, am I glad I found this old wagon lantern. This is a swell idea.
Yeah, it's a swell target.
It shot right out of my hand.
When that gang said the city would have to black out, they meant black out.
We can't keep flying around here all night. Our gas is running out. You've got to set her down someplace.
I can't understand it. I couldn't possibly have missed the city.
We've cruised around for 20 minutes now, and I haven't seen a single light.
We just have to keep going while the gas holds out.
Then what?
Then we start praying, brother.
Well, Margot, main switch is turned off. No lights, no power. Nothing but bewilderment, uncertainty.
Oh, this is awful, Lamont. What are people going to do?
I'm afraid this is all leading to something worse, Margot. A prelude to a greater terror.
Lamont, you must do something.
I've racked my brain for a solution, some faint clue, and I'm stuck. I don't know what to do.
But we just can't sit and wait for some new terror to strike, Lamont.
There must be some loose thread that might unravel this whole vicious pattern. Margot.
Yes, Lamont?
I've got an idea.
Yes?
Professor Baker's hired man, Cooper. The police released him. They said he proved that he was not in the house the night the professor was killed.
Yes?
It just struck me. The killer's fingerprints were on the handle of the door to the old man's study. But there were none on the knob of the street door. Don't you see it, Margot? Somebody opened the door for the killer.
Cooper.
Perhaps.
But Lamont...
Come on, Margot. We've got to find Cooper. The shadow has got to talk to that man. He may be the thread I've hoped for.
Sure enough, the last candle I have in the house, Mr. Cooper. They're very scarce now. But at least you'll be able to finish your packing.
Thanks, Mrs. Kelly.
Oh, my, no. I'm not sorry to see you go. But I don't blame anybody for getting out of this cursed city, that I don't.
Yeah, sure. Now, if you don't mind, I got a lot of packing to do. Good night, Mrs. Kelly.
Well, if that's the way you feel, goodbye and good riddance to you, Mr. Cooper.
What's your hurry, Cooper?
Who's that?
What are you running away from?
Me? What? Where are you? I can't see you.
I'm the Shadow, Cooper.
The Shadow?
You know of me, don't you? Now listen, Cooper. I've got to talk fast, and so do you.
I got nothing to talk about.
Cooper, you share responsibility for the death and destruction in this city.
No, that's a lie. I had nothing to do with it.
You know the man who killed Professor Baker. You've got to tell me who he is.
I can't.
You must. You alone can release the city from the grip of terror that man has placed it in.
I don't know anything about it, I tell you.
You're lying, Cooper. I know. You opened the door for the killer.
I wouldn't hurt the old man.
You were with him just before he died.
But I had nothing to do with his death. Honest, I didn't.
If you want to save yourself and clear your conscience, you've got to talk.
But All right. I want to get it off my mind. I'll talk. Enid.
Haney, what do you want? Just delivering a little message from the boss, Cooper. Here it is.
Cooper. Speak to me, Cooper. Oh, your throat. Try to talk, Cooper. The fate of the city rests with you. I can't understand you. For heaven's sake, man, you've got to tell me. Look, Cooper, I'll put my ear close to your lips. Try to whisper. Try. Yes, I understood that. His name, Cooper. His name, please. What? Try again. Where? Quick, Cooper, quick.
What happened? I thought I heard a shot out here.
Look, it's Mr. Cooper.
Oh.
He's shot.
Somebody get a doctor, quick.
Oh, no. No. It's no use for a doctor now. Cooper's dead.
Hey, Engenstall, bring me that chart.
Yes, boss.
Here you are. Have you checked off every place where we planted bulbs?
Every one. They're all marked in red.
What are we waiting for, Braden?
Yeah, let's go. Come on.
I'm waiting for the boys to come back from the city and give me the lowdown on how things stand.
Say, Braden, how come we got lights with the city power plant turned off?
I've been planning this job for over a year. I put in my own power plant.
Well, that's smart, I'll say.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, but how did you manage the explosions?
See this bulb? Well, it was one of these that blew up the Gullens department store.
Oh, hey!
All right. Don't worry. You're all safe. This won't go off unless it's put in a light socket and the switch is thrown.
Well, just the same, I feel better if you didn't wave it around like that.
Margot, pull right over here, off the road.
There we are, Lamont.
Good. Now, you stay here in the car. Take this gun. You'll be perfectly safe. Just keep out of sight.
But where are you going, Lamont?
There's an old mill someplace along here. If I understood Cooper correctly, I'll find the man I'm looking for there.
You're not going in alone.
I've got to, Margot. I phoned Commissioner Weston as the Shadow and asked him to send some men.
Then why not wait for them?
I'm not sure they'll get here. They've got their hands full in the city. There isn't a moment to lose. The Shadow's got to work, and work fast.
Quiet, all of you. Okay. Well, boys, what'd you find out in the city?
Boss, you hit the bullseye. The city's as dark as a landlord's look.
Yeah, it's all set for us, boy.
Good. All right, boys. We got the green light. Time to go.
Boy, this will be sweet picking, huh?
Morgan, you take 6 men and go to the Macy Street Bank. You know what to do.
Yeah.
Drays.
Right, boss.
Take 20 men and clean out the Imperial Hotel. Go through the rooms. Don't leave anything you can carry.
Right.
You, Engenstall, the post office. 5 men can handle that.
I'm all set.
The rest of you got your spots. Work fast. If anyone crosses you, use your guns. Let them have it.
Yeah. I'm shooting and asking after.
All right. Grab your flash lamps and let's go.
What was that? Am I hearing things? Did anybody hear that laugh?
Yeah, I did.
So did I.
Quite a nice little thing you've cooked up, Braden. But here's where there's another ingredient added to your unholy brew.
Say, what is this?
It's the Shadow.
Right you are, Braden.
Well, you're not scaring me. You're not stopping me either.
I wouldn't be too sure about that, Braden.
Hey, I don't see nobody.
Men, this guy's right here in the room with us. He's got some trick so we can't see him. But that don't mean we can't get him. Drays, stand by that door.
Okay.
Keep your back against it and don't let anybody or anything open it. Now, Morgan, pick up that machine gun and spray the other end of the room where that voice came from.
Right.
Somebody's doused the lights!
Hey, I'm getting out of here.
Hey!
All right, quiet. Don't be afraid. Take it easy. Somebody switch on that light.
You don't dare turn on those lights.
What do you mean?
If you do, every man here will be blown to bits.
What are you talking about?
I took that explosive bulb you had on the table in front of you.
What?
When I turned out the light, I put it into one of the light sockets. Now, Mr. Braden, do you want to turn on the lights?
You're bluffing, Shadow.
All you have to do to prove that point is to throw on the light switch.
Hey, what's that?
It's a lot of cars driving up outside.
It's the police, gentlemen.
They'll never take me alive.
Alive or dead, Braden, you've got to be taken.
Hey, what are we going to do? This guy's dynamite.
Come out in 10 seconds. I will come in after you.
You might as well do as Commissioner Weston commands. Walk out the door with your hands in the air.
There's nobody walking out of this place. I know I'm chair bait. I'll die anyway. But there's one thing I'm gonna do first. I'm gonna take you along with me, Mr. Shadow.
Hey, keep your hands off that switch!
Get out of my way!
Look out, Commissioner. Get back.
Lamont.
All right, now you men.
Oh, Lamont.
Get in there.
Lamont.
Anyone alive in there, Captain? Not a single one, Commissioner.
It's all right, Margot. I'm safe.
Oh, Lamont, thank heaven. I thought you'd been killed in that explosion.
It was close, Margot. But I got out when they were trying to keep Braden away from the light switch. You go back to the car now, Margot. I'll be with you in a minute. Commissioner Weston. Commissioner Weston.
Hello, is that you, Shadow?
Yes, Commissioner.
Well, we're in a fine jam now. They're all dead. How are we going to find out where the other explosive bulbs are planted?
It's all right, Commissioner. I got Braden's chart showing the location of the explosives.
Where is it?
You'll find it in the front seat of your car.
Then the city is safe.
Yes, Commissioner.
Good. All right, men, get in your cars. We've got to gather up those lamps right away. And my gratitude, Shadow, for a job well done.
Come, Margot. We're going home. The Shadow's work is done for tonight. The reign of terror is ended.
Thanks to you, Lamont.
It was bound to end this way, Margot. The plots and plans of criminals are the devices of their own destruction. Law and life know no compromise with the evildoer.
And now here's Blue Coal's heating expert, John Barclay.
Thank you, Ken Roberts. This afternoon I have a hint for you ladies, and you'll find it very useful, I'm sure. You know how many colds your family suffers during the winter and early spring. But perhaps you don't realize how many of those colds are caused by the hot, dry air of an overheated house. That kind of heat, in addition to absorbing the natural moisture we need in the air, also dries out and damages furniture. Yet it's an extremely simple matter to remedy this condition and provide your home with the right amount of moisture. Just get one of those long, narrow hot water pans which attach right onto the backs of the radiators. They're designed to hang out of sight, and the water they contain is gradually evaporated by the radiator heat, and so provides the needed moisture in the rooms. You'll find that these pan humidifiers really do a wonderful job of keeping rooms far more comfortable with helpful moisture. And in this way, they reduce the chance of catching or spreading colds and illness. And friends, remember this. Your support of the great drive against infantile paralysis is urgently needed. So join the March of Dimes. Send your contributions to the White House, Washington, D.C., today.
Today's adventure is based on a story copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. The Shadow magazine is now on sale at your local newsstand.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, Blue Coal, America's finest anthracite, will...
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/C/GAR.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Iris. No, you'll have to cancel me out tonight, Angel. I'm on my way to Cairo. No, Cairo, Egypt. The land of the pharaohs. Seems someone there started a new pyramid club, and Army Intelligence wants me to find out if they're paying off in lead.
Once again, the National Broadcasting Company brings you the transcribed Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. The Adventures of the Falcon, dedicated to private investigators everywhere. Those hard-hitting detectives who, like Mike Waring, risk their lives to aid law enforcement agencies. So join him now when the Falcon solves the case of the Lonely Hunter.
The boy who first said there's no place like home must have had me in mind. But I never realized how much truth there was in those 5 words till Army intelligence picked up my option and sent me flying to Egypt. And if you think I'm the only one who feels this way, you might query Vince Torrio. Mr. Torrio is a rugged-looking gent sharing a table with the character wearing the tarbush in the Cafe El Kala near the Arab quarter of Cairo. Vince is a long way from home, and obviously that's where he feels charity begins.
Go on, beat it.
Bakshish, mister.
I said beat it.
Arms for the love of Allah.
Oh, how I hate this place. For my part, they can take it and give it back to the pharaohs.
You are not very charitable to a land that granted you asylum.
Well, for my Joe Yusuf, it stinks. Where I made my mistake was not going to Italy with Lucky.
Lucky?
He's the guy I told you about, the one I used to work for. Now, there was a sport, Hussein. When we went into a club in New York, all the flunkies used to knock themselves out. In the best places, too, not sores like this. Boy, would I love to see him again.
Then why did you come here?
Because I was a big schmo, that's why. Lucky would have taken me with him in a minute, but no, I had to come to Egypt. Romantic land of the Nile. Well, you watch how fast I shake the Sahara dust off my shoes when I make a score.
I gather you mean money.
That's exactly what I mean.
Then I have a proposition that might interest you. A friend of mine has 2 kilos of pure opium he would like smuggled into Morocco.
What'll he pay?
100 pounds. We could share it equally.
Include me out. I'm not taking a chance of winding up in your local flea bag for that kind of... Well, I'll be... Carol! Carol Morgan!
Beg your pardon?
What's the matter, baby? Don't you remember me, Vince Torrio?
I'm afraid you're making a mistake.
Are you kidding? I'd recognize you...
trouble, darling?
No, Abdul. This gentleman thought I was someone else.
Yeah, I guess I did. No hard feelings?
No, of course not. Shall we go, Abdul?
Anytime you're ready, dear. I think you might enjoy seeing the Citadel. It was built by Saladin in the 12th century.
Well, that's one for the book.
The eyes play strange tricks, eh?
Huh? What'd you say, Yusuf?
You were mistaken about the young lady.
No, I wasn't. It's Carol Morgan, all right. It sure is a small world. Remember me telling you about this guy Lucky I used to work for? Well, Carol was his girl. I wonder who that character was with her.
Perhaps I can be of some assistance. He's Abdul Sarim Bey.
Where'd he pick up that accent?
I believe he attended Oxford.
Loaded, huh?
If you mean wealthy, the answer is yes.
Well, what do you know? Leave it to little Carol to land on her feet. You think you could scout around and find out where she's staying?
You have an idea?
I have a couple. You know something, Yusuf? I was wrong about Egypt. This could be the land of opportunity.
Who is it?
Room service.
Just a moment, please.
Hello, Carol.
Guess I should have known.
I guess you should have. Hey, this is quite a layout. You ought to see the dump where I'm staying. I swear the flies are so thick.
What do you want, Vince?
Well, you might at least ask me to sit down. After all, it's been how long? 6 years since I saw you? Incidentally, what do you hear from Lucky?
Nothing.
I bet that's because he don't know where to contact you.
And he's not going to find out.
There's no reason he should. Live and let live is my motto. Mine.
What are you getting at, Vince?
Well, you were just a young kid when you met Lucky. What did you know?
Should have known better.
You're being hard on yourself, Carol. Anyone's entitled to make a mistake. You just weren't used to the big league.
I learned fast enough. But that's all behind me, Vince. I haven't done anything in the last 6 years I wouldn't want anyone to know about.
Does that go for the Sultan?
The Sultan?
That character the one with the fez. His name is Abdul Salim Bey, isn't it?
How did you find that out?
A friend of mine, Yusuf Ben Ali, told me. Yusuf says he's loaded.
If it's money you want.
What kind of a heel do you take me for?
Then what do you want?
You know, I always had a yen for you.
What?
Of course, I couldn't say anything while Lucky was around. But now it's different.
Let me go.
Oh, now don't tell me you've fallen for the Sultan.
I said let me go.
Hey. Okay, baby. That's the way you want it. I can play like that, too.
Ow!
I was going to be nice, but you wouldn't let me. Okay, what do you think the Sultan will say when he finds out who you are?
You wouldn't tell him.
How much dough you got?
$800?
Don't make me laugh. What about all that jewelry Lucky gave you?
I gave it back.
What do you call that rock on your finger?
That's my own.
Well, take it off. Come on, Carol, give.
Now will you get out?
Sure. But I'll be running into you again. We old friends ought to stick together. I'll be seeing you, baby.
Oh, Captain, will you slow down to about 10 knots? I don't want Miss Morgan to miss this. Look, Carol, over there. That's old Cairo. Those ruins are part of the Roman fortress of Babylon. Better pay attention to how I'm going to ask questions later.
I'm sorry, Abdul.
It's all right, darling. Now, that island we're passing is the island of Rhoda. According to our tradition, that's where Pharaoh's daughter found Moses and the bulrushes.
That's very interesting.
Is it?
What do you mean?
There's something bothering you.
Oh, you're wrong.
Whatever it is, I want you to feel you can tell me.
There's nothing to tell.
That man you met yesterday in the Café El Cala.
I told you he was mistaken. You heard him admit it.
He knew your name.
He knew nothing of the kind.
You know how I feel about you, darling.
Does that give you a license to pry into my private affairs?
I never maintained it did.
But then, for heaven's sake, stop needling me.
Carol.
And take that hurt look out of your eyes. It doesn't do a thing for you. Now go away and leave me alone.
Yes?
Have I the pleasure of speaking with His Excellency Abdul Salim Bey?
Who is this?
I am called Yusuf Ben Ali.
Yusuf Ben Ali?
I could not expect His Excellency to recognize the name. I am unworthy of such honor, though our paths have crossed. I was in the Café El Cala yesterday with a foreigner when His Excellency entered with the American lady.
So?
So my companion, too, came from America. His name is Vincent Torrio. If I can offer a suggestion, you might find it to your advantage to investigate the gentleman.
Why are you telling me all this, Yusuf?
As it says in the Koran, we Muslims should be helpful to one another. Who knows? Someday you may be of some small service to me. May Allah show you the way?
That you, Yusuf?
Yes?
Wait a minute. Come on.
Hello, Vince.
Who the devil are you?
You don't remember?
No.
Well, it's been a long time. The name is Waring, Mike Waring.
Oh, sure. You're that private dick they call the Falcon.
It comes back to you now?
Yeah, but I don't remember inviting you in.
Well, you just forgot your manners. What in the world ever possessed you to move into a dump like this?
I like the view.
Yeah, I bet on a clear day you can see 8 million flies. Lucky did much better for himself. I hear tell he's got a villa in Italy that's out of this world. How come you two separated when you were deported?
None of your business.
No, but it's Uncle Sam's. I'm working for him these days.
What are you babbling about?
Cigarette?
I asked you something, Waring.
Well, it's come to Uncle's attention that narcotics are being smuggled into the States by way of Egypt. We've got a hunch the traffic is being directed by Lucky from Italy.
What's that got to do with me?
Well, isn't it strange I find you in Cairo?
I'm studying to be a Muslim.
Oh. And what's Carol Morgan's reason?
Who?
Lucky's old girlfriend.
Is she here?
You mean you didn't know?
No.
It's funny. I tailed a boy to our hotel yesterday who looked exactly like you.
A look-wise guy.
Well, you can't blame me for being suspicious, Vince. With you and Carol in Cairo, who looks like the gathering of the clan.
I tell you, I haven't seen her.
Isn't that her diamond ring?
Huh?
You shouldn't leave it lying around, Vince. It's much too valuable. How come she gave it to you?
She's crazy for me.
Well, there's no accounting for taste. I guess I'll take a little ride over to the Ministry of the Interior. Like to join me?
Not on your life.
Come on, fella.
I said not on your life, and I mean it.
Now, put away that gun, Vince. You know you wouldn't use it.
Wouldn't I?
Well, yeah, I guess you would. So, in that case...
Get back.
Well, you can't hate a guy for trying.
Who can't? Personally, I can hit him like poison. Oh.
Hurry with that water, Mohammed. I believe our friend is coming too. Thank you. I'll give it to him.
Oh.
Try some of this, Mr. Waring.
What is it?
Just water, unfortunately.
Oh. Where am I? Oh.
I'm afraid your headaches are just beginning, sir.
What the devil are you talking about?
Mohammed, will you be good enough to lift the blanket? You recognize the gentleman?
It's Vince Torrio.
It was Mr. Torrio. It will probably come as no shock to you he was stabbed to death.
Who did it?
I imagine you'd be in the best position to know.
Now, wait a minute. Where do you get off asking these questions?
Forgive me. I should have introduced myself. My name is Abdul Salim Bey.
Oh, I thought I recognized your fez. I've seen you with Carol Morgan.
You're a friend of Miss Morgan's?
Not exactly.
Well, would you care to tell me your version of the affair here?
Why should I?
Because I found you right next to Mr. Torrio's body, and as chief assistant to the Minister of the Interior.
Oh, don't give me that. I met the chief assistant. His name is Hassan Pasha.
You must have met him a week ago.
Well, what's that got to do with anything?
Well, when King Farouk abdicated, naturally there was a shake-up in the local police. I now hold the position of chief assistant.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. I'd love you to see our new headquarters. But frankly, old chap, I don't think you'll like them one bit.
Last year, thousands of Americans who tried to get away with carelessness on the highways were killed or permanently injured in traffic accidents. Unless you are meticulous in your observance of the rules of highway safety, you and your loved ones are vulnerable to the menace of traffic accidents. Every motorist and pedestrian should take an active role in supporting the safety movement in his or her community. Remember, the life you save may be your own. Now back to the adventures of the Falcon.
They say there's nothing like travel to broaden one. And it must be true, because Egypt certainly flattened me out. Well, they really killed themselves to make things interesting for tourists. Look at me. After I was slugged by Vince Torrio, I come to, find Vince on the floor beside me with a knife in his back. And if that isn't enough, standing over us is a big shot in the local police named Abdul Salim Bey. Now, that's service for you.
I hate to rush you, Mr. Waring, but anytime you're ready...
Now, wait a minute, Abdul. You don't seriously believe I murdered him?
You admit quarreling with Mr. Torrio?
Yes, and he knocked me silly. So when did I have a chance to kill him? I was unconscious when you found me.
You might have been shamming.
Okay. Then riddle me this. If I was faking, why didn't I beat it before you arrived?
You probably didn't have the opportunity.
You're real anxious to pin this on me, aren't you?
That's unfair, Mr. Waring. My only motive is to see justice done.
Mm-hmm. Even if Carol Morgan is involved?
I beg your pardon.
You should. Did you know Carol and Vince Torrio were old friends?
You're lying.
I tailed her to a hotel yesterday. Suppose he was blackmailing her.
Ridiculous.
And why did she give him that diamond ring? All right, Abdul. What did you do with it?
Do with it?
There was a ring on that table when I walked in.
And you think I removed it?
Yes, I do, to protect Carol.
You're mistaken, my friend.
Oh, we'll see about that.
Just a moment, Mr. Waring. Where do you think you're going?
Over to see Carol.
No, you're not.
Oh, does this mean I'm under arrest?
I thought that was fairly obvious.
Okay, Abdul.
Who are you calling?
The American ambassador. Operator. Operator.
That won't be necessary.
Oh, may I go?
Yes. However, I must caution you.
Not to go too far away.
On the contrary, old man. You can't go far enough to please me. I shall notify your ambassador my government finds you persona non grata.
Which means?
You have 6 hours to leave Egypt.
And what about him?
Mr. Torrio? It's no problem. After all, when a man commits suicide...
Suicide? Oh, that's a hot one. I suppose he stabbed himself in the back.
Exactly.
What?
You forget. This is the mysterious Egypt. The strangest things can happen here. If I were you, old man, I'd bear that in mind. One, 5.
Hello?
Carol?
Yes?
This is Abdul.
Oh, darling, I'm so glad you called. I want to apologize.
That isn't necessary. Carol, do you love me?
You know I do.
Then you must have confidence in my judgment. There's a Michael Waring on his way over to see you.
Michael Waring?
He was formerly a private investigator in the States. At present, he's with American intelligence.
What does he want with me?
There's no reason for alarm. He asks you if you know a Vincent Torrio. Deny it.
But I don't know him.
That's fine, darling. You just stick to that story.
Listen, Abdul.
Later, sweetheart. Right now, time is of the essence. Just remember, you never heard of Vincent Torrio.
Yes?
Hello, Carol. Remember me?
Should I?
Well, I like to think I made some kind of an impression. The name is Mike Waring.
Mike Waring?
Hmm?
Oh, of course, you're that private detective they call the Falcon.
Yeah, shh, not so loud. I'm trying to live it down. May I come in?
Why not? I've got nothing to hide.
You sure?
Positive. Sit down.
Thanks.
What are you doing in Egypt?
Well, I was just about to ask you that. Lucky's in Italy, isn't he?
I wouldn't know. I haven't seen him since he was deported.
Mm-hmm. Well, what do you hear from Vince Torrio?
Who?
Well, now, don't tell me you've forgotten good old Vince.
How could I forget him when I never knew him in the first place?
He used to work for Lucky.
Lucky never mixed business with pleasure.
Well, just the same, you might be interested to learn that Vince was murdered.
Really? I'm sorry to hear that.
I'd imagine you'd be glad. Keeps him from spilling anything about your past to your new boyfriend.
My boyfriend?
Abdul Salim Bey.
Suppose we leave Abdul out of this.
I wish I could, but he thinks I'm the guilty critter.
Are you?
You know better, Angel.
Then who is?
Oh, I can think of several possibilities. You, for one.
I told you I didn't even know the man.
Well, it won't wash, Carol. He was up to see you yesterday.
You're mistaken.
When he walked out, he had a diamond ring that... Well, how about that?
How about what?
I see you wearing it again. Last time I saw it, Vince had it in his room.
Are you suggesting...
I'm suggesting there's only one way you could have gotten it back. You took it after you killed Vince.
Get out!
No. Okay, but I'll be back, if only to turn the other cheek. Take care of yourself, Angel. I wish I had time to. Yusuf Ben Ali?
Who goes there?
The friend, Salam Alakim.
Alaikum salam.
You, Yusuf?
I can be of service to you?
Yes, indeed you can. My name is Mike Waring.
Mike Waring?
Vince Torrio suggested I look you up.
You are acquainted with him?
Well, acquainted is hardly the word. We spent a nice couple of hours together this afternoon. Vince tells me you know Cairo like no one else.
Oh, he's most kind.
You familiar with the Savoy Hotel?
I was once employed there as a porter.
Oh, well, then this ought to be a steal. There's a young lady staying there named Carol Morgan. Think you could get into her room?
May I inquire for what purpose?
She's wearing a diamond ring. I'd like you to get it for me.
You are not suggesting I steal it?
Mm-hmm.
By the beard of Allah, I am offended.
Well, I'm sorry, Yusuf. Guess I got the wrong boy. Oh, if you know anyone who wants to make himself a fast £100...
You will pay £100 for the ring?
On delivery.
Please be seated.
You're no longer offended?
How could I possibly be? You are Vincent Torio's friend, and any friend of Mr. Torio's is a friend of mine. It will be a pleasure to be of service to you.
Ministry of Interior.
Have I the honor of speaking with His Excellency Abdul Salim Bey?
Who is this?
Your servant, sir, Yusuf Ben Ali.
What is it, Yusuf?
I wish to prove my sincerity. 20 minutes ago, I was approached in the Café El Cala by a gentleman named Michael Waring.
Well?
He had an illegal proposition for me. He wished me to enter the hotel room of the American lady Carol Morgan and steal her ring.
Really?
He offered me 100 pounds sterling for the task. Did I not do well in informing you?
You are most wise, Yusuf. I'll tell you what I'd like you to do. Accommodate Mr. Waring.
His Excellency does not mind?
On the contrary, His Excellency insists on it. Just advise me when the theft is successfully accomplished. May Allah aid you in your task.
Yusuf! Yusuf, over here.
Ah, Mr. Waring.
Did you get the ring?
It has been said of Yusuf Ben Ali that failure and he are strangers. Miss Morgan gave it up with scarcely a struggle.
I knew I picked the right boy. All right, let's have it.
The gentleman is forgetting something.
Huh?
I was promised 100 pounds.
Oh, yes, that's right. You were. 50, 70, 85, 100. There you are.
Oh, you are most kind. And now I am happy to complete my end of the bargain.
Come to Papa.
It is permitted to ask to what purpose you intend to put this ornament?
Yes, it is indeed. This is the little gimmick that's going to give us Vince Torio's killer.
What?
Oh, didn't I tell you? Vince is now in the land of Osiris.
But who
Well, that's the question of the hour. But I've got a hunch this ring will provide the answer.
I'm so happy for you, Mr. Waring.
What?
Oh, please keep your seats, gentlemen. In case you've forgotten, I'm Abdul Salim Bey.
I didn't forget.
What you failed to remember was that I gave you 6 hours to leave Cairo.
I'll get out in time.
I doubt it. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the ring you're holding is the property of Miss Carol Morgan.
How would you know that?
Elementary, old man. I gave it to her.
What?
And since I now find it in your possession, it forces me to one conclusion. You're a receiver of stolen merchandise.
Now, wait a minute. You're wrong.
Perhaps I am. Here I gave you 6 hours to leave my country, and I'm afraid we're going to have to play host to you for the next 5 to 10 years. I guess it proves even the best of us make mistakes.
On the highway, speed is the #1 killer. It takes more than half of the lives lost in traffic accidents in many states. Last year, speeding drivers caused 15,000 deaths in the United States, and that year more than 500,000 persons were injured in automobile accidents blamed on excessive speed. Initiate and support your local enforcement drives against speeders. And remember, drive as though your life depends on it. It does. Now back to the adventures of the Falcon.
Well, Mama warned me there would be days like this, but she neglected to mention they come once a week. No, Mama wouldn't have approved. She would have hated the Cafe El Cala. She has a sinus condition, and the smoke in the joint would have played the devil with it. And it was certainly no place for her boy. When you're caught with a hot piece of ice in your hand, you can't very well insist it's a frame. But obviously, Abdul Salim Bey didn't think it was going to stop me from trying.
I suppose you'll maintain you're a victim of circumstance, Mr. Waring.
You boys are pretty cute.
Why, what in the world do you mean?
You and Yusuf cooked up this little stunt between you.
I swear on the Koran.
Oh, cut it out, Yusuf. You're breaking my heart.
Really, Mr. Waring, I'm surprised at you.
You expect me to believe this is all coincidental?
Frankly, old man, I don't care what you believe.
Well, you should. Because I had no idea this ring was stolen. I bought it in good faith.
That's most amusing.
Well, if you search him, you'll find 100 pounds I paid him.
No doubt. But you knew the ring was Miss Morgan's property, and you hired Yusuf to secure it for you.
I wouldn't insist on that theory.
Why not?
Might prove very embarrassing to Carol. The last time I saw it was in Vince Torio's room shortly before he was murdered. And if Yusuf here got it from Miss Morgan, you see where that takes you.
I'm afraid not.
Well, you're not looking in the right place. Suppose we adjourn to Carol's hotel room and do a little peeking there. And I hope for your sake she can stand an investigation.
I assure you, darling, there's nothing to worry about. I just want you to answer a few questions.
Suppose you let me phrase them, Abdul. Carol, you recognize this man?
No.
The lady is mistaken.
That's enough out of you, Yusuf.
Sweetheart, I promise you there's no reason to be frightened. But you must tell the truth. Do you know him? His name is Yusuf Ben Ali.
Yes, he was up here about an hour ago.
What happened?
He stole a ring.
That's all?
Yes.
Is this it?
Yes.
Take a good look, Angel. You're sure it's the same one?
Absolutely.
Well, they say a diamond is the hardest substance in the world, so let's see.
Put away that knife.
Now, don't worry, Abdul. I'm just performing a little experiment.
What the devil are you doing?
You call it.
You've marred the stone.
Mm-hmm. Then obviously it wasn't a diamond.
I don't understand.
No, but you do, don't you, Carol?
No.
You're lying. This is a paste copy of the ring Abdul gave you.
I tell you, you're wrong.
Come on, admit it. You gave the genuine article to Vince Torrio. Well, didn't you?
Yes.
Carol.
I'm sorry, Abdul.
What for? That proves you didn't kill him.
What?
Well, a killer walked off with the McCoy, and if you had it, you would have worn it instead of this phony.
And the motive for Torrio's murder
It was old-fashioned robbery. Right, Yusuf?
How would I know?
Who would know better? You walked in on Vince while I was out cold. You thought it was too good a chance to miss, so you murdered him, waltzed off with the rock, figuring I'd be blamed for both.
Oh, you are wrong by the beard.
No. There's no reason to go modest on the folks, Yusuf. You did a nice piece of work. I wouldn't think of letting anyone else take the credit.
I can't tell you how much I appreciated your assistance, Waring. I don't know what I'd have done without you.
But you'd rather,
Well, you can appreciate my position.
Oh, sure. You thought I was going to nail either you or Carol for Vince's murder.
Actually, I didn't care about myself. Though I suppose you considered me a suspect all along.
No, I didn't. If you had killed Vince and taken the ring, somewhere or other you would have arranged for Carol to get it back. The fact that she was wearing the copy proved both of you were innocent. Hey, what are we stopping here for?
Isn't this your hotel?
Well, yes.
Well, you'll have to start packing if you plan to leave Egypt within the 6 hours I gave you.
Now, wait a minute.
I hope you don't take this personally, old man, but you're such a troublemaker, I'd just as soon not have you around.
But you can't kick me out. I'm an American citizen.
Farouk was king of all Egypt.
Oh, and you did it to him.
Exactly. Bon voyage, Mr. Waring.
The case of the
Thanks for watching Golden Age Radio. We have new episodes every day.
Sit back, close your eyes, relax, and let your imagination take over.
That's right. Radio is theater of the mind. So listen while you work, rest, drive, or sleep. Just be inspired.
Let us know your thoughts. We strive to provide the best programming for you.
Visit g3pl.com for your WordPress needs.
Subscribe for more videos.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is floor. F-L-O-O-R. And Groucho in just a few minutes. There'll be no more secret about America's most exciting new car, the DeSoto Fire Dome 8.
Oh, really?
You bet your life. 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
He's been on before, hasn't he? Oh, that's me. Something early tonight. Well, here I am again with $1,500 for one of our couples.
Well, Groucho, we asked for men with unusual occupations tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Mr. James McClellan. His partner is a housewife from the studio audience, Mrs. Peggy Nagel. And here they are. Folks, come on in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers, and don't forget, in just a few minutes, we'll hear all about America's most exciting new car, the DeSoto Fire Dome 8. Now, if you say the secret word, you divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Just step up a little bit, Peggy. Atta girl. Atta, Peggy. Mrs., Mrs., huh?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry to call you Peggy. I hardly know you, huh? Mrs. O'Neill, is it? Nagel, huh? And Mr. James McClellan.
Yes,
McClellan. Where are you from, Peggy?
I'm from Marshalltown, Iowa.
Marshalltown, Iowa?
Mm-hmm.
And how long ago since you left there?
Well, I was 4 years old about.
Oh, 16 years ago, huh? How long have you been married, Peggy?
7 years.
7 years? Well, then you must be more than 20, huh?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. What sort of work does your husband do, Peggy?
He has an upholstery shop.
Oh, that's pretty stuffy work, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
An upholstery shop?
Yes.
And Mr. McClellan, is that...
Yes.
You know there was once a mayor in New York named McClellan?
No.
And you didn't know that?
Never heard of him.
Oh, well, then obviously you're not related to him, huh?
No, I don't think so.
Jane, I'll call you Jim, huh?
All right.
And that'll be Jim Dandy. Where are you from, Dandy? Jim?
Wichita, Kansas.
Wichita, huh?
Yes.
How long have you been living in California?
I don't live in California. I live in Wichita, Kansas.
Oh, and you go home every night? Is that right? Take the wheelchair bus right out Glendale. Well, what are you doing out here, Jim? Is this a pleasure trip?
No, I came out here to get on this program.
Well, then it certainly isn't a pleasure trip. It's a long way from Kansas. What made you think you'd be on the show after you got here?
I wasn't sure I would be. This is the 6th time I've come out here to try to get on the show.
6th time you've
Yes.
been out here? My sponsors come out from Detroit 7 times trying to get me off the show. Well, this is indeed flattering to have you spend all that time and money just to be on the show. And for all you know, you might wind up in Grant's Tomb with $12.50. That's a nice prospect facing a man. How much have you spent just to be on this show? And invested, I mean.
No, I haven't spent anything. I come out here free on the Union Pacific Railroad.
Well, do you come in the train or under it? Huh?
No, I come in the train.
In the train?
Yes.
Well, that runs into money, doesn't it?
No, I ride free.
Yeah, well, how do you do that?
I work part-time as a brakeman and third cook on dining cars.
You're a third cook?
Yes.
What are you in charge of the succotash or something? Imagine, combination cook and brakeman. Huh? If the spaghetti is sliding too fast, he puts the brake on it. Did you ever serve brake lining instead of cornbread?
No.
Well, I don't understand. What do? You ride in the back in the caboose and then you run forward if they have to make something? What's the difference between a third cook and a first cook?
Well, the first cook is the last cook to get up in the morning. The third cook is the first cook to get up in the morning. The first cook is the first cook to go to bed at night, and the third cook is the last cook to go to bed at night.
Well, here we are, back with Abbott and Costello. But when are you the brakeman?
Oh, about in the fall part of the year.
Oh, I see. You cook in the spring and then you're a brakeman in the fall. Well, do you cook in the brakeman's outfit, or do you break in the cookman's outfit? Imagine. And how far did you travel, Peggy, to be on this show?
About a mile.
See, people come from all over the world just to be on this show. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the $1,500 question. Right now, I want you to pay close attention to this. It's the big DeSoto announcement we've all been waiting for.
Announcing the new DeSoto Fire Dome 8. It's now at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers. The most exciting new automobile in America. The beautiful new DeSoto with the most exciting new engine in America. The 160 horsepower Fire Dome V8 engine. Here is an entirely new kind of automobile engine with hemispherical or dome-shaped combustion chambers that produce more work per unit of fuel. This means that the new DeSoto Fire Dome 8 gives you plenty of reserve power and acceleration at all speeds and on regular gasoline. See this great new car, the DeSoto Fire Dome 8. Stop at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers tomorrow and try it from behind the wheel. The new 160 horsepower DeSoto Fire Dome 8.
All right, here we go. Now, let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected anatomical terms. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
Want me to explain the rules to him first?
Well, yes, if you care to.
All right.
And talk slowly until I get the stogie going. Huh?
All right. You bet as much of your $20.
Slower.
You bet as much of your $20.
Slower.
You take your $20.
Faster, huh?
You bet as much of your $20 as you want.
Faster, Fenneman. I'm all there, Dan.
On each of 4 questions, you see, and then I forgot the rules. You bet as much of your $20 as you want on each of 4 questions.
Unless he does it all together, he can't do it. Huh?
Well,
explain the rules.
All right.
To him, huh? I'd like to understand them, too. Huh?
You bet as much of your $20 as you want on each of 4 questions, and the couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question at the end of the show.
All right, now you have $20. Now, how much are you going to bet of the 20?
18.
$18. All right. The word pedal pertains to what part of the body?
Foot.
Foot is right.
You're off to a good start. You have $38.
Remember, you're going for $1,500 tonight. Now, how much of the $38 will you try this time?
Say 36.
Fine.
36. The word manual pertains to what part of the body?
Hand.
Hands is right.
You now have $74.
Now, how much will you bet?
How much do you want to bet?
You have $74.
73.
Talk up, Peggy.
All right.
Make believe you're talking to your husband.
73.
How much? 73. The word nasal pertains to what part of the body?
The nose.
Nose is right.
You've now climbed to $147.
And here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the $147 are you going to risk?
$130.
$130. The word epidermal refers to what part of the body?
The scalp. The skin.
Skin is right.
And you wind up with $277.
Put it there, Peggy. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America.
We have a boarding house keeper and a husband from the audience, Groucho. Mrs. Ann Berner and Mr. Charles Hurtleston. Come in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mrs. Ann Berner and Charles Hurtleston. Mrs. Ann Berner, you're the boarding house keeper, I presume, huh?
Yes.
Where are you from, Ann?
Atlanta, Georgia.
Atlanta? Oh, are you married, Ann?
Yes, I am.
You are, huh? How long have you been married?
5 years.
5 years, huh? You, are you the husband, Mr. Hurtleston?
I'm a husband, not her husband.
Well, don't come running to me with your problem. Where are you from, Charlie? You're a fine-looking young fella.
I'm from Fort Worth, Texas.
Oh. Are all the young fellas down there as handsome as you are, Charlie?
Well, I don't know.
How long have you been married?
15 months.
Meet her was she from Dallas?
No, that's our nicest suburb. I
thought Neiman Marcus was the suburb of Fort Worth. Now, Mrs. Bernie, you operate a boarding house.
I do.
What's the name of this place?
It's the New Hampshire house.
This is in Vermont?
No, it's on New Hampshire Avenue.
Oh, here locally, huh? Well,
Yes.
what kind of a boarding house is it?
It's
Some
a
of our
the-
listeners may be interested, you know.
It's a theatrical-
Pretty hungry-looking crowd out there tonight.
It's a theatrical boarding house.
Oh, theatrical boarding house? Oh, you save a lot of hams there, huh?
You have to be in some end of show business to get in.
Yeah. Well, I'm in the end of show business. About to shove me out of the whole thing. I used to play one end of a horse in vaudeville. Would that be qualifying me? Now, how large a place is this birdcage that you operate?
26 rooms.
26 rooms?
Yes.
Show people a big appetite, you know. How big are the helpings at your
Oh,
place?
you can have as much as you want, and then if you want a second helping, we'll even give you the second steak if you want
Well,
it.
that's most generous of you, Mrs. Burney.
Because it only costs 60 cents to buy a steak today, the way I buy them.
Well, are you in close contact with a veterinary? Where you...
Well, I get the steaks anyway.
I'll say you get them anyway. Now, you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You beat our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the $1,500 question. I can't tell you how much you have to win, but George is going to remind our listeners.
The housewife and the railroad cook won $277. And the secret word is floor.
By the way, I understand, before I proceed with this, I understand your old quizmaster is on the cover of this week's parade. That's the Sunday Picture magazine. Just thought I'd warn you so you can hide it from the children. Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected songs about water as your category. Here's your first question. How much will you bet? You have $20.
15.
$15. Here's your first question. What is the name of this song? Play, Jerry.
$35.
Remember, you're going for $1,500 tonight. How much of the $35 will you bet?
20.
20?
Mm-hmm.
Give me the title of this song. Okay, Jerry. Lazy River is right.
You now have $55.
How much you going to bet?
50.
Yeah.
$50. All right. Play, Jerry. Let's have the music. Over the Waves are the loveliest night of the year.
You now have $105.
Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much will you bet? There you have $105.
$100.
Okay, here goes.
$100. Give me the title of this song, Mr. F.
You wind up with $205.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Put it there,
Well, just before we went on the air, Groucho, our studio audience selected a first sergeant from the United States Army, James Schmidt. His partner is a friend of his, Miss Sue Hansen. Folks, come on in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, kids, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Sergeant Schmidt and Miss...
Sue Hansen.
Sue Hansen, huh? I suppose I should get military. At ease, Sergeant. At ease, babe. Sergeant, I'll just call you Jimmy, huh? James? Is that all right with you?
Yeah, that's good enough.
I'd rather you didn't look quite so belligerent. Where are you from, Mr. S?
San Francisco, California.
And what's your hometown?
Kansas City,
Sue?
Missouri.
Kansas City, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Do you yearn for KC anymore?
No, not at all.
You prefer California?
Yes, I
How
like
old are
it.
you, Sue?
25.
And Sergeant, how old are you?
24.
24. Well, you're outranked. How long have you been in the Army?
10 years.
10 years you've been in the Army?
Yeah.
Were you a drummer boy originally? I can't help but notice all the bars and stripes and ribbons. Could you tell us what all that stands for?
Yeah, the combat infantry badge with a star in it, silver star, bronze star with a cluster, purple heart with a cluster, and then just the regular campaign ribbons.
Quite a hero, huh? Where did you get all those things? You must have been in the last war, huh?
Yeah.
Have you ever thought of leaving the Army and running for president? Other people have that in mind, Jimmy. I understand you're a friend of the sergeant here, Sue. Is that right? How good a friend are you, Sue?
Well, we're engaged.
You contemplate matrimony with this gent here?
Those are my plans.
Have you consulted the sergeant?
Well, he's agreeable, I think.
Well, he might be agreeable, but does he want to get married? Now, you're a first sergeant. What else do they call you?
Top sergeant or top kick.
I've heard of top sergeants. They're supposed to be the toughest men in the Army, aren't they? Sue, what do you call him when you're alone, Sarge or top kick?
I don't call him top kick or Sarge.
What do you call him?
Well...
I know, it's kind of...
Honey pot?
Honey pot? Honey pot, is this true? Answer in the name of Ulysses S. Grant.
I guess it is.
Those dames, they whittle everybody down to their size. Do you like it when she calls you Honey Pot, Sarge?
I guess I do.
Attention, all privates in Sergeant Schmidt's company. He wants you to call him Honey Pot. That's an order. Over and out. Roger, Sam. Do I sound like Captain Video? Sarge, let's find out about your job. For example, what do you actually do?
Well, I'm the immediate representative of the company commander. I tell the men what the captain want them to do.
And do you tell the captain what the men want him to do? In other words, you're the boss man, huh? And if a man doesn't do his job right, you fire him. Is that right?
There's no such thing as firing in the Army.
And why do they have all those guns and bullets? Well, what are some of your duties specifically?
Well, I maintain the duty roster and see that all the details are shared equally.
Well, that's a pretty responsible job. Are you sure that all the men share alike in the work details?
Yes, sir, they're all shared alike.
Mm-hmm. Well, for example, when they're painting the barracks, does the general wield a brush like the other men?
No.
And you call that sharing the work, eh? Can't you ask the captain to fire the general?
Captains don't fire generals.
That's not true. I know an ex-artillery captain from Missouri who fired a general. Of course, he was a very democratic fellow, but... How many men do you have in your company?
Roughly 800. It's a post-operating company.
Roughly 800, huh?
Yeah.
What do you mean by a post-operating company? You operate on the post there?
No, we handle all the administrative functions on post and give logistical support to the ROTC and ORC units in Southern California.
You didn't get a Purple Heart for that. How'd you get the Purple Heart?
That's a while back.
Well, tell us about it. I'm sure the audience would be interested in that.
Well, the first time was in Sicily, jail of Sicily, and then the second time was in Hamhung, North Korea.
It's always that way. The bigger the hero they are, the more modest they are. Well, Sarge, I imagine you must have had some strange experiences in the service. Can you think of any that you could tell?
Well, I never had any strange ones. I had kind of an embarrassing one, though. When I first went in the Army, I was kind of a big guy, and we were over in North Africa getting ready to go to Sicily. Well, I was a corporal at the time. I was 14. So my mom wrote a letter to the old man, and she told...
What do you mean, the old man? Your father?
No, the company commander.
Oh, the CO, huh?
Yeah. So,
who was the old man, you remember?
Geez, I forgot his name.
It's just as well, I guess. Huh?
Well, anyway, she wanted me to come home. Thought I was not old enough to be over there.
Well, that's absurd. You were 14.
So it kind of got out in the company, and, being a squad leader, and I had told everybody I was 20, why, it was kind of embarrassing when they found out.
And what did the CO do? Did he holler when he heard about it?
Well, he didn't like it.
That's the understatement of the week, I think. Have you any idea, Sue, what your life would be like if you were married a first sergeant? For example, Sarge, what time do you start to work in the morning?
Well, I generally get up about 5 and fall out for reveille at 5:30.
Why don't you get up the same as everybody else, huh? Don't you ever hurt yourself falling out in the morning? Would you be willing to get up at 5 in the morning, 5:30, and make coffee for a sergeant here?
Well, I thought perhaps I could make it the night before, and then he could warm it up in the morning.
How do you like it? They're not even married yet, and she's figured out how they're going to make the coffee. Huh? Sarge, my advice is after you're married, go over the hill. By the time you get home, she'll make it hot for you. Well, you're a charming couple, and I wish you both the best of luck, and I hope you wind up as a general and eventually run for president. Now you're going to play your bet your life for a chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question. You run your $20 into more than our other couples. I can't tell you how much you have to win, but George is going to remind our listeners.
The housewife and the railroad cook lead with $277.
And here we go. This is Famous Lovers of Fact and Fiction. Now you have $20. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
$19.99.
$19.99. That's right. She's a very cautious girl and wants a nest egg, that's all. All right, here we go. Prince Albert was proposed to by a famous queen. What was her name?
Think real hard.
Talk it over, and if you don't know, make a guess.
Prince Albert. Huh?
Prince Albert.
Prince Albert was proposed to by a famous queen. What was her name?
Not Elizabeth. Josephine.
Oh, I'm sorry. Queen Victoria.
Victoria.
Gee, you have 1 cent.
That's pretty better.
You're going to bet all of it? All right, remember you're going for $1,500 tonight. You're going to bet the whole cent. On your second question. Roxanne was loved by a long-nosed swordsman and a poet. They made a movie about her. What was his name?
Cyrano de Bergerac.
Cyrano de Bergerac.
You now have 2 cents.
Gentlemen, keep your 2 cents out of this, will you? Here's your third question. How much of the 2 cents are you going to risk?
All of it.
All of it? Elizabeth Barrett was in love with a famous poet. What was his name?
Browning.
Browning is right. Just that first one.
You now have
nervous, huh?
4 cents.
Now you got 4 cents. Now, how much you going to bet?
All of it.
All of it. She's real bright. The first one was just confusion. I think she had stage fright. You're going to bet the whole 4 cents. In the ballad, Frankie shot her lover. What was his name?
Johnny.
Johnny is right.
Well, I wind up with 8 cents.
8 cents. I can figure that out, too, buddy. I'm as sharp as you are. Well, we'll give you one more question. Answer it correctly, and we'll see that you don't leave here with less than $25. You've got 8 cents, so this question is for $24 and $24.92. Think hard now, and please no help in the audience. What kind of fruit grows on a cherry tree?
Cherries.
Cherries is right. Put it there, Sue. Put it there, Sarge.
Well, you wound up with 8 cents, so that means that the housewife and the railroad cook with $277 in just 1 minute get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question. Thank you.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now let's learn more about the spectacular new DeSoto Fire Dome 8.
It's here, the exciting new DeSoto Fire Dome 8 with power steering, one of the most remarkable advancements in automobile history. Power Power Steering takes almost all the effort out of turning the wheels. Imagine, one finger. Yes, one finger is all it takes to turn the wheels, even when the car is at a standstill. In parking your car, you've never known anything to compare with DeSoto Power Steering. With no more effort than it takes you to dial a phone, you can turn the wheels and glide comfortably into the tightest parking space. And out on the highway, DeSoto Power Steering makes your control of the car easier with less road shock. No matter how bad the road, DeSoto Power Steering helps you hold a true and steady course, and with practically no effort on your part. DeSoto Power Steering. Never has there been a more brilliant advance in making it easier, safer for everyone to handle a car. See the brilliant new DeSoto with power steering, the 160 horsepower Fire Dome V8 engine, and other great features. It's now at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And now here's the housewife and the railroad cook, all set for the $1,500 DeSoto Plymouth question, Groucho.
Now, here we go for $1,500. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully, and please no help from the audience. Are you ready? Mm-hmm. One of the well-known countries of the world is divided into two parts by 1,000 miles of another country. For $1,500, what country is geographically split into two separate parts? Talk it over. You got 15 seconds. Well, of course you can guess.
Russia?
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The correct answer is Pakistan. It is divided by 1,000 miles of the Republic of India territory. So that means the big question next week will be worth $2,000. Well, you lost the big money, but you won quite a lot in the quiz. How much?
$277 in the quiz.
Well, it's not too bad. Congratulations and thanks to both of you and to all of our contestants on the show tonight.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $2,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, see the DeSoto Fire Dome 8 tomorrow.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Look out for the driver who doesn't look out for you. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. Rumble.com/C/GAR.
Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals, presents Wild Bill Hickok!
Hi, you folks, hold on to your hats and pass those Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops.
because here comes Guy Madison as Wild Bill Hickok and his pal Jingles, which is me, Andy Devine. We got another rootin' tootin' Wild Bill Hickok adventure story for you from that great new cereal with the sweetening already on it, Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops!
Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops brings you Wild Bill Hickok, transcribed in Hollywood and starring Guy Madison as Wild Bill and Andy Devine as his pal Jingles. In just 30 seconds, you'll hear the exciting story, Revenge of the Red Man. Say, boys and girls, when Mother makes out her next list for the grocery store, make sure Mother puts you down for new Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops. And remind her to load up big on Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops because the whole family's going to go for them. Then you'll have plenty around for breakfast and for snack time, too. Let's take in today's exciting adventure. Deep in Indian Territory, the council fires of the Pawnee tribe burned high. A circle of grim faces streaked with war paint surrounded Chief Fire in the eyes. Each word the old chief spoke meant added danger to United States Marshal Wild Bill Hickok and his deputy Jingles, who were at that same moment rushing to stop the terrifying Revenge of the Red Man.
Listen, my brothers. 3 days back, my son, Flying Antelope, go to find Wild Bill Hickok, bring him here. Many times Wild Bill Hickok proved that he is friend to his Indian brothers. He will tell us what to do. Chief Fire in the Eyes has spoken.
Hear what Black Wolf say, my brothers. White man promised Pawnee tribes as many fat cattle as there are feathers on prairie chicken. Give none. Is it not so? While we wait for white man Hickok, we're starved. Next to reservation, there are many fat cattle on the range of Rancho Baines. We go there, take cattle. If white men try to stop us, we kill.
No! Do not listen to Black Wolf, my brothers. He is traitor to his tribe.
All right. The first one of you feathered galoots that moves ain't gonna move no more.
There, Sheriff, I told you old Chief Fire in the Eyes was fixing to go on the warpath. Looks like we got here just in time.
Yeah, thanks to Black Wolf and his warning.
So, Black Wolf, you make plan to betray your tribe.
Black Wolf friend to white men.
Yeah, I reckon you are, Black Wolf. All right, Chief Fire in the Eyes, you're coming back to jail with me.
I come, but Sheriff make big mistake.
Don't listen to him, Sheriff. Take him in.
All right, Chief. Get on this horse I brung. We'll nip this Indian uprising in the bud right here and now.
All right, Sheriff. Let's go.
Yeah, Baines, we're going. Now, Black Wolf, you get the rest of them braves out of that war paint and put them to planting corn or something. Come on, Baines. We got the chief. That'll stop the trouble pronto. Up, boy.
Now, my brothers, Black Wolf, your chief. No longer do we wait. Now we take cattle. Black Wolf is wise. He has tricked the white fools and the old chief. When Flying Antelope bring Wild Bill Hickok, they too shall feel the cunning of Black Wolf. Now, my braves, go among the herds of Rancho Baines. Bring back fattest cattle. There shall be a feast of plenty in Pawnee Camp before the owl speaks again. Black Wolf has spoken.
Bill, there sure better be something mighty bad going on at this reservation. Anytime I ride this far and this hard, I don't want it wasted.
Just hope we're in time to stop an uprising, Jingles.
Well, Bill, you look near Big River Bank.
Oh, bacha.
Oh, Joker. Well, what is it, Flying Antelope?
Pawnee braves steal cattle of Rancho Baines.
A raiding party.
Yeah, doggone it. You mean we're too late?
Maybe not. We'll put a stop to this right now.
Bill, they've got guns. I don't like the looks of this.
Bad medicine.
Come on, we'll figure out some good medicine to cure him of rustling. Hi, bacha. Hi.
Jump, Joker. You heard what Bill said.
You'll have to talk to him, Flying Antelope.
Me talk. Not do much good.
Bill, those red devils are shooting at us.
Hold up your hand and sign a friendship, Jingles.
All right, but that shooting don't make me feel very friendly.
See? They stop. All right, pull up right in front of them. Don't look so scared, Jingles.
Bill, they're working their way around us in a circle, and they ain't putting down those guns neither.
Easy, Jingles.
Easy nothing. Something tells me your curiosity walked us right into a trap. Doggone it all anyway.
Howdy, partners. Here's your old pal Panhandle Jim. Doggone, but we sure do enjoy these shows, don't we? Just sitting back, listening, and chomping on our Kellogg sugar corn pops. Now, I'm talking about the new ones. Man, oh man, these even sweeter sugar corn pops are crisper and more delicious than ever. But say, for those of you wranglers who haven't had the chance to taste these new sugar corn pops yet, let me tell you how to recognize them down at the store. They come in bright, new yellow packages with big pictures of Guy Madison, who was Wild Bill Hickok, and Andy Devine, who was Jingles, right on the front. Just like in real life. And that's not all. On the back, you'll find Wild Bill's famous gun cutouts. So, get to 'em soon, huh? And now, let's do our little sugar corn pop song.
Yippee! Sugar pots.
They're sugar-coated, taste so sweet. Just pour on some milk.
Boy, they're neat.
Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops. Sugar Pops are tops. Now Sugar Pops, you know are sweet.
But cowboys know there's an extra treat.
Right out of the box, take a handful out. Pop 'em into your mouth as you run about. Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops. Sugar Pops are tops.
In order to learn more about the trouble on the Indian reservation, Wild Bill Hickok made no resistance when a Pawnee raiding party surrounded him and Jingles and the chief's son, Flying Antelope. Immediately, they were taken to the Pawnee camp and marched up before the chief's rustic throne, now occupied by the treacherous Black Wolf.
Bill, you shouldn't have let them take our guns. I don't like this painted devil's looks.
Easy, Jingles. Let's see what he has to say.
You, Black Wolf, why do you sit on throne of my father? Where is Chief?
Fire in the Eyes has been taken by Sheriff Black Wolf, great chief now.
Black Wolf, lie. He will die.
Braves, take them. Tie them well.
No, you don't.
Take him, Jingles. I'm Black Wolf.
Bill, there's 100 of them.
Yeah, that's like Grand Fort.
Let me go, you sneaking varmints. Let me go.
It's no use, Jingles. They've got us.
Oh.
Now you see who is chief of Pawnee. Tie Flying Antelope to council stake. Guard him well.
Black Wolf will die for this. By my forefathers, I swear.
You, Wild Bill Hickok, you not stop, Black Wolf.
Oh, wonder what makes my scalp feel so loose.
You will be tied on face of Sacrifice Rock. It makes Sun God happy.
The vengeance of the Great White Father will be great upon you and your people, Black Wolf.
Black Wolf not fear, Great White Father. When he cannot keep promise to give cattle, he cannot be strong in vengeance.
What's that, Bill?
That's part of what we came here to find out, Jingles.
It is? Well, I don't see what good it's going to do us tied spread eagle out on the face of that rock.
Come, my braves. Bring rawhide wet with salt to tie prisoners to Sacrifice Rock.
Bill, why you reckon they tied us with rawhides soaked in salt water?
Makes it tighten up fast in the sun, partner.
Oh, well, it's already cutting into my wrists and ankles. And that sun's blistering my face. How about you?
Same here, Jingles. Black Wolf did his job well.
Oh, you reckon this is the end of our partnership, Bill?
Don't think about it, Jingles. Just keep working at those rawhide thongs. If we don't get them loose soon, we're going to give those buzzards a treat.
No. Now, Bill, don't talk like that. Now, go away, birds. Shoot!
Pennington, like I told you, my plans are just working out fine. Couldn't be better.
Yeah, Mr. Baines, but...
But nothing. With you as Indian agent, sidetracking the Pawnees beef cattle over on my range, and Chief Fire in the Eyes locked up in jail, why, I'm sitting purty.
Yes, Mr. Baines, but...
What are you worried about, Pennington? Nobody's gonna get wise.
But what about Black Wolf? Ain't he gonna get suspicious about them cattle, just like Chief Fire in the Eyes did?
Nah, don't worry about Black Wolf. Well, that sneaking rat only wanted one thing, to be chief. Now that Fire in the Eyes is locked up, Black Wolf's eating out of my hands.
What about Wild Bill Hickok? Flying Antelope was sent to fetch him, and if he finds him, you got trouble aplenty.
Don't worry about Hickok either. Black Wolf will know what to do with him if he shows up around the Pawnee camp.
Well, I don't know. If Hickok comes...
Now, look here, Pennington. Don't you go getting yellow on me.
No, Mr. Baines. Please, let me go.
All right. But you just remember to keep your mouth shut and keep shipping them cattle to my range.
You can trust me.
I don't trust nobody. Now, remember, you haven't seen me. I'm going down to play a little chess with the sheriff.
The sheriff?
Sure, we're old pals. Besides, it gives me a chance to keep an eye on what's going on.
Bill, them buzzards are getting closer, and I can't hold out much longer. Can't even move my hands now. These rawhide thongs have almost dried up, and they're cutting my hands off.
Sorry I got you into this, partner.
Oh, now don't go talking like that. You didn't know Chief Fire in the Eyes was in jail?
I'd sure like to get a chance to talk to him.
Bill, shh, Bill. There's a pack rat gnawing at the thong on my left wrist.
Well, don't breathe.
What do you suppose is making him do that?
The salt. He's after the salt.
Well, I sure hope he wants a lot of it. Uh-oh, Bill. My nose itches. I'm afraid I'm gonna sneeze.
No, Jingles, no. You can't do that. You'll scare him. Nah, you've done it.
Doggone it. And it was just started. Where'd he go? If I can just turn my head a little. Oh, there he is. He's peeking around that rock. Here, Ratty. Here, Mousy. Pretty little Mousy. Come and get some more salt. Oh, come on, Mousy.
Your move, Sheriff. Yeah, I know it. Oh, wait. I can move my knight right over there. And I move my queen right in between and checkmate.
Oh, no. Dad burn it, why'd I do that? That's 3 straight you took me. You beat me all the time, Baines.
Yep, Sheriff, I guess I do. But don't take it so hard.
Now, who's that coming in here without knock... Hickok! Well, what in tarnish? Wild Bill Hickok and Jingles.
Howdy, Sheriff.
Here, man. Here, sit down. Sit down. Oh, what in thunderation happened to you?
No time to talk now, Sheriff. Are you holding Chief Fire in the Eyes here in jail?
Yeah, I sure am. Baines and I went out and nabbed him just in time to stop an Indian uprising.
I want to talk to him.
Well, sure, but...
Say, mister, did he say your name was Baines?
Why, that's right.
Well, Bill, wasn't that the name that Flying Antelope said?
Not now, Jingles.
No.
Well, what happened to you, Wild Bill? Where's your guns?
Well, I guess you might as well know, Sheriff. We were taken by an Indian raiding party.
Yeah, and there was rustling cattle off your range, Mr. Baines.
What?
That's right, Mr. Baines. Black Wolf's boys figure to get fat eating your beef.
Why, that low-down thieving redskin. I'll have his hide for this.
I wouldn't go off half-cocked, mister.
Well, I'll go on out to my ranch and see how many head I'm missing. See you later, Sheriff.
Yeah. And I'll have that talk with Fire in the Eyes now.
Yeah, okay, Bill. So long, Baines. Come on, Bill.
Wild Bill Hickok, my brother. You have come.
Yes, Chief.
Yeah, but we got delayed a little here and there.
Chief, I figure you got a lot to tell us that we don't know yet. There isn't much time, so spill it.
Oh, he's the one who started it himself, Bill. He was going on the warpath.
I'm afraid you're wrong, Sheriff.
But Baines said Black Wolf told him all about it.
Baines did? How about that, Chief?
For many moons, Indians not have cattle. Great White Father in Washington promised many cattle.
Bill! Billy's hit.
Come on, Jingles. He's killed the chief.
But, Bill, we got no horses. We got no guns.
Well, I got guns I can give you, and there's 2 horses out back. Here's guns on this peg. Take your pick.
Yeah, I got mine.
These'll do. Come on, Jingles. See you later, Sheriff.
Bill, the Jasper that fired that shot could be clean to the Baker's River by now.
I guess you're right, Jingles. But we'll see if we can pick up his trail. Come on, boy. Hi.
Come on, you plug. I wish I had Joker now. Go, you swayback guy, you rat!
Whoa.
Here, Mr. Baines, what are you doing back here? No.
You ain't gonna do no squealing on me, Pennington. I got 2 more to get. Out the back way before they catch me.
Bill, I can see his dust trail now.
Yeah, we're catching up to him, Jingles.
Bill, that shot wasn't meant for us.
No, it sounded like it. Come on, Jingles. He's turned here to the right.
Bill, there's a log cabin and it says Pawnee Indian Agency. B. Pennington, agent.
Yeah, partner, I thought so. Pull up. Whoa, boy, whoa.
Whoa, Jughead. What's the hurry, Bill? You figure that Jasper's here?
Here or been here, Jingles?
Well, I don't see. Bill, they're on the floor.
Yeah. They'll have to get a new Indian agent.
Where's the man that shot him?
Just 1 jump ahead of us, partner. And I'm hoping we can catch him before he gets to his next victim. Come on, let's go.
Hey there, buckaroos. If you got some buddies around your territory who haven't heard about new Kellogg Sugar Corn Pops, you be a good neighbor and pass the word along about Sugar Corn Pops in the bright yeller box. And don't forget to tell them Kellogg Sugar Corn Pops have got this new name because they're sweeter and crisper than ever before. And whether you eat new Sugar Corn Pops out of the box like candy, like I do listening to the show, or out of the bowl with milk at breakfast time, they just couldn't be better tasting. Oh, and doggone, don't forget yourself either. Make sure your mom has got a good stock of Kellogg Sugar Corn Pops around your ranch, too. If not, you better gallop down the store and get a load of them first thing tomorrow morning. Well, now, kids, let's hum along with our little song here.
Yippee! Sugar Pots.
Their sugar-coated tastes so sweet. Just pour on some milk.
Boy, they're neat.
Kellogg Sugar Corn Pops. Sugar Pops are tops. Now Sugar Pops, you know, are sweet.
But cowboys know there's an extra treat.
Right out of the box, take a handful out, pop 'em into your mouth as you run about. Kellogg Sugar Corn Pops. Sugar Pops are tops.
Wild Bill Hickok and Jingles were too late to save Baines' second victim, Indian Agent Pennington. But Bill was hoping they'd catch him before he had a chance to kill again. He and Jingles rode hard into the night.
Bill, who are we chasing?
I reckon it's Rancher Baines, Jingles.
Baines? That fellow we saw at the sheriff's office?
Yep. We'll stop here and leave the horse. Whoa, boy, whoa.
Whoa, boy. Bill, you mean we gotta walk?
Yeah, unless you want to go charging in like the cavalry.
Well, I sure don't care for no more walking.
Well, we don't know where our killer is, Jingles.
Well, what makes you think he's here at all?
I'm just following a hunch, partner. I figure there are 2 more people he'd like to get out of the way.
Who's that, Bill?
Flying Antelope and Black Wolf. Hey, hold it.
What you see, Bill?
I'll have that horse. Our killer's already here, all right. We've got to find Flying Antelope. Come on.
I had him tied to a stake, Bill. Hey, we ain't going out in that compound again, are we?
No. Come on, take a look through the trees. There's a stake.
Yeah, Flying Antelope's not there.
That means he's in one of those teepees or dead. Here, let's try this one. Now be ready for anything, partner.
Flying Antelope. You in there?
Nobody there. Come on, we'll try the next one.
In one of these, we're going to run smack into a mess of wildcats. Bill, I don't like this a little bit.
Quiet, Jingles. Let's look in here. Hey, Jingles, there's something over there.
Yeah, Bill. Don't move, whoever you are, or you'll go to your happy hunting ground.
Jingles, I think we found him. Light a match.
Okay. Bill, it's him.
Take that gag off his mouth while I untie him.
Sure. Oh, boy, these Indians are the tighest Jaspers I ever saw. There. Howdy, Flying Antelope.
Why, Bill, you get away from Black Wolf. Did you find my father?
Yes, but he was killed when he tried to tell us of his trouble.
My father? Killed?
Yeah. You're now the rightful chief of the Pawnee tribe.
But now we've got a little unfinished business. Come on.
Oh, are we going back into that mess of Indians, Bill?
We still got to find Baines.
Well, just look for the next fellow he was going to kill and go there, and you'll find him. It's easy.
That's just what I'm going to do.
You think Baines killed my father, Wild Bill?
I'm almost sure of it. Hold it a minute.
Bill, there he is, slipping up behind Black Wolf.
With a knife in his hand. Come on. Stop where you are, Baines. Who's there? Hickok! Drop that knife.
Yeah, you double-headed sidewinder. We caught up with you at last.
Watch Black Wolf, Jingles.
You ain't getting me, Hickok. Black Wolf, turn them engines loose on these varmints.
My braves, take prisoners.
And I'll take you myself, Hickok.
Stand right where you are.
Well, now, all of a sudden, everything is peaceful and quiet.
Keep Baines and Black Wolf covered, Jingles. I've got something to say to these braves.
Well, they sure look in a listening mood. Go ahead.
Braves of the Pawnee, your great chief Fire in the Eyes is dead. Now you have a new chief, Flying Antelope. Tomorrow, there will be many cattle to feed you. Tomorrow, the sun will shine on the Pawnee tribes. I am your friend. I promise these things to you.
All right, Bill, let's take these two Gila monsters back to the jail and lock them up.
Right, Jingles.
Wait! Wild Bill Hickok and Jingles, you have been a brother to Flying Antelope. Now, I make you Indian chief.
What? Us be Indian chiefs?
He means honorary chief, Jingles.
Oh, Bill, I couldn't be a chief.
Why not, partner?
Oh, every time I'd go on the warpath, I'd have to wear one of those big war bonnets, and feathers would tickle me till I'd laugh so much nobody would believe I was mad.
And now, here are the stars of Wild Bill Hickok, Guy Madison, and Andy Devine.
Be with us Friday, folks, when Andy and I will be back with another Wild Bill Hickok story for you.
Yes, sir, and it's all about a little kid who leads us into gunfire and trouble, trying to identify the mark of the killer.
Meanwhile, Andy and I also hope you'll remember to get Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops.
Right. It's a great new cereal with the sweetening already on it.
You bet it is. Andy and I think Sugar Corn Pops are great. So long.
See you Friday.
Yes, sir. Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals, has brought you another exciting story of Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison and Andy Devine in person. Today's cast included Tony Barrett, Harry Bartell, Joe Duvall, Tom Holland, and Forrest Lewis. Our director is Paul Pierce, music by Dick Orant. This is a David Heyer production, transcribed in Hollywood. And don't forget to listen Friday, same time, same station, when Wild Bill Hickok follows a trail of gun smoke to the mark of a killer. Now, this is Charlie Lyon speaking for Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops, the cereal with the sweetening already on it. Kellogg's Corn Flakes, America's favorite ready-to-eat cereal. And Kellogg's Rice Krispies, the world's only talking cereal.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. Rumble.com/.
The border is behind us. But if you should try to make a run for it, I'd have to shoot. To kill.
Have Gun. Will Travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel. Headquarters of the man called Paladin.
Carry the 1, not 12. Miss Wong.
Oui, sir, Mr. Paladin.
Miss Wong, I'm leaving for Texas this afternoon, and before I go, I must check over these accounts. Now, cleaning the room seems to be an unusually noisy operation this morning.
Oh, so sorry, Mr. Paladin.
Let's see. 14. Miss Wong.
Yes, sir, Mr. Paladin.
It has been my observation that when a lady starts banging things around, she's usually brooding over some slight that generally has to do with some man. Is that the reason for all of this?
Oh, no, sir,
No?
Mr. Paladin, no.
Mr. Paladin?
Oh, come in, hey boy.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Paladin, you will excuse me, please? I will come back by and by and clean the room.
Ooh. Seems to be a little coolness in the air, hey boy.
Oh, Mr. Wong, very angry with Hey Boy.
Oh, that's too bad.
Mr. Paladin, Hey Boy has come to a most painful conclusion.
What's that?
Hey Boy does not understand women.
Well, that takes a bit of doing.
Yes, sir. It's most delicate matter for discussion, but, Mr. Paladin, perhaps you will give Hey Boy profound advice from your great wisdom concerning ladies?
That'll take a little more time than I can spare right now, hey boy. I have business in El Paso, Texas.
Oh.
I'm leaving this afternoon.
Maybe when you come back?
All right. When I get back, we'll have a little man-to-man talk.
Oh, yes, Mr. Paladin.
Tastes good like a cigarette should. Winston tastes good like a cigarette should. Winston gives you real flavorful, rich tobacco flavor. Winston's easy drawing too. The flavor comes right through to you. Winston tastes good like a cigarette should.
A modern filter? Sure, Winston has it. But that's only the beginning of a Winston. Up front, up where it really counts, Winston packs exclusive filter blend. Light, flavorful tobaccos, specially selected and specially processed for filter smoking. Filter blend. That's why it's fun to smoke Winston, America's best-selling filter cigarette.
Winston tastes good like a cigarette should.
A trip to Southwest Texas always meant an opportunity for a visit with my old friend Captain Sam Jeffers of the Texas Rangers. So when I finished my business in El Paso, I took the trail to Company D Post, located a few miles east on the Mexican border. This was one of the toughest sections in the country where the lawmen had to deal with the ragtag of two nations. In spite of the seriousness of their work, I'd always found the post pretty casual, and it was a surprise when I came in the gate to find the place under full guard. I rode on through Jeffers' office. Ooh.
Come in. Paladin.
Hello, Sam.
Glad to see you.
How are you, Sam?
You been hiring out your gun and good intentions to folks down Texas way?
Yeah, I had a little business in El Paso.
I'm mighty glad to see you. Sit down a minute while I get this stuff put away, then we'll go on down to my quarters and have a drink.
Thank you.
Look at this. Paperwork.
Yeah?
Believe me, a ranger job's getting pretty complicated in this man's country.
Like the old days, eh, Sam? I notice you have your men playing soldier out there.
Oh, that's not for show-off, Paladin. I got the men on 24-hour guard. Company D's got a bull by the tail.
How's that?
Know who we got in our jail? The Garcia brothers.
The Garcias, the Mexican bandits?
Dirtiest, rottenest, thievingest, murderingest pair that ever drew breath. Took us 2 years to catch 'em. Now we got to worry about how we're going to keep 'em.
Trouble.
Folks over there in Juarez are pretty put out that those two polecats should suffer the indignities of being locked up. Word's got to us they're planning a raid on the jail.
Oh? Well, do they stand a chance?
Well, just Garcia's immediate male relatives, and every last one of them's a cutthroat. Well, they won't get away with it, but we're in for some fireworks.
Well, I wish I could help.
I wish you could, too, Paladin. I could use you. But I'm afraid this has to be a ranger's job. I guess that's it. Let's go get that drink.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Hey, wait.
Huh.
You going over Fort Gilman way?
I could, yes.
Come to think of it, you sure could give me a hand if you'd be willing.
Of course. What is it?
Our border patrol picked up a fugitive trying to make it cross the line. One in Baltimore for murder. Gonna be another week or so before the U.S. Marshal can get out here to pick the prisoner up.
Uh-huh.
You know, and to hold a prisoner over at Fort Gilman, well, that's a 2-day ride, and I just can't spare a man right now.
You want me to deliver the prisoner, is that it?
Guess it's a little irregular. All the rules we work under now, but it would help me out of a tight spot.
Sure, Sam. I'd be glad to.
Good. Come in.
Captain,
Yeah, Billy, what is it?
guerrilla outfits. We spotted them.
Where?
Along the border, looks like they're getting ready to strike.
Yeah, here we go. Billy, alert the men.
Yes, sir.
Paladin, this is going to set Texas hospitality back some, but I'm afraid we're going to have to forget that drink. And I'm going to have to send you on your way. Now, I know I got to get that prisoner at Fort Gilman.
Oh, I understand, Sam. Well, what kind of a man is he? Do you figure he'll give me any trouble?
Well, you see, Paladin, it ain't a man, it's a woman.
A woman?
Mighty handsome one, too. Seems a pity. Yeah, I have to see how things are moving out there. Look in the top drawer of the desk there. You'll find the papers on the prisoner. Look them over if you want to.
All right, Sam. Top drawer. Magda Salvar. Maggie. Small world.
This is the cold season. What do medical authorities say about the common cold? Doctors tell us there's no known drug which will cure a cold. There are effective medications for treating complications accompanying or following a cold. If you've been taking sensible precautions and still have one cold after another, it's best to see your doctor. And here's another important health tip. When you have a cold and need a laxative, that's the time to rely on gentle X-Lax. Pleasant-tasting chocolated X-Lax helps you toward your normal regularity gently overnight. X-Lax gets along with any cold remedies you may be taking, and X-Lax works where nature wants, in the lower tract, not the stomach. Taken at bedtime, X-Lax won't disturb sleep. Gives you the closest thing to natural action the next morning. You're well on your way toward your normal regularity without upset or discomfort. So when you have a cold and need a laxative, take X-Lax, the laxative you can use with complete confidence. X-Lax helps you toward your normal regularity gently overnight. X-Lax.
The name on the papers was Magda Salvar. And the memories it stirred went back several years. I figured I didn't have time to dwell on them or on the strange and uncomfortable coincidence. I'd offered to do a job for Sam Jeffers, and that was that. When he gave me my final instructions, I didn't tell him that the prisoner he was entrusting to me was a woman I had known quite well some years ago in San Francisco. He had his problems, and it looked like I had mine. The horses were ready and waiting at the gate. As I walked toward them, I watched Magna Salvar, sitting proud and erect in the saddle. She was as beautiful as ever.
Hello, Paladin.
Hello, Maggie.
You see, darling, I don't fall from my horse with astonishment. I am prepared for you. The good captain was so nice to explain that a gentleman named Paladin was to be my escort.
Surprised?
Nothing surprises me anymore.
I want you to know, Magda, I offered to do this for Captain Jeffers before I read your name on the papers.
What did you think, darling, when you read Magda Salva? Did you say to yourself, oh, fate makes such strange jokes?
Now, these things happen. I guess I don't question any longer. Well, we better get started. You ride ahead.
Oh, great. No shackles, no handcuffs or chains?
No need. There's nothing but miles of desert in every direction. You should try to make a run for it. I'd have to call for you to halt. And if you kept going, Maggie, I'd have to shoot. To kill.
I see. Darling, I believe you're serious.
Don't try me. Come on, let's go. More coffee?
Yes.
There you are.
Thank you. Oh, tired.
It was a rough ride. I'm sorry, Maggie, I was driving too hard. I don't know what I was trying to prove.
You were acting like a schoolboy, but I understood.
You did?
Of course, darling. All of a sudden, you were remembering a long time ago when, how shall we say it, you looked around for Magda. Magda was not there.
I guess you're right. That was quite a blow to my male ego.
Of course it was. But really, you should be grateful to me. I did you a service to go away from you. Well, now, if you have finished with your coffee, I'll wash up the pans.
Yeah, I better gather up some more firewood.
You keep looking out that way. What do you expect to see?
This close to the border, it pays to keep watch. Some of the Mexicans who live on the line get drunk on mezcal and wander over this way looking for trouble. They'd knife us for the horses.
How did you say, darling, this close to the border?
Just a long walk that way. But don't get any ideas.
I know. You would have to call for me to halt, and if I kept going, you would have to shoot, to kill. Why?
Why?
Why don't you let me go?
Because I told Captain Jeffers I'd see that you got to Fort Gilman.
Oh, darling, you always with your childish loyalties and rules to live by. If I can get across the border, there is someone who... Well, I will be taken care of. I can make a new start.
Maggie, I'm going to see that you get to Fort Gilman. Then my job is done. After that, if you want, I'll buy you the best lawyers you can find in the country to help you get a new start.
They will have to be awfully good, those lawyers. Because I am guilty.
Oh, yes?
Yes, I killed a man. His name was Stephen, and he was rotten. And he deserved killing.
I see.
But, darling, they will hang me, and I don't want to hang for killing Stephen. He was bad.
Oh. Maggie, you...
Just let me take one of the horses while you look the other way. You can explain somehow.
I can't do that.
Why not? It won't matter to anyone, except that Magda will have a chance to live.
Maggie.
Paladin, please.
Maggie, it's no use.
So I give up. Let's say I make a good try, huh, darling?
Yes, let's leave it at that. Okay. Wait a minute. Listen. The horses, there's somebody out there.
Paladin.
You stay back.
Paladin, behind you.
Huh?
Venga, saca los caballos. Apúrate, sal de aquí enseguida.
¿Nos encontramos al río?
Pues sí, espérame allá. Yo me ocuparé de este tipo. Well, thank you for the horses, senor. Oh, no. Do not draw for your gun. This knife is at your throat. You see?
No, you don't. Maggie, the rifle by the saddlebag. The rifle, Maggie.
Paladin? Oh, he hurt you with that knife, didn't he? Is it very bad?
I'm afraid it is, Maggie. Mexican.
He's dead.
Good girl.
Good girl, yes. Oh, they won't hang me for killing him. He was just a poor, drunk Mexican.
Did they get away with our horses?
Yes.
Oh, Maggie. I can't seem to move. I guess you'll have to help me.
You cannot move.
No, help me. Maggie.
Paladin, I don't like what I must do, but I want another chance, and I'm going to take it.
What are you talking about, Maggie?
I decided I'm going for a long walk to the border.
I see.
I'm so very sorry, darling. But you understand how it is with Magda? Of course you do.
Yes. Of course I do.
If dandruff dulls your hair, leaves your scalp itchy, please listen. You can get rid of annoying dandruff so fast today, no one any longer. With Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo, unsightly dandruff's gone in 3 minutes. It's the quickest, easiest of all leading shampoos. Besides that, using Fitch regularly is guaranteed to keep embarrassing dandruff away. Simply apply in the unique Fitch manner. Before you wet hair, rub in 1 minute. This way, Fitch shampoo penetrates right down to the scalp. Next, add water. Lather 1 minute to wash every trace of dandruff out of your hair. Then rinse 1 minute. All that loosened dandruff goes down the drain. In 3 minutes with Fitch, 1 rubbing, 1 lathering, 1 rinsing, dandruff's gone. And while removing dandruff, Fitch can also brighten hair up to 35%. To get rid of dandruff problems forever, brighten hair too, use Fitch regularly. Get Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo today, only 59 cents.
The night was long and full of pain, and I learned that it was better not to try to move, but just to lie still in the warm, sticky puddle and not think. That was the most important thing, not to think. With the daylight, it wasn't so lonely. There was the dead Mexican lying not far from me, and the birds, the 3 birds that kept circling overhead. And of course, when the sun came up, the insects, the thousands of insects. Only by this time it didn't matter. Nothing seemed to matter. I just knew that I was awfully tired.
Paladin?
Well, look who's here. Why'd you come back?
You won't believe me.
Tell me.
Well, maybe out there somewhere between here and the border, I said to myself, Magda, could it be that Paladin's way is right? Could it be that there are rules to live by? Maybe I said that to myself.
Maybe you did.
You see, always I have made my own rules.
Sometimes you have to. I've just made one. The throat, as pretty as yours, must not have a rope around it.
We won't talk about that now.
Maggie, that Mexican's knife was as poisonous as a rattlesnake. The fever's catching up with me. I've got to talk while I can make some kind of sense.
No. First, I must build a fire to have hot water to wash your wound.
No, wait. When Jeffers finds out we didn't make Fort Gilman, he'll send out a search party. Now, listen to me, Maggie. Don't let them find you here. Take that long walk to the border. Give yourself that new start.
Paladin, when the time comes, we will work out things for Magda. But right now, we must take care of you.
Maggie, promise me.
We'll see.
Maggie?
Don't worry, darling. Things always work out for Magda. You know that.
Well, look who's finally got his eyes open. Looks like he's ready to join the fun again.
Hello, Sam. I guess this is where I say, where am I?
You're in Company D's infirmary, and you've been here for 3 weeks. Mighty sick man.
I don't seem to remember.
No, you were unconscious when we brought you in. I tell you, when we found you stretched out there at that waterhole, I thought you were a goner.
Yeah?
Didn't help any knowing that you got in that fix doing a favor for me.
Say, how'd you make out with the Garcia brothers?
We don't talk about that around the post.
You mean you...
Yeah. Humiliating, ain't it? Now, just supposing Company D had lost that woman prisoner, too.
You mean you didn't?
Why, no.
She was there when you found me?
Sure. Let me tell you, Paladin, it was that little woman saved your life. Taking care of you the way she did out there. Mighty fine little woman. Seems a shame.
Sam, what about her? Where is she?
Now, look, Paladin, you just lie back here. Take it easy.
Now,
You're
listen.
a sick man. We brought her on back here.
Where is she now?
The U.S. Marshal showed up, and we released her to him. Marshal Green it was. Nice fella. Fine-looking young man.
Fine-looking young man, huh? And he and Maggie, that is the fugitive, started back to Baltimore?
No.
Uh-huh. Well, have you been notified that they arrived there?
No, I haven't heard, but I figured they got her locked up by this time.
Want to bet?
Oh, this miserable cold. And my sinuses.
Haven't you heard about Dristan? Dristan decongestant tablets for real relief from cold's misery and sinus congestion. Dristan is the revolutionary 3-layer tablet which for the first time makes it possible to unite certain medically proven ingredients into one fast-acting uncoated tablet. Dristan not only helps drain all 8 sinus cavities, critical areas of cold's infection, but circulating through the blood, Dristan's decongestant reaches all congested areas, shrinks all swollen membranes, relieves pressure and pain. An exclusive anti-allergent helps keep breathing passages dry and clear. Pain relievers reduce body aches, fever. Vitamin C helps build body resistance. This is Dristan. Today, Dristan is widely imitated. But the exclusive Dristan formula cannot be duplicated. There's nothing like Dristan decongestant tablets.
Have Gun Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed in Hollywood by Frank Paris and stars John Daner as Paladin, with Ben Wright as Hey Boy and Virginia Gregg as Miss Wong. Tonight's story was specially written for Have Gun Will Travel by Ann Dowd. Featured in the cast were Harry Bartell, Don Diamond, and Lillian Bayef. This is Hugh Douglas, inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents Have Gun Will Travel.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/C/GAR.
If I live one more day, or if I live to be 100, to me, the night sky will never be the same again. Somewhere out there, where no other man has ever been, is the only man who ever chose the world he wanted to live in. I saw his eyes. They were blinded with starlight, but they were brighter than any eyes I ever saw. I heard his voice. It was a whisper, but clearer than any voice I ever heard.
I have a message. I have a message for all mankind.
And then it broke.
But I can't remember. I can't remember what it was.
What was the message? He's out there now, somewhere beyond time.
Theater 5 presents Outside Time.
Watching this old Betty Grable movie.
Watching an old Betty Grable movie?
Yeah, on a little portable TV. I had it sitting up there in the dashboard.
I know,
All
but
of a sudden, this commercial comes on. The guy in a white coat says, "Now watch this amazing demonstration."
And?
I watched. Next thing I knew, pow!
Look, you can't watch television commercials while you commute.
I found that out.
You can't read a newspaper.
No.
The only thing you could do while you're driving is listen to the radio.
Yeah, well, that's all I intend to do, boy. Just as soon as I get out of traction.
Listen to radio. No matter if it's summer, winter, spring, or fall. Who listens to radio? Only 150 million people. That's
General, what's your biggest thrill in being in command of the space shot tomorrow? The liftoff, the moment of orbit, what?
Well, actually, Colonel, my big moment, my biggest thrill is right now, before the event.
How do you mean?
Well, tomorrow we're going out a little further than man has ever gone before. Not just further into space, but further into man's experience. Tomorrow I'll be busy in my own small way behind the scenes. But tonight I can marvel at the endless hours of preparation that make this possible. Why, it's the culmination of all of mankind's ingenuity since he learned to make crude instruments out of stone, to control fire, to split the atom.
I see what you mean, sir.
Yes, the real thrill is in the awareness of all the preparation. The feeling of being a part of this marvelous precision. The feeling that we're prepared for even the unexpected.
How about you, Captain Durrell? You're making the flight.
Well, I guess I feel about the same, like everything's been done that can be done. Tomorrow? Just going along for the ride.
All clear. Control tower now operational. Confirmation to lock in. Primary ground control units confirmed. Secondary control coordinates confirmed. Tertiary coordinates confirmed. Data relay units confirmed. Telemeter confirmed. Captain Turrell confirmed.
Confirmed and affirmative, sir.
Good luck.
Thank you, sir.
All operational units are confirmed. Lock in. Final countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. T-minus 5. Good luck. 3, 2, 1. Perfect. Execution perfect. Colonel? Primary coordinates correct and exact. General, 5 seconds to boost. Open audio. Report. Second booster A-OK. Secondary coordinates correct and exact. Report. Third booster A-OK. Tertiary coordinates correct and exact. Pinpoint. Orbit, sir. Captain Turrell, General Pearson speaking. Everything perfect. Pinpoint precision. Report.
Thank you, General.
Affirmative and operational.
Our instruments will be tracking you from here on in. Colonel Winter, Dr. Markson, and Professor Myrdal are here to handle your reports. Report now to our psychiatrist, Dr. Markson.
Captain, describe your sensations and emotions. Moderate exhilaration, general calmness, no functional impairment.
Regarding exhilaration, any dizziness?
No, sir.
Describe your exhilaration both subjectively and objectively.
Subjectively, lightness, pleasure. Objectively, not symptomatic.
No nonsense about that, young man.
Your thoughts?
Technical thoughts. And pleasure of being the center of attraction.
He's entitled to that.
A feeling of, well, here I am.
Approaching high point, sir. You are approaching the outer edge of your orbit. Do you feel strange in any way?
No, sir.
Reaching point maximum. Tell us your sensations, Captain.
Well, sir, at this moment I feel perfectly...
Tyrrell? Tyrrell, where are you?
He's disappeared. Tracking.
It's off screen, General.
That's impossible. Tyrrell, this is General Pearson. Come in. That's impossible. Is something wrong here?
No, General. All ground instruments are operational.
Are you sure?
Positive, sir. It's the capsule. It disappeared.
Well, it can't simply disappear. Myrdal, Professor, what could have happened?
My needle jumped off the graph, General. There was no explosion. It's simply gone.
But it can't be. It can't.
Well, it's gone. Simply gone.
You mean it vanished into thin air?
It would be more correct to say into empty space.
Thin air, empty space? Well, it has to be somewhere. Could somebody have a secret weapon, a way to dissolve our capsule in orbit?
No, not unless they've made some unbelievable advancement. No, impossible.
Professor, are you sure this thing couldn't have crashed to Earth?
Impossible. It would have been on our tracking all the way down. It never went down.
Well, it either went down or it stayed up. Where's the capsule?
It must have entered some radiation belt with properties we're unaware of. The intensity of the vibrations was so great that my needle jumped off the graph. A split second later, the capsule was swept out of the universe.
Along with Captain Tyrrell. Well, maybe he'll report. He's out there somewhere. Captain Tyrrell.
General Pearson, take it easy.
Someone shut off that monstrous clock. Shut off everything. We gotta think. Now, we're not a bunch of schoolboys. We're not gonna panic. We're not gonna lose our heads. We're going to proceed in an orderly fashion.
Good heavens.
What is it?
It's Tyrrell, Captain Tyrrell.
Tyrrell?
Here, catch him. He's going to fall. Sit down over here.
Now, let me help you.
All right. This can't be. It just can't be. I turned my head and he's here. How is that possible?
I was facing the door all the time. It never opened.
Check security on that.
Wait. He's trying to speak. He wants to say something.
No. Take it easy, everyone. Dr. Markson, you take charge there. You must have a full medical report, you understand?
Captain, I want you to try to focus your eyes on my finger.
Can you do that? No. Now, what actually happened? Exactly what happened here? Colonel?
Well, sir, he just appeared in the middle of the room. Out of nothing, out of nowhere.
His pulse is rapid and his breathing is shallow, but he seems to be all right. Now, we must have maximum security here. Nobody enters or leaves this room. Cut off all communications. Seal off communications until we can make a coherent report. Now send out one message. Say that we're in communication with Captain Tyrrell. Well, that's true in a way.
Wait. He's still trying to say something.
I talk.
I can't understand.
His pupils are not dilating properly. I don't believe he's able to see. He is blind.
I see.
No, he says he can't see.
See that.
He says he can see everything. He's very excited, sir.
Hysteria, I suppose. We'll have to have a full psychiatric report, too. Can't call anyone in for consultation. At least not yet. We've got to have information security until we know where we stand.
He seems to be excited and hysterical, but in some strange way, very calm.
We must handle all of this in an orderly fashion. Our first obligation is to this man's physical well-being. Is he in physical danger, Doctor?
I don't think so, General.
I have message.
Wait. He's saying something about a message.
Message to report.
A message from where he's been.
He's obviously too upset and disturbed to know what he's doing or saying.
Say what?
Now, Doctor, I hope you're prepared to make a report on your observations.
Yes, sir, but it's all very inconclusive so far.
Myrdal, what's your theory about this?
Theory? I have no theory. This is something that never happened before.
Well, we better get a theory. The whole world will be waiting for some kind of an explanation.
I have to say...
Sir, I think he wants to speak to you.
I have to
What do you think, Doctor? May I question him?
It would be better if he could remain calm.
Calm? Who can be calm at a time like this? Captain Terrell. Terrell. Son, I'm your commanding officer. Listen to me.
Sir, I have a message. I can see it now.
His eyes are staring, but he can't see a thing.
Now, don't try to get up yet. Try to be calm and sit back.
Listen to me.
Everything's going to be all right.
Listen before it's too late.
Listen, first, we have to get this whole thing straightened out. Now, Professor Myrdal, do you have any theories at all?
Captain, how did you get here?
And what happened to your craft?
The message brought me here. I have a message for all mankind.
Of course. But we've got to know what happened. Well, just answer our questions one by one, and everything will be understood in due time. Just answer our questions one by one, and everything will be understood in due time. Well, you got to release a report of some kind.
I've got to tell...
Oh, I think he's becoming more coherent, sir.
Got to tell you while I can still see.
His eyes are becoming clearer, sir.
Will you give the message to everyone?
As soon as I can make a report, Captain. Now, what was the very first thing that happened to you? Captain?
The first thing that happened was that I was suddenly there.
Well, you were where? Now, try to answer me.
Captain, what were your surroundings?
I had no surroundings.
Well, where was your ship?
I had no ship.
You were floating alone in space?
I wasn't in space.
Well, then where were you?
Where was I? I was there.
Well, while you were there, did you by any chance see what happened to your spacecraft?
It seemed very unimportant.
Unimportant? Well, did it dissolve or disappear?
General, it simply ceased to be, obviously, because there it could not see.
Couldn't see?
A capsule is a machine, not a life. It can't see it. It has no soul.
Soul? Oh, I suppose not.
Captain, how did this ability to, as you say, see manifest itself? What exactly did you see?
I can't tell you everything because I saw everything. I saw everything I thought about, my childhood, Lincoln at Gettysburg, the birth of the human race, the whole thing, past, present, and future. That's where I got the message.
Now, when your capsule disappeared, how did you come back? Did you do it by willing it?
Willing it?
Yes. I could go anywhere, but I came here. I can still go anywhere.
Gentlemen, I don't think we should examine this man anymore in his condition. He's obviously emotionally overwrought.
Emotionally overwrought? We're all emotionally overwrought. We got to put together some kind of a story.
Yes, but if you encourage him in these fantasies, you may make it impossible for him to return to a normal state of mind.
I can't go anywhere, but I came here because of the message. Listen.
I can't be responsible if you continue this.
Listen.
Quick, catch him. He's fainting. I've got him.
Here, help me with him over to that cart.
Now, he's in a coma. What do you think, Doctor?
His pulse is still strong. I don't understand it.
Well, let him rest here till we see what happens. Maintain maximum security. How is he, Doctor?
He's just coming to. His eyesight seems to be normal now.
Can I speak to him?
Yes, but we'll watch for his reaction.
Captain, do you recognize me?
Yes, General, sir. That's the doctor and the professor. But how did I get here?
How did you get here? That's what we'd like to know.
Well, all I know is that something must have happened to me in orbit. I guess I passed out. Then you must have had me brought down. I'm sorry, sir. I don't know what happened to me.
Can you remember anything after you left orbit?
I'm sorry, but I must have just passed out. The medics checked me out in good condition. I don't know why I'd do a thing like that.
Are you saying that you don't remember a thing from the time you passed out in orbit until you came to on this cot?
Yeah, well, that's about it, sir.
We did not bring you down, Captain. You came down by yourself, without a spaceship. In fact, you didn't come down. You simply materialized in the control tower.
You were babbling about having some sort of an urgent message for all mankind. Captain, are you listening?
Yes, sir, but I can't remember.
Yeah, he doesn't understand a word we're saying. Do you?
I guess I must have been out of my head.
But you've got to remember. Now, try. Really try.
Please, asking the captain to remember this is like trying to force someone to remember a dream.
Well, you're a psychiatrist. Can't you get it out of him?
I can try, but the process may be lengthy. And there will be no clear proof that what he recalls will be the original fantasy instead of a totally new fantasy.
Fantasy, Doctor? I don't believe it was a fantasy. Yes, message. We've got to get that message. We've lost a message that may mean more than life and death to all mankind.
It may be highly irregular, but perhaps we should send another astronaut up right away.
That's it. Immediately, under the same conditions. The twin launching pad is operational. We can do it in hours. Get it ready at once, regardless of security.
Sir, you can't do that without causing a sensation. Surely you want to clear it with someone.
This is no time to worry about orderly procedures. We've got to find out at any cost. I'll take the consequences.
If we send up another astronaut, in my opinion, it should be Tyrrell. Another man might lack some necessary characteristic or element of sensitivity to enter the dimension he was in.
What do you think, Doctor?
I really don't know. I guess it would be up to him.
We don't know that the same thing would happen to any other man.
We don't even know for sure it'll happen to him. With my bumbling, I may have destroyed the whole future of mankind. But that's not his fault. No. I can't permit him to go up again.
But I'd like to go up again, sir. I've got to go up again.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1,
0. How do you feel, Captain?
Affirmative and functional, sir.
No element of your memory returning yet?
No, sir, nothing. I'm sorry.
Well, this time we're better prepared for it. You're about to enter the final phase of your original orbit. Set the automatic cameras.
Set, sir.
Now remember, from the moment it happens, if it happens, you are to continuously recite aloud all your impressions into the tape recorder on your throat. Even if sounds don't come out, you'll reconstruct your accents from the vibrations.
Approaching point maximum, General.
All right, start talking now, Captain, and whatever you do, don't stop.
Well, sir, right now I feel perfectly...
Well, General, it happened. Yes. Yes, it happened. Professor Nerdal.
Yes, sir?
Do you think he's coming back this time?
No, he's not coming back.
Then he's lost?
Lost? No. Perhaps he returned to there, and he chose not to come back this time. It may be that we waited too long, General. Those few hours after he got the message may have been an infinity in the world outside time. It may be that it's just too late for the message, and that perhaps we are the ones who are lost.
Theater 5 has presented
Outside Time, written by Lawrence Weinberg and directed by Ted Bell. In the cast, Al Hodge, George Petrie, Jack Grimes, Maurice Tarplin, and Richard Keith. Audio engineer Marty Folia. Sound technician Ed Blaney. Script editor Jack C. Wilson. Original music by Alexander Vlastotsenko. Orchestra under the direction of Glenn Osser. Executive producer for Theater 5, Edward A. Byron.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/C/GAR.
Thank you all for tuning in to Golden Age Radio today. We hope you enjoyed the classic tunes and captivating stories from the past.
Absolutely. It's been a delightful journey through time, and we truly appreciate each and every one of you for joining us.
We have a fantastic lineup prepared for tomorrow's broadcast, filled with even more nostalgic melodies and thrilling dramas from the golden era of radio.
So mark your calendars and set your alarms because you won't want to miss it. Join us again tomorrow at the same time for another unforgettable session of Golden Age Radio.
Invite your friends and family to come along too. Let's make it a delightful gathering filled with timeless entertainment and warm memories.
Once again, thank you for being part of our wonderful audience today. We look forward to having you with us again tomorrow as we dive into the enchanting world of the past.
Until then, take care and have a fantastic day ahead. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Attention all business owners and aspiring database wizards. If you want to take your data management to the next level, G3PL.com is your ultimate destination for expert Microsoft Access support and training.
That's right. G3PL.com believes that every successful database journey starts with a dedicated individual guiding you to success. That's why we're proud to introduce G3PL.com, a Microsoft Access expert.
Whether you're just starting or looking to enhance your access skills, G3PL.com's personalized training will set you on the path to mastery. G3PL will be with you every step of the way, providing hands-on guidance and real-world examples.
But don't just take our word for it. Hear what a satisfied client has to say.
Thanks to G3PL.com, I've become a Microsoft Access Pro. The personalized training was exactly what I needed. I learned to create and optimize databases, run powerful queries, and automate tasks with VBA. Now, I'm confidently handling complex projects with ease.
It doesn't stop there. G3PL.com is your go-to for top-notch support and solutions.
Exactly. If you're struggling with your existing database, G3PL will troubleshoot, optimize, and fine-tune it to perfection.
G3PL.com designed a custom database that transformed our business operations. We needed a streamlined system to manage our services and customer data. Their expertise delivered a tailor-made solution that exceeded our expectations. I can't thank them enough.
G3PL.com understands that every project is unique, and we're here to offer individualized attention to your specific needs.
So, why wait? Take the leap into the world of Microsoft Access Excellence with G3PL.com.
Contact G3PL today and embark on your database journey with an Access expert.
Send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark to learn more and get started.